just in that area at the same time that he had nothing to do with. So because one guy gets debunked doesn't mean the rest are debunked.
Sure.
So
doesn't mean the concept is.
Exactly. And so one of the wonderful fishermen we got to talk to up there was talking about a new phenomenon. It's actually not a new phenomenon. It's an old one, but called USOs, which are unidentified submerged objects. And they tend to be grouped with UFOs because one tends to become the other. And the ones that are common up there now are the black triangles. And there are these big black shapes. And this guy was, this one fisherman was talking about, he was out in the waters about 400 feet deep. And suddenly his depth finder starts going crazy because he's suddenly in 12 feet of water. He thought he's going to drift or maybe a whale was coming up. He runs outside and he sees the dark shape.
That would be unfortunate.
He sees the dark shape coming up. He's like, what the heck is going on? And he sees it, and it comes up out of the water and just hovers above him, this big, giant black triangle with lights on the corners, little red lights.
Okay.
And doesn't make a sound, just a little hum. And, barely breaks the water. And the guy's telling us this, and his hairs on his arm are standing on end. I mean, it's, obviously he saw something. And we're like, so did you take pictures? He's like, of course I took pictures. But it's a black ship on a black sky. This is the picture. It's just black. And I was like, yeah, try to take a picture of your nightstand at night right by your bed. Your phone's not going to get
it's
that.
Not going to work.
It's going to be a big black shape.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, understood. But, he's obviously he saw something.
Of course I did.
Yeah, of course I did. And I was like, did you have any drinks? Yeah, of course I had a couple drinks. But, so it's one of those, but that's just one of the stories. There's Robert the Doll, probably the most famous resident of Key West. Those that don't know, Robert is the inspiration for Chucky. He's a doll with a life of his own down in Key West, lives in the Fort East Martello Museum. He's very infamous. He's had a lot of fame on the internet and other things. But what we kind of took off from was his curse. What most people don't know about Robert is you have to be very respectful of Robert the Doll. You have to be very nice to Robert the Doll, or bad things happen to you. And there's this wall of letters behind him. It's actually not there anymore because we just found out they had to take the letters down because Hurricane Irma wiped them out.
No.
But they have them all digitally saved, and he does get new letters every day, but now they just have them flashing up on a screen behind him. But anyway, you can spend a day just reading these letters because they're hysterical. Like my favorite was, Dear Sir Robert. I like that they called him Sir Robert because they were being nice to him. I'm sorry I made fun of your stupid leather face. Leather is actually nice for a face, and I'm sorry I took your photo without permission. Please remove your curse. We get the message.
Oh.
Please fix my eye, my Xbox, and my marriage. And I love that was the order he put them in.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
So be respectful of Robert. We love Robert. Robert's in the book, and we asked his permission to use the picture, and he was very gracious. People were like, well, how do you know he give you permission? It's like, it's kind of, you just know. And a lot of people, their cameras don't work.
I mean, you're not cursed or anything right now,
Not so far. Well, we did have Irma, and a few other things.
That could have been someone else, though.
That could have been who knows what.
But it affected him, too.
Yep.
So it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we've got Tampa Bay legends. We've got Mary Reeser from St. Petersburg. Very famous case in the 50s. She was in her apartment, little old lady. She had dinner with her son. He goes home. Next day, they bring a package for her. They can't get in. They test the door. Fire. It's hot. So they call the police. Police bust down the door. She's gone. There's just a puddle of goo on the ground and a foot and a very shrunken thing that they think is her head. And she had melted, and she's called the Cinder Lady. And one of the first cases investigated by the FBI of possible spontaneous human combustion.
Oh.
Okay.
They have her file is at the St. Pete History Museum downtown, which signed by J. Edgar Hoover, which was fascinating to see.
Yeah.
And pictures in the book. So there you go.
Does the book have? I want to know the point of view of the stories.
Every one of them, we try to go from the history behind it. It is for History Press, after all, which they normally do. Like, you'll see a lot of their books are like the history of Gulfport, the history of this battle, the history of Jacksonville. So we went from that aspect on all the stories. It was not just there's this the skunk apes in Ocala. Well, why is he in Ocala?
Yeah.
Well, why is he suddenly turning up on roads, and and how long ago were these things? Robert's story, as we go back to the original story of Robert's owner, Robert Eugene,
Mhm.
and all that. And so we get to throw in a little Key West history. Pinky the sea monster up in St. John's River. He's our Loch Ness monster, folks who don't know Florida. Um, he has the legends from dating back to the Seminole tribes and even the earlier Paleo Indian tribes and such of a giant beast that lived in the St. John's River that swam the waters and was of a bright color. And, in the 80s, or late 70s, he was seen and he was noted for his pink skin, and it looked like a boiled shrimp. And that's where the name Pinky stuck. So, so that's, that was Nessie mania and all that. So
Sure.
And do you normally include interviews in the stories?
the
of
ones
people that were
ones that had living living witnesses that we could still do interviews, and some
Sure.
we have one story that was one not many people knew before this came out. It was a story that had been sent to me at the Old Haunted House website. A lady had a story about a strange encounter. She lived in the Shadow of Bach Tower out near Lake Wales, which is a big, beautiful bell tower, and it's the highest point in Florida, a whole whopping 223 feet above sea level. It's called Iron Mountain. And, out of Florida, that's like, what? That's a speed bump.
That facial expression did it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Sums it up
Sums
perfectly.
it up right there. Yeah, so anyway, it's like, oh my gosh, 223 feet. But anyway, they lived and that whole area is a little weird. There's Spook Hill, famous there, a gravity well that, there's a school where Casper the Friendly Ghost is their mascot because it's so famous. So the whole town embraces this weirdness. But this was a legend there we didn't know. This lady emails me, and she had this encounter. She lived on her grandparents' farm, a little orange grove out there. And when she was a child, they were losing all their fruit. And they couldn't figure out what was going on. There were just massive amounts of fruits. They thought tree rats or something. So they actually thought maybe neighbors were stealing it. So they put out traps. They put out some wires. And what they caught was a little guy, maybe about 6-8 inches tall. I remember at the time she pointed out it was like the size of a water bottle, and that I had with me, and naked, hairy man. So knew it wasn't a baby. Naked, full hair. Yeah, great. I love that expression. That was perfect. Thank you. Anyway, so they call the police. Police come out. They don't know what to do. He's speaking in a language they don't understand. They don't know what to do with him. So they're like, just let him go.
Is it a leprechaun?
That's just it. They're like, we don't know what this is. Let it go. It's obviously not stealing all your fruit. It can't be. It's just this one little guy. So, and now they were familiar with Ripley's. They were familiar with Ringling. So circus acts are not uncommon in the area, but not super common. And so they thought maybe it was just some circus performer and
out in the wild.
Yeah, and something. They were trying to place his language. One of the police thought it might have been Indonesian or something. But anyway, they let him loose. The next day, they're still losing stuff. They're still losing fruit. So a couple weeks pass, they put up more traps. They catch the guy again. This time he's injured. So they put him in an orange crate, and they call the cops again. The cops come out. This time they take him away in the orange crate because they can't put handcuffs on him. He's too small. Now, this lady's telling us this story, and I'm just sitting there going, this is crazy. There's
Cracker
no
Jack finger
way.
cuffs, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I guess what happened is that you think that'd be the end of the story. No. The next night, all hell breaks loose. Rocks are being thrown at their house. Tree branches are. There's an army of them outside their house, swarming their house. And so they call the cops again. And this time the cops come out. They're like, they're done with this guy. They can't figure out what to do. They let him loose again, and they all flee out into the woods. And they go, all right, that's it. That's it. We're done. We don't. You guys have to deal with this. Sorry.
I would move.
So
I'd move.
A nearby farmhand says you've offended the red caps, the fairies, the leprechauns, and that's what these are.
I got it.
You're right.
I got it.
So they call a guy in Ireland and have them ship a blessed stone, blessed by a druid and a Catholic bishop, to come to Ireland and put in their orange grove. And they said once that happened, they stopped losing fruit. Once they got the rock. Now, we're like, so this can't be real. There's no way I can verify this. When we were doing the book, Weekly World News used to always be if they had one witness, is real. We can run it. Modern journalism likes 3 or 4 sources. Of course, modern journalism, one source is fine again. But no, we went with 2. We wanted at least 2 verifications. So I'm like, so when we started this book, I'm like, I really want to research this story to see if there's any way I can use
Well,
it.
you think that if they
She-
took them away, there would be some kind of
something.
document.
Sadly, she's passed away, so it was like, oh, we're never going to get another verification. I posted on a Facebook group, and and what you knew if you grew up in Lake Wales, and I said, hey, if anybody knows anything about this, please. And sure enough, a guy who worked as a civilian for the police department said, I remember there was a weird thing with a little guy, and so now not only is that, but the city of Lake Wales Police Department is trying to find the paperwork. So, but he remembered it. But it was a 40s file. It's going to be hard to find, and but
Okay.
we're hoping. But we ran it.
Okay, so I don't know if you've seen. There's a skeleton
Oh yeah, the mummy skeleton
that's been
that
going
looks-
around that they thought was really old, and it
Yeah.
turns out it's only about 45
yeah,
years old.
and has it's
And
mutated.
it
kid, yeah.
it sounds like the skeleton of what you've just described.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And and if you just watched American Horror Story a couple seasons ago, the circus episode,
Uh-huh.
they have a lady who's the same size, and she's real. I've
For
met
sure.
her a couple times. She's super nice, and so it's possible. And she is actually from the Philippines, so it's interesting. But
A
anyway,
swarm
so
of
yeah,
them
the
are
gnome
less
is
likely.
the gnome is illustrated. Let me here's
That's crazy.
Bachauer and our wonderful illustrator.
Hello. Ooh, there we go. Hello, Internet. I'm Scott, and we are back with another guest. Let me see if I can get them up. There we go. Are you guys there?
Hey, how you doing? Hey,
Fantastic.
can you hear us?
Absolutely.
Hi, Scott.
How are you doing?
Good.
We're having fun.
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself for everybody.
So we're the Huggins family. My name is Sheena.
My name is James.
My name's Rosalind. My name is Oliver.
And let everybody know what you guys have been up to.
Yeah, so we are actually a First Lego League family. So we came to AMRoC through Terry and her initiatives to work with youth in our area. And so my daughter Rosalind has been on First Lego League Junior for 2 years, and then this year was her first year on Team Carbon for First Lego League. And we've been participating in the Deconstruction. This is our first time. We've had a lot of fun, and it's gonna be a whole family affair with all. It's actually 6 of us, but only 4 of us are here right now.
6 of you. That's a big group.
Yeah. Thus, you can see there's always something going on.
I can imagine. You guys are trying to rival the Sherrick family, whose Marissa has been heading up that team. There are
Yeah, how many does Marissa have?
technically there's a
I know they have
total
quite a few too.
there's a total of 8 of them.
Oh wow!
6 kids and then the parents, so a total of 8 of them. It's a big group.
That's awesome. Well, the more the merrier.
And so tell us about what your contribution to the project is.
Yep. So we're actually going to be passing it off within our family. So we're going to do, I think, 3 different pass-offs, I think is what we've determined, because everybody wants to get a little bit of time in there.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rosalind, tell them a little bit about what you've been working on.
I made a Lego toilet paper factory. I made a pretend roll of toilet paper.
That's
Lego
awesome.
size.
I also have little LOL toys that work there.
Good job. And then show them your factory.
Over here is where they test the toilet paper. And over here is where they collect data.
Great job.
What kind of
Then
data
Let
are
me
they
see if I can
collecting?
get all of that.
They're collecting data like if the toilet paper is too hard or too soft.
Okay.
And they have to make sure it's perfect so it can be sold.
All right.
So we're
That
still
sounds
working
great.
on trying to get that to, I think we're gonna try to get like a moving component in there and get it to animate and all that good stuff.
Okay.
A little tricky. So we're gonna work on that. Oliver, show him your combo. So then Rosalind is gonna pass it off to Oliver.
Okay.
Here, Ollie. Yep, here, show him where the toilet paper goes. Yep, you can have that one. Show him where the toilet paper goes. Yep. Got it? So Oliver is gonna take it from Rosalind and put it on his little movable panda. Yeah, his RC toy.
Move the toilet paper.
There it is.
Remote control, Oliver.
Yep. And then you're gonna drive it. He's gonna drive it to James. Can you drive it? Is it going? Go ahead. Give it a go.
On the table.
And then he's gonna hand it off to James in the garage. And then James, tell him what you're gonna do.
We're going to take the roll toilet paper and we're going to pretty much put it on a stick that we have. We're actually using a lacrosse stick, and we're going to we have a screen printing machine. And what we're going to do is have it whirl around and actually feed and add toilet paper to the roll. And then from there,
Yeah, and then we're gonna pass it off to Pam, where she'll take over.
All right. That's you've got a lot going on there.
We do.
So tell me how all of this relates to who you guys are.
Yeah. So we wanted to have Legos because Legos have been a really important part of our life for the last few years, participating with First Lego League.
They have nothing to play with.
Yeah, so our kids, we're definitely a Lego family. They love it. They love building. They love creating things. And they've learned a lot through that process because even with Rosalind participating, Oliver's been able to go to the Fab Lab too, and he's been able to learn even though he's not of age yet to participate in those activities. And then I actually had the opportunity to help coach a team this year, which was a lot of fun as a volunteer.
I was
And
once
then-
able, and since I'm in Lego League, I'm able to build bigger stuff now.
Yes, so when she
built a
joined
dream
First
house.
Lego League, she was able to do even bigger things, bigger
Legos.
projects and all that stuff. So it's been a really great experience. And then I work with in Pasco County Schools. So my organization is called Pasco Agents for Change, and we work to help build diverse and inclusive spaces in schools. And First has a great methodology about making sure that they have diverse and inclusive spaces. So it all just really ties in to what we believe in as a family and the values and things that we feel are important.
Well, that's really cool. You and I are going to need to have a conversation when this is done, because I work with an organization that helps schools build GSAs.
Really?
Yes, we actually.
Oh yeah, we need to talk offline.
we actually developed the first fully functional GSA curriculum so that teachers have something to work off of.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yes, please. We need to talk because we actually have some initiatives that were supposed to be happening right now, but obviously with the situation that we're in, it'll be happening in the fall and maybe early winter. But I would love to talk to you about that because it's needed, especially here where we are in Pasco.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll definitely have a conversation after the insanity that is this toilet paper themed project is complete.
I made a
So
toilet
This has been
paper.
so much fun, though.
that that's one of the things that we've kind of been talking about during this is that that's who we are as a group. We're goofy, we're fun, we take things seriously, but not that much.
Exactly.
And we like to play.
And we like to play, she said. Yep. It's a great balance.
We like to play.
And
It's-
honestly, during this time, this has been so like uplifting and encouraging. And it was just really much needed. It's just, even though we're not, physically in the same place, it's just been so fun to see everyone and see what they're working on. And it's really been a mood lifter for us, for sure.
Well, that's good because I know it has been for us as well. Terry sent me a message late last night. She's like, I haven't been this up in months. It's nice to have something like this to work on. So it's definitely been good for all of us.
Yeah, the timing has really been great. You don't realize how much you miss that camaraderie and just the relationship aspect that comes from the Fab Lab. Yeah, like she just said, she misses all her friends, and I miss the kids, and it's been hard, but this has been great. So we're thankful to be a part of it.
Well, this is your first time on the team with us, right?
Yes.
All
It's
right,
our first time doing anything like this.
Creating a roll of toilet paper, it's probably the first time for most people. But how has the experience of the actual project been?
The project itself has been a lot of fun. I think for us, it's been cool to collaborate because, so James is the technical one. Rosalind is like the technical artistic one.
Yay!
I'm just kind of like the logistics coordinator, like making sure everyone's, where they're supposed to be and just helping out.
And Oliver's the laughs.
Yep, Oliver's the funny guy. So it's just been a lot of fun doing something that's kind of outside of what we would normally do, kind of stretching our talents and our skill sets. I know that's what I've enjoyed about it. What do you like about it, Rosalind?
How about the toilet paper challenge?
Yeah.
I like getting to use my creativity to do something funny.
Yeah, it's been great.
It's not every day we can make up a 10 piece of toilet paper.
Another thing that's been cool too is like seeing the different things that everyone is good at and like what they're into. So I don't want to spoil any surprises, but there's a lot of really great creatives in this group. So it's so cool to see the different things that they're doing and how it's gonna all come together.
And one of my favorite parts of doing these like deconstruction challenges and things like that we've done in the past, the Instructables and all kinds of stuff, is that each team is given the same challenge, and yet out of that same challenge we've got our weird toilet paper story. We've got the woman who's talking about her descent into depression throughout her isolation. We've got the team that's making crowdsourced music, which is all kind of we all heard the same challenge, and everybody went very different directions. And then you look at our group, and we were all given not just the same challenge but the same theme, and look at how everybody has taken it in such a different way. And I think that's what's the most fun about these projects.
I think that's really my favorite part about it, even like within our own group, how everyone has kind of taken it and run with it and kind of put their own spin and their own twist on it. That's really great. It's fun. But at the same time, we're all collaborating together, so it's a win-win.
And the interesting way that even though we've gone in very weird and different directions, how things have kind of meshed up, right? Because you've got Marissa, who decided to go entirely video game themed, and then it just turns out that Josh had a bouncy castle, which goes right along with the Nintendo theme of Marissa's. We couldn't have predicted that.
I know, that was amazing. When you showed up with the bouncy house, I was like, how cool is that? Like, we couldn't have planned that for it to be orchestrated better.
For sure. Well,
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what the final product ends up looking like, or I guess at the very least seeing
Us
what
too.
the raw footage looks like, because I'll have that long before the final product. But
We need to make a blooper reel for sure.
Agreed.
yes, because I can then include that in next year's live stream. So.
There you go.
A blooper reel would be hilarious. I would love to see it.
For sure. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what comes of this. We've got we've got one more group or individual presentation at 3. I think Larche is showing off at 3, and then
Yes.
we're back together at 5 to plan for the live stream presentation, which we think is going to be at 7. So for those of you who are watching live, we will obviously be going back to pre-recorded content for a little while. I'm going to put on our, I'm going to put on our first meeting from, holy cow, was that only 2
Friday?
days ago? Holy cow.
The days are starting to blur together a little bit.
That's what being
For
inside
sure.
does to you.
So we'll show you the first meeting. It's almost an hour. And then, a couple other things. And then we'll be back at 3 with Larche's team, which I think is just her. But I think her Arduino crab is her second part. So that'll work.
True.
But then as a group, we'll all be back together at 5. So looking forward to that. So I will see you back here at 5 o'clock, and we'll get to see what everybody's got going on.
Thank you, Scott. Everybody say see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Somebody there can balance it on their head. Wait a minute. I see it. Right, Tina, right behind you.
Oh. We should do a screenshot. Everybody do a paper on their head.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I didn't bring toilet paper. I have wet wipes though.
You're letting Jared back in. Everybody put the toilet paper on their head so they can see us. There we go. Things change while they were gone. There. All right. There, he's trying to come back. I just let him back.
You have to have good posture.
You do have to have good posture. I don't. I've also got a glass of wine, so it's hard to tell where it's going to go.
Is this a messed up version of Coneheads?
Yeah, right.
We dressed up
so
for
much
you.
has changed since you've been gone.
Now you're down at the bottom now.
Different now.
We're in the same place.
We're in the same place on ours, yeah.
Really? Now you moved from my perspective. Though.
Yeah, you went to the bottom.
Chris is here. Everybody dress up for Chris.
I see them down bottom row.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and Marissa was the last one to join prior to us.
Chris is here now.
Chris,
Yeah.
is he on the
He
bottom?
doesn't know what he's getting into.
Right.
He's on the bottom, yeah.
I guess I ought to take this off now.
Oh, that's really good. My problem is I've got too much hair and nothing stays there right now. Hi. We're all playing with toilet paper on
There you
our
go.
heads.
Hey, Chris.
We're all
Welcome to the
meeting.
See, see how we're looking at it right now is like, for an example. Okay, so work with me with this, okay?
Yep.
So, no offense, Steve, but you'd be like where Jan Brady would be.
Okay.
And then Terry would be Marsha.
Marsha, yeah, thanks.
We'd be up where Carol Brady's at.
I should just call this a toilet bunch. Yes. We're trying to figure out, Chris, is the location of everybody. It doesn't seem to be consistent. I guess the only other way you could do it, other than what Jared was saying, which is everybody agrees, we work with whoever's doing the filming or putting the video together. Everybody agrees which direction they're always going to hand stuff. The other one is when we go to do our final version of it, we all just figure out where but it's never going to be the same though. That's what we're finding out, right? Doesn't matter.
Right. If you're going to film it, make a video that they'll then play back at the final, then it's got to be handed off to various frames.
Right. So if Scott was directing
at the direction of the director.
Right. So if Scott was directing it, then we would just do what he says and go, 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 go.
Right.
Next,
you say, Sheena, pass it to your left. You'll hand it to Steve, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Simple decision.
Yeah.
And a storyline beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, like we'd be handing it over to Terry.
Oh, because I'm actually above you from where I am.
Oh, really?
Yeah. From my perspective.
So from where you're handing it to Marissa.
Yeah.
Oh, you actually want to do it through this?
Hi, Marissa.
Through editing, basically.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting idea. Oh, there we go. What was that?
It's phone.
Okay. So if we have this many, and I imagine Josh will be on here. I think we're only just missing Josh at this point. Is that right? Yeah. So we would have 9 panels, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then that would actually work.
There's a story.
That'd be awesome.
So we would have 9. That would look really cool. I mean, it would look neat. We just need to choreograph it properly. And then we just need to find out, it's only a 3-minute video. We have to have like a very brief introduction. Here's, Team AMRoC and our toilet paper saga. And then everybody could create whatever they wanted for that brief 10 seconds or so for the passage of the paper. So
that's awesome.
So everybody can sort of think on that. I'm trying to keep track of the time too.
So that can be pre-recorded, right?
What the
10 seconds?
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could do that. And then
I mean, it wouldn't be live.
Right.
No, we're gonna try and attempt a live version on Sunday just for the fun of it, because that's everybody's doing. They actually interview everybody, and then you kind of come on board and you do your, here's what we did. It's not going to look right because we're all different. Everybody's views. We're going to give it a shot, and then we can have like Scott just direct us on headphones or on a phone or something.
Yeah, he'll have to record it.
Yeah, he's not a fan of Zoom, so
nope.
Yeah, and I'm not either. We just want to try this to compare it to Google. I think Google Hangout will be fine.
I think Google Meet would be very good.
That's what I mean, Google Meet.
Because there wouldn't be there's no frame in between each panel like there is.
Right.
It's a thin frame, but there's still a frame in.
Yeah.
Well, you can. Yeah, I mean, you can put out there, but I mean, no matter what system you use, I don't think you can do this. You're not thinking of actually doing the video on a video conference, are you?
Well, we were thinking it would be cool if we could, but it doesn't look like we can because everybody's view is different.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And we'll try it once on Hangout just to see, just for comparison. Sometime this weekend we'll get on there. Maybe when we go to showcase each of our little sections. So we could just sort of get on there and do it. Did anybody give any thought to what you wanted to do? If you wanted to do the
I have 5 kind of good ideas and 1 wacky idea, but yeah,
okay.
I'm like going out. I'm like, oh, I want to do this. Should I do that? Yeah.
Are you gonna involve any other kids or no?
1 does.
Okay.
So 1 is just like have my whole family, and we're just gonna do like the Home Alone. Here's the toilet paper. Here's the toilet paper. Here's the all the way to the end. Like that one's like a no effort kind of thing. And then 1's like, okay, I'm gonna do like a video game with the toilet paper coming in, and it's either like a Mario thing where it's jumping and going through a tube. Like have a magnet on one side and toilet paper just going, like so it doesn't see anyone. Or, like do the Pong thing where it goes back and forth and then like goes to the next person.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Marissa,
then be like, I have like notes. Yeah.
Do you still
Lego
have your
staircase?
Angry Birds thing? Do you still have your big Angry Bird shooter?
That would have been awesome, just like shooting it. I don't. Those things were huge, and that was like what was that, 7 years ago?
That was
6?
giant.
Oh, that was so, yeah, that was crazy. That would have been fun. Giant slingshot. Maybe I could totally make it again.
Anybody else have some ideas for how they wanted to do it?
Well, are we going to be doing a theme?
Doesn't have to be.
Or-
Everyone can be different. The only
Oh,
theme is that
okay.
toilet paper. The only common thread is that toilet paper. So you can do as creative as you want, put whatever you want, put your own spin on the toilet paper, which I think Marissa said earlier, but yeah.
Okay.
I hope this be an excuse to make like a toilet paper cannon or
I was
something.
waiting
But
to see if we had a theme that all of us were
It'd
going
be
to
really
be.
cool for part of it.
If it was a theme, it would not be any fun at all.
You could do the handoff, of course, like what we've been talking about, but also another variation, possibly even in the same recording, is to have one person start to unroll it and pass the paper across to the different panels. And just keep unrolling it, so eventually it comes through all the panels, and it appears to be all connected. That would be interesting.
That's another one, yeah. Yeah, we could do that too.
Yeah.
But then we wouldn't get to see the ping-ponging around on Marissa's screen.
No, you could do that too. That's just part of it.
It just like TP'd my whole screen.
Right.
You should be the next to the last one, so the last person gets the empty roll.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Get like a belt system where like it goes through and
yeah,
it's like a factory, just like.
Oh, that's pretty good. Steve, can you try and pull up the deconstruction kickoff on your end? Just go to their website.
I don't have the link.
Yeah, just go to the deconstruction.org.
Stand by. Okay.
Yep, and then try and share your screen. I tried to do it, but I'm recording this. Don't ask me why. I figured it would be fun. And then I can't minimize the screen if I'm recording. Yeah. Oh, now Larche is up in the top right.
Oh.
And Marissa's in the middle in my view.
Marissa's in the middle of mine.
Okay.
So then that would be like.
That's
Sorry,
so
what is it?
bizarre.
Deconstruct what?
The deconstruction.org.
That's Alice.
Which way should I push it?
Yes, no, she's Alice.
If you go to the Chris, you just gave it to Chris. Now you're giving it to Pam.
you know, all these
Now,
panels
see,
actually.
we're above Melissa. How we see
Well,
it.
that's the thing. All these panels will look at be in different locations. For
I know,
each
that's
of
what we
us,
were
because-
laughing about. Yeah.
I was listening to where everybody was, so I knew that you were there.
That's good. Rosalind, what did you want to do? Do you have some ideas?
Me and Mom are going to try and practice passing it with our heads.
Ooh. That's a
Haven't
good
gotten
one.
it yet.
Yeah, it looks challenging.
There's like
It's like a party game.
Right. Deconstruction.org takes me to GoDaddy, so that's not correct.
No, the deconstruction.org.
Okay.
DHE.
Is it an app?
No, it's just a website. They're streaming it on the website.
Oh, okay. Because it took me over to an app for it on my phone.
The Deconstruction podcast?
Maybe, probably.
No, that's not it.
Oh.
All right.
Okay. So now I got it. Let me see if I can share it.
Oh, they're saying go to their Zoom meeting. They decided to do a Zoom meeting.
Oh,
Well, is that different?
You sure? No, it says live.
They have a different Zoom
Okay,
meeting?
are they live? They
Or-
must have had a Zoom meeting going earlier.
Yeah, hold on there. We're gonna get.
We're gonna have a Zoom meeting inside of a Zoom meeting.
That would be cool.
Conception.
Because I got the deconstruction kickoff thing. Oh, I guess that was ours. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I hear pretty birds somewhere. Cool. There we go.
Not us. Hey, there you go.
Is that working?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
The birds are pretty.
They are.
Yeah.
Is that from their website?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I guess they're on live stream.
And somebody, I'm actually on the Discord app, and somebody just wrote it's raining chainsaws. I don't know what that means. Sounds a little scary.
Okay.
Where'd everybody go? Grid. Oh, I can read. I can actually, if you do show grid, I can see all of you, most of you.
Yeah.
And then Steve's screen.
That's what I've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I don't know if that went away or not.
No, it's still there. We can't see you when you're showing your screen, but.
Right.
I can see Steve.
I can
Oh,
see
there he
both.
is.
Yeah.
He's back. How'd you do that? It's a magic trick.
He's off to the side, yeah.
What was that?
See everybody.
You do
How
all
are
we
we
should all do
now?
selfies.
Yeah, we could tag them on. How does everybody look now in the grid? Terry, I'm beside you.
I'm trying to figure out what's popped up. Oh, I see what it is. It's Steve's thing here. Can I move it? Oh, I can move us around.
Do it. Yeah, I have Terry at the top there, and then we're there, and
Are you below me?
I'm above you.
Ah, okay. We're different still.
Yeah, we're still different.
It's like we're all in space or something. Oh, and actually only Jared's in space.
Oh,
Oh, now we're all in space.
Oh, here we go.
I'll be
We
right
have
back.
volume.
Oh, they just started. Ding dong. Please set. Oh.
We
My
need
family just like
volume.
opened a door. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if audio will work through.
Well, can you do volume, Steve? Raise the volume up.
Right.
There you go.
I can't hear it though.
You don't hear it?
Nope.
Could just watch from a.
Well, you heard the birds before.
Yeah, but I don't hear anything now.
There's music. There's like low music playing.
That's from our next door neighbor.
Invite them over.
Every Friday night.
Oh, they have the.
Wonder if they'll show our tree of technology.
Ooh. This is their teaser.
Yeah, I guess so.
Welcome to the Deconstruction.
Oh, yay.
Hey everyone, my name is Dana. I'll be your host this weekend. Oh, I'm getting a little side motion from my co-driver here.
Yeah, I can. Trying to turn it up.
You have it up all the way, Steve?
Yeah.
Well, it's just echoing through your computer. I think you'd have to, I mean, through your microphone, but I think you'd have to tell it to stream your computer audio somehow.
I could turn off my audio.
Nah, I don't think that'll work.
You can change your audio to same as system.
Yeah. Well, there's CMS system, but I don't know if that would do it.
Right.
What I'd like to kick off, the deconstruction has existed for many, many years. It's a long tradition of deconstructions. If you're just joining us, but there's also a huge community who participated in this crazy internet adventure in a time before we were really all living on the internet. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We have this epic journey ahead of us this weekend. But let's start with the countdown. All of the teams that are going to participate in this weekend were given the challenge to deconstruct the theme of distance in 48 hours. So the clock, we're going to count down. Like every good event and every good marathon, it has a clock. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. In the past, these deconstructions that I talked about, we used to have a room full of people. I mean, dozens of people operating all kinds of gadgets and on their phones and on their things. And this year, in the studio, you have me, and then you have the creator of the event, Mr. Jason AMRoC. Hey, Jason, here comes.
He's been there since the very beginning.
Digital applause to Jason. So Jason's running the show, everything behind this beautiful city that we built for you. We built this city for deconstruction. You'll hear me. We want you all to grab your digits or grab forks in your spoons, whatever you want to do, for the
This is like a starship.
countdown. At the end of this countdown, the official deconstruction begins. Right, Jay? Okay, all right, and we're gonna have the ceremonial ball drop. Brace yourself. Let's see. That's a good frame. Let's get in here. Okay.
Oh,
And now we also
lost it.
Where's the other one?
No, if we lost it or she did.
I have.
10, 8. What do you think comes next? 8.
It's hard to do a selfie like this.
The kids count.
7 3/4.
7, 6.
6 and 7/8.
5, here we go, slow. Time has stopped. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
2, there we go.
1.
Yay.
Just like Times Square on New Year's Eve.
That's weird. Do we get any more info or are we on our own now? She's saying things and we have to interpret what she's saying.
Looks like she was praying.
Yeah, she might be.
You're messed up.
Can you not hear?
No?
yeah,
We could just do Mystery Science Theater.
It's kind of fun.
Oh, I love Mystery Science Theater.
And you guys are in the perfect setting for it up there, so. She's got something.
I haven't seen that in years. Is it even on TV anymore?
She has a clock made out of kazoos. That's awesome.
And maybe daddy got kazoos join me. The deconstruction.
One Christmas I gave my nieces kazoos.
Okay. Now.
Did you ever do that again?
You're not running to go make your projects. Right?
No. No, we tortured my sister in other ways. But
How are you here?
I remember that one.
What is run by the teams. And how many teams are there? Well, we had 58 teams signed.
Wow.
Oh, that's good.
Interesting.
Oh, so you are sure.
And all weekend. We have also an Instagram, and for all of our participants, they're using hashtag Deconstruction2020. Did you see the team page, Jay? Oh, we did a little flash to the team page. So on our website, you can find all of the teams that are participating from all over the world. 11 countries. Jay.
Wow, that's cool.
That's a lot of countries. There's, let's see, I'm looking at my hot list. There's Brazil, Germany, Guatemala, Belgium, Canada, United Kingdom, Spain, Colombia, hello, Japan, Antarctica.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow, that's kind of neat.
Promise. I think
How are they comparing to Antarctica?
Pass the
11
snowball.
countries. I wish I could all of those languages, but we are so excited to talk to you in all of them, the internet languages. So you'll be meeting some of those teams this weekend. We're going to have a few of the participants doing live check-ins on our show. And then they're all kind of living on the internet as well on a chat.
Gone again.
Yep.
Yes.
Is she going slow on your view, Steve, or is it just transmitting slow on ours?
Might be transmitting slow on yours.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just streaming on my computer. Yeah. Synchronized with yours.
Students.
It says from Chris to everyone on the bottom.
Oh, I was just putting the link to that YouTube video.
Okay.
Beautiful website. Shout out to Ryan. Beautiful website. And Jess. So I mentioned that it's me and Jay in the studio, but we have a team across the country working behind the scene. We have Baltimore, Oakland, Minnesota, and Los Angeles. So they are all, you'll meet them all in different ways this weekend. So thank you all.
They have TV in Minnesota?
Let's take a cruise over to visit dancers.
I thought they just had snow, no more.
And they are so far the biggest team. That means the team with the most participants.
Well, those are the awards.
Measure of joy or enthusiasm. Although they'd be a strong contender for it. This is a group based in Baltimore, and I'm just looking at my notes. So it's a group based in Baltimore. They describe themselves as creative artists. So that's cool. I can't wait to see what you come up with. They're neighbors, friends, collaborators, music listeners, tool librarians, makers, community builders. This is a beautiful deconstruction makeup. We love this. One of the things about
those guys from today.
Distance is it's a pretty bold thing.
That's
Like none other. And
Yeah.
One of our teams is
Oh, she did? Did one on?
Artisanal Enterprise will be joining us this weekend. Artist now is being very bold. Oliver's here.
It was doing pretty good there. I'm losing her again.
Yeah.
We're excited for the
Oh, this
challenge.
is the entertainment, so we get some entertainment too.
Stop it.
I can see.
You can see on the website.
I can see him.
It disappeared again.
A little up close and personal with
Hi.
Isn't a new face. John
Oliver's had to say hi.
Several times in many different capacities. So
Where'd Marissa go?
and see what he's got planned.
Oh, I went off so she could see the darn thing.
John Gleason's in Georgia.
I'm here. I'm just not talking.
Hi, John. Welcome to the Deconstruction 2020.
Oh, Steve. Is it great? Good to see you. Glad to be here.
It's great to have you on. You're not only participating in this year's Deconstruction, you actually have quite the history with Deconstruction.
Yeah,
a little bit of deconstruction pedigree, I guess.
Absolutely. We wanted to bring you on this first segment because of that. Because for a lot of people, it will be their brand new first deconstruction. It's always great to bring a familiar face back because the deconstruction does create a bit of a community. And we love people coming back for more. So we wanted to kind of like tease up your past experience. Like what was your first introduction to the deconstruction?
Well, the first one was obviously the first deconstruction, but I was teaching at a high school here in Atlanta, in Metro Atlanta, and it just kind of landed another teacher, Kristen Jackson, really great teacher. She came down to my room and said, "Hey, I heard about this thing. You want to do this?" I said, "Oh, okay, sure." And so I think it was about a week. We had maybe less to organize it, and we did a lock-in at the school, and we brought in all manner of things, lawnmowers, and I was a three-dimensional art teacher, a sculpture teacher, and ceramics teacher, and so I had a lot of junk. And but we brought in a bunch more, and turned a whole bunch of art kids and engineering kids and just interested kids loose on all those materials, and we had a really great time, and we did pretty well that year.
Is that the year you won?
Yeah, that was the year we won. And then of course the second year, the second time we did it, we were asked to
Bless you.
Production, and we did the Rube Goldberg.
That's where that came from.
On the ground. So yeah, in 2016, your school was a part of a nationwide Rube Goldberg, where each device set off another project and another project from California to Arizona to Georgia to Detroit to Michigan and then back. It was really a beautiful
beautiful experience.
Yeah, that was a real honor for me and for the kids too. And I didn't have any of the kids from the first one returning, but it was great to work with a whole new crowd and getting them involved, and that was really special.
And now, so this is your third tour. Things are really different this go around. Tell us how you're participating this year.
Well, my life has changed quite a bit. I got out of public education, so I hung that up. I did that for 9 years, and it was very satisfying.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah, well, I appreciate that. But it was time. It was time for me to do some other things for me. And so I know that that I'm meant to be a teacher, and so I'm still doing it. I'm teaching in continuing education. I'm teaching ceramics and sculpture still at a couple art centers here in Atlanta. One is the Squirrel Art Center, and the other is a little one in my neighborhood called Tucker Ray. And we have Rick Potter there. But that's what I'm doing. And the other piece of my occupation has been, well, I need to develop a body of work to sell. And because I really think that in addition to teaching, I'm meant to be an artist. So with that in mind, I thought, wow, it popped up, and this is a really amazing opportunity for me to do it myself. And I was always kind of a little jealous of the kids.
Somebody there can balance it on their head. Wait a minute.
Oh, Steve.
Good to see you. It's great to have you on. You're not only participating in this year's deconstruction, you actually have quite the history with deconstruction.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of deconstruction pedigree, I guess.
Absolutely. We wanted to bring you on this first segment because of that. Because for a lot of people, it will be their brand new first deconstruction. It's always great to bring a familiar face back because the deconstruction does create a bit of a community, and we love people coming back for more. So we wanted to kind of like tease up your past experience. Like, what was your first introduction to the deconstruction?
Well, the first one was obviously the first deconstruction, but I was teaching at a high school here in Atlanta, in Metro Atlanta, and it just kind of landed another teacher, Kristen Jackson, really great teacher. She came down to my room and said, "Hey, I heard about this thing. You want to do this?" I said, "Oh, okay, sure." And so I think it was about a week. We had maybe less to organize it, and we did a lock-in at the school, and we brought in all manner of things, lawnmowers, and I was a three-dimensional art teacher, a sculpture teacher, and ceramics teacher, and so I had a lot of junk. And but we brought in a bunch more, and turned a whole bunch of art kids and engineering kids and just interested kids loose on all those materials, and we had a really great time, and we did pretty well that year.
Is that the year you won?
Yeah, that was the year we won. And then of course the second year, the second time we did it, we were asked to production, and we did the Rube Goldberg.
That's where it came from. Common ground. So yeah, in 2016, your school was a part of a nationwide Rube Goldberg, where each device set off another project and another project from California to Arizona to Georgia to Detroit to Michigan and then back. It was really a beautiful experience.
Yeah, that was a real honor for me and for the kids too. And I didn't have any of the kids from the first one returning, but it was great to work with a whole new crowd and getting them involved, and that was really special.
And now, so this is your third tour. Things are really different this go around. Tell us how you're participating this year.
Well, my life has changed quite a bit. I got out of public education, so I hung that up. I did that for 9 years, and it was very satisfying.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Oh, yeah, well, I appreciate that. But it was time. It was time for me to do some other things for me. And so I know that that I'm meant to be a teacher, and so I'm still doing it. I'm teaching in continuing education. I'm teaching ceramics and sculpture still at a couple art centers here in Atlanta. One is the Squirrel Art Center, and the other is a little one in my neighborhood called Tucker Ray. And we have Tucker Ray Potter there. But that's what I'm doing. And the other piece of my occupation has been, well, I need to develop a body of work to sell. And because I really think that in addition to teaching, I'm meant to be an artist. So with that in mind, I thought, wow, it popped up, and this is a really amazing opportunity for me to do it myself. And I was always kind of a little jealous of the kids when they got to have all the fun. I was doing giving all the direction, and then I really, really wanted to be in there making. So, but you know, you don't want to. It was about them. I didn't want to hijack the project.
That's right.
So anyway,
Well, now the tables have turned a little. That's right. Yeah. So with the framework of now you having your own studio and the pilot of it, can you give us a peek? You don't have to give us a full reveal, but do you want to give us a peek at how you're going to deconstruct this year?
Yeah, well, you can see some stuff in the back there.
Yes, I do.
I've got a big concept wall going up there. And
we got toilet paper.
I thought about the idea when I was teaching. I was facilitating, so I was and while the kids had ideas, I was helping them to accomplish their ideas. So now I reached out to them as many as I could, and I just first it was so reached out and said, "Hey, look, I want you to direct this now. I want you to give me information, and I'm going to take all of your information, and we're going to kind of synthesize all that and jam it together, and I'm going to make a piece based on their ideas." So I've got 19 people that have given me information, and I'm concepting that stuff back there and trying to figure out how to get these 19 different approaches to look intentional and have some type of continuity. And I'll be working in ceramic media.
And that's a deconstruction. It sounds like you're maybe off to the races before the clock the clock has started. So yes,
just the
right
concept.
Yeah,
I haven't made anything. I had to get my ideas.
That is really exciting. Well, I love that you're still collaborating with the community, and we can't wait to see what you create.
Well, thank you. I'm excited to create it. So there's a little stress associated with it, you know, especially with this media because it's a plastic media. And I went out today and got a few things that I hope will help me pull it all off. And the studio is pretty developed here. I've been working at that for quite some time, so hopefully it's all gonna go well. We're gonna hit a home run.
I like the pep talk. Speaking of pep talk, what advice would you have for these new participants?
You know, for me, when I was coaching, I think the most important part is listening. Really, and not just, you know, words flying by and you're hearing. I'm really listening to who you're collaborating with. I'm trying to figure out what they're really what information they're trying to communicate. Because, you know, when I had all the kids, a lot of engineering kids really they would want to take over because technically they knew what they were doing. But when it came to the artistic piece, that communication, there was a whole other type of person that was. There were clashes with those. So when I was coaching, I just always made sure. I think it's pretty good. Pretty good advice. It's helped me. I've learned from them and really all my students.
One of the most rewarding parts of the process. We're so excited to have you a part of the team. Yeah, we can't wait to see what happens 48 hours from now.
Yeah, me too. Well, I'm super excited about that when I came across it. It's great to be back, and I appreciate y'all. And we'll do it.
We'll have you. Doors. And have a great day. We'll see you soon.
That sounds great. Take care.
John is such a joy to talk to. We can't wait to talk to more teams this weekend.
We got to abandon, guys.
Teams
Keep us posted.
All right.
Distance. Although
Okay, come on, baby.
but exquisite distance is with us as one of our largest teams. So, stay tuned as we meet more and more teams all weekend. One of the great things about Deconstruction is the community that's happening offline all weekend. So they're all chatting with each other on Discord and working in different groups and getting to know each other and really kind of closing that distance. Oh, hey, buddy. Oh, hey, everyone. I forgot to introduce my little friend here. Yeah, this is Birdie Bye. They wanted to be on the show because we love birds. You'll see little Easter eggs of birds all weekend. So, yeah. Yeah, we embrace the bird. Yeah, put a bird on it. For those of you really, should we keep going? Okay. One of the things we have in store this weekend is a lot of great entertainment and talks. We have G-Love. We have DJ. Help me out with all my performers. DJ Hourglass, and then on Saturday there's going to be a lot of other guys, including Destroy, G-Love, Super Tall Paul, Vanessa from the Ugly Project is joining us for a talk. So you want to come back in here to the YouTube channel or to deconstruction.org, and we'll have some conversations. One of the conversations that we did earlier this week was with someone that has created a very deconstruction-like project that wasn't associated with deconstruction. His name is Taylor Morton. He's in Bend, Oregon, and he had this idea. Well, he's going to explain it to you, but basically, in a week's time, he and a bunch of other people all over the world recreated the film Back to the Future 2. So we chatted with Taylor, and let's check in with him now.
Hi, Taylor. This is Dana Merwin calling from the Deconstruction. It's so great to see you and meet you.
Hi, Dana. Thanks so much for having me. This is fun.
When I first saw your project, it changed me on the internet. Just a friend who had just posted the link on Facebook, and there's so much being posted these days, and this just leapt off the screen. I couldn't believe that this had happened, and it seemed that it happened just kind of like quietly and quickly, and it's such a massive project. For anyone who hasn't had a chance to see the project, can you describe Project 88, Back to the Future 2?
Sure, yeah. Well, it started because I, like so many others, was self-quarantining and staying at home. And as a filmmaker, I talked to all of my other filmmaker friends fairly often. And we were trying to come up with a way that we could collaborate on a bigger project while staying socially distanced or physically distanced. And I had heard about 10 years ago, someone had done
At a rubble helmet.
Star Wars. So the fan recreation, very DIY, using whatever people have to recreate it scene by scene. And
There he goes.
So something like that. But at the time, quarantine was going to last, maybe a few weeks. So we don't have 6 months. I don't know if I know 200 people. So what we did is I took the movie Back to the Future Part 2, put it into 88 scenes, and we asked people to recreate those scenes using only what they had access to. Within a couple of weeks, I had the entire movie Part 2 recreated by the fans for no budget, without leaving their house. And
That's a pretty cool idea.
On YouTube, and
The rest is history.
yeah, it's out there.
It's such an undertaking, and to hear you kind of break it down like that, I feel like really, well, it's in thing with deconstruction. The idea for this project is very similar, and even our build up and startup for this weekend has been similar, which is like give a short timeline, let's just do it and grab what we have. When you were trying to choose which film address the many things that you love behind you. Why Back to the Future? I mean, yeah, you mentioned Star Wars, and clearly that had been done. But was there something about Back to the Future that can resonate with this moment?
Back to the Future after Star Wars is my favorite set of movies. And the second one was always my favorite because it has so much to it, right? It's got the past, it's got the future, it's got
hoverboards,
2 different 1985s, it's got hoverboards. It seemed to me to be an obvious choice, and I honestly didn't put any more thought into it than this would be fun. After getting off the phone with my friend and having the idea in my head, I think it was 2 hours before I had the website.
We've got the Millennium Falcon up there.
So I didn't sit down and like weigh the pros and cons of doing Wayne's World or the
Wayne's World 2.
Wayne's World 2. Right.
No.
Right. But a lot of people ask why Back to the Future 2 and not 1, and that's hoverboards. That's the obvious reason.
Of course, I agree. I think you speak to a lot of things that creators often get caught up on when they're trying to either do projects for themselves, which are deadlines and constraints and expectations. And so I think that just hearing these elements of a project that seems so massive and so well constructed are really inspiring to hear. And that's kind of what I wanted to hear about your background as a filmmaker, and how did those skills lend themselves to coordinating such a ginormous project?
I came into filmmaking through music. I've bands all my life, and started out making music videos, and that led to music videos for other bands, and then I got in that band was this company that needs a commercial, and then blah blah blah. And my first 2 feature documentary films were music documentaries. I come at it from the world of music, and specifically the world of punk rock music and DIY work ethic of like, oh, we want t-shirts, we're gonna have to learn how to print t-shirts, and CDs, I guess I'm gonna get a CD burner and we're gonna print the covers and fold them and put them together and sell them out of the trunk of our car. And that has carried over into filmmaking for me. I sell DVDs out of my garage. That mindset is sort of why I thought this would be possible. When I went into it going, well, if you can't figure out how to get a hoverboard, you can just make one out of whatever, and that's going to be fine. And if I have to edit, 88 different clips that for some reason came in 88 different video formats, then I will. And there was a huge range. We had professional filmmakers and animators submitting beautiful scenes that were finished and ready to go. And then we had...
I got an idea. I have an idea.
Motion Lego animation, and it came to me as a series of JPEG images.
The whole thing.
Doing this in his case.
On top of the editing,
They did a
lot of kind of like an understory filmmaking is the stuff that's done in dark rooms.
But
in addition to editing, like sound design.
so you do like
how long was your post?
the first page, and then I do the second page, and Terry do the third page. Then they just paste
Yeah,
it
we
over
could
there.
definitely script it more. Good idea, Pam.
Score.
That's what I was wondering about. Did you end up scoring to tie everything together? So that's all you when we're hearing some of the music.
That's how he did it.
Some of the time. I think I scored 7 or 8 of them, including my own. A lot of people did their own music. A few people used the original soundtrack music.
Have you related to any of the Back to the Future films?
Fett too.
Yeah.
Boba Fett right there.
Managed to get 2 of the original actors to be in his scene as cameos.
I want to see the rest of his room.
35 years.
Yes.
Got some really cool stuff in there.
Oh yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So they were on board, and they've been, helping us share it.
That's recorded or we requested.
Robert Zemeckis movie, and he sent it to Robert, who sent a simple message back that said, "Very cool." So he's
Amazing. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, Robert Zemeckis is the director of the original film. Could you ever imagine, that was actually my next question for you, like what's been a surprising outcome of this? I mean, your intentions is, were very clear and the constraints and the elements, but what's
hell was that?
What is it? I think within the first day of people signing up,
I don't know.
friends of friends, and it was, we had like 20, 30 teams signed up, and I thought, this is going to be great. All these people are super
A
great.
lot of figurines.
The next day, we started seeing people from Mexico and Europe and Australia and all these places.
He does, doesn't he?
People, and it turns out it was shared in some Back to the Future fan group. That part of it, the global, people coming together and working on something, and like the community aspect in our little Facebook group that's only for people who worked on it, really, is just great. And then once it came out, the press was kind of astronomical. It's in all these, newspapers and blogs in all these languages that I don't speak. So I'm reading Google Translate write-ups of the project, and I think there's some quotes that I gave early on that I put up on the website about why we did it and what the purpose was. And I've seen those quotes translated into so many languages and then back into English. It makes no sense, but it's been fun.
Do you think you would have any advice for other filmmakers or artists or any makers out there if they want to attempt?
Don't try to.
I wonder if you could just stop motion.
Yes. To help organize it so that it's not overwhelming.
Right. Well, it turned out amazingly, and I was so thrilled to come by it. And it was just, it's one of those Easter eggs that during this time has just really blown me away, and I've been so excited to share it with friends. So I think we're all wondering, how do you follow up this?
I was actually, a lot of people ask if we're going to do Back to the Future Part 3, and I'm more than happy to watch someone else do Back to the Future Part 3, and I'll even do a scene from it, but I'm not eager to another one of these anytime soon. And actually, I have a feature film, a documentary that I've been working on for 3 years that was supposed to premiere next week, and it is not. A lot of things have been delayed, and that's fine. I consider myself lucky that that's the worst of it for me is delaying this project. That is a feature documentary about the last blockbuster video in the world, which is here in Bend, Oregon.
Do that.
Which is still open, even right now.
It's an essential service.
They're doing curbside pickup, and you can still get a copy of Wayne's World 2 on DVD. So I'm in post on that. We're actually recording color grading and sound mixing, and music licensing, and things like that have been kind of stretched out now that we're delayed for our premiere. But that's the next big thing, hopefully.
Congratulations! I can't wait to see that. I mean, I have so many fond memories of my blockbuster days. So that's exciting. Congratulations. Well, it's been really wonderful to hear your process, and thank you for sharing the story behind a really epic, wonderful collaborative project. And I can't wait to hopefully one day meet you in the real world.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you so much for having me on this internet talk.
Thanks, Taylor. Have a great day.
You too.
That was a really great internet. We were really happy.
Hi.
We had quite a few of those this weekend that we're really excited about. All the talk shows were our internet talks. We're all at home. That's right. It was here first. Well, it's not a competition, right? That's actually one of the main mantras of the deconstruction is that it's an uncompetition. But this year, we're going to spice it up a little, right? There are multiple categories that the participants will find out more in their playbook. There'll be a family category, a student category. More can be, we'll talk about more of that in our Zoom chat that we're having with the participants later this evening. You can find all of that in the Discord channel. So we would reiterate the prizes. The jurors and the judges of the competition are the teams and the participants. So you will choose the awards for your fellow participants.
And the outcomes of those, we are going to make a donation choice towards a COVID-19 related relief organization. So we look forward to meeting you later in the Zoom. Right now, we want to remind everyone that you can come back here, this channel, tomorrow, Saturday, at 5 o'clock Eastern and 10 o'clock Eastern. We have 2 show times for you. We've got some amazing talks, some amazing performers. I can't wait to see them and share them with you. And watch out, teams, we've got your number. So I can't wait to also chat with y'all, and let's do it. Let's deconstruct distance together, right? Okay. We are going to say goodnight and see you in the Zoom chat, everybody.
Apparently there's a Zoom chat. Okay, another one.
You should have thrown it at the camera.
Yeah. I don't know where Steve went. He probably went to eat dinner and left me alone in here, and we have to watch his screen until he turns it off.
Right now or later on?
I don't know. I don't. I'm gonna go check Discord and see what time that was supposed to be. I didn't I missed that somewhere.
So they have a double feature tomorrow, huh?
Yeah.
So our theme is going to be toilet paper.
Well, we can give it a storyline, but yeah. A friend in need. How about a friend in need?
You know what we should do? We should do like the claymation stop action. Okay? And have the toilet paper actually replenish itself on the toilet paper roll.
So it looks like this?
The heck is that?
We can draw little faces.
I honestly don't know where my roommates found this, but we got 2 of them.
Okay, we got to start with that. We got to start with that one, Chris.
Not sure it.
Or end with it. Yeah.
The one that's empty.
You guys are set.
We're all coming to Chris's house.
Honestly, that's serious. If any of our actually low, we have a lot.
Yeah, I see that.
You need to have a wall of toilet paper behind you and just prove that you're not going to get the toilet paper after taking someone else.
We don't have quite that much, but we have a lot.
I don't see any mention of the Zoom meeting for the group. Trying to find out.
Any kind of stuff.
Are you being pestered by a cat?
Yeah.
Aww. Let's get meat.
Yeah.
I don't see it in the team update. I didn't notice it was it in the handbook thing?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Let me ask on here while I'm there.
I mean, until a Zoom meeting, except for the one you were on.
Just asking.
Okay, we got a visitor.
Oh.
Oh. You want to see your body on there?
It's pet video time. Oh, I like the legs. That's.
Yeah, nobody will let me do that.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, what?
There we go. All right.
Well, there you go.
He's like, he's all freaked out by the voices. He's like, I don't get it. There they all are, but I don't understand. He's leaving. He's like, ah! I don't understand at all. I hear all these voices, but I don't see the people, and I can't smell them. I don't know what's wrong.
I have a frog. That's what I got.
Okay. I just put a question in. I'll just let everybody know when I hear back. What is that?
The frog.
The frog.
And who have you got?
Prince Charming.
Oh, Prince Charming's adorable. Who did you have? Rosalind, where'd you go? She had something.
She's trying to find a cat. She feels left out.
Oh. You can have one of ours.
There you go, me.
You're supposed to bring out like Krabby or something, Larche.
I was holding back. Like, I have so much crap.
Oh, I like that. That's adorable.
Aw.
I like
I've
that.
got uncut Krabby.
There's a Krabby.
There's
There's an
Krabby.
uncut Krabby.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, here's my bag of stuff. Here's an updated version.
Oh, you got a new one?
This is the updated version, guys.
Oh, so
Aw,
Krabby should have
that's neat.
Krabby should have a role in this. Krabby should definitely do something.
It should. Marissa,
Oh.
Oh, that's awesome.
I can't post it anywhere because I don't have license, but
Details.
That is awesome.
That's cool.
That is cool.
That is
Great.
awesome.
All right, so we can talk a little bit more on email or whatever and go back and forth on things. Do y'all want to have a chat in the morning at some time?
Yeah.
While we think everything over. We can do it on Google. We can do it on Google Hangout instead.
Yeah. And let us ruminate on it for the evening.
Yeah. If I find out what time the participant Zoom thing is, I'll let everybody know. I don't think we all have to be on it. I think it's just basic, rules and what time. What they've done before is they give you like assigned times for interviews, and we can figure out how to handle that as a group. And
I like Pam's idea with having a script while we're doing the toilet paper, so that it's something more to more of a storyline, I guess.
Yep. All right. And I think what was the fellow who did the Star Wars thing doing? He's like he gave everybody or was it the teacher? One of them gave everybody a portion of the script.
Mm-hmm.
That was Star Wars kid.
Yeah. So maybe we want to start out with the end in mind.
We gotta choose a film from like that has the apocalypse going on.
A zombie thing or something. So did you know? I meant to tell you guys, Sheena and Rosalind. There's actually a project like that going on right now. That's the world's biggest zombie film, and it's being done by filmmakers. That's a good look there, Rosalind. That would work for the film. So it's the world's biggest zombie film, and they're giving portions of a script to different school groups, and it's a K-12 project. And at the end, it's going on for like a few weeks. And at the end, they're going to string it all together as a single movie. I love that. So I'll send you the link to it. It looked really cool. But that was a good idea. But yeah, let's play around with some ideas. If anybody wants to take the lead on story writing, let me know and take it away. So, all right.
Pam has ideas.
I know everybody does it. I know what we should do, and then everybody gets quiet.
Brainstorm.
All right.
Honestly, I was hoping this would be an excuse to make like a toilet paper cannon or something, but
you could do a toilet paper cannon in your part of the story.
Yeah. It's like just shoot it straight to the side and someone will just like catch it.
And then as Marissa goes flying over. And then she does
No, I'll have Jude there and Jude just goes
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be awesome. All right, so let's kick around a little bit. I might just string together a basic narrative and then you guys can do it. So how many of us are there? There's gonna be 9 of us?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have 9 scenes in our little play.
Mm-hmm.
They're very short scenes, but we'll come up with a storyline on that. All right. Who wants to be the recipient at the end of the line?
Of the empty tube.
Of the empty tube or the square or something.
The final.
Doesn't matter.
Like with no toilet paper on it.
No toilet paper.
Would you like to have that honor, Chris? With your giant roll? Or do you want to start it off? Actually, it'd be cool if Chris takes it, throws the tube aside, and then pulls out that giant roll.
Funny.
Reload it.
or you just make a loop where the last person actually tosses it and it actually just goes in the right direction to where if you loop it back to the beginning of the video,
Oh, it's the infinite roll of toilet paper.
Ooh.
It just becomes a loop then.
Oh,
Like that.
all right, I'll throw out a couple little varying storylines, and you all can tweak it between now and tomorrow morning. Like 11 o'clock, okay, for a call?
Yeah, should be fine.
Is there a link for the thing that she was talking about?
They still haven't said anything, so I don't know unless they sent something on email.
Okay.
Yeah, check and see if I do have some other things I have to get done this week.
That's fine.
I do it between that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll check it out. If I find anything out, I'll let you know. Being it's California time, they'll probably be at 9 or something. So, All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys. That was fun.
Thank you. Are you going to send us the Google link?
Yeah. Well, I'll send that out in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Our Gulf Coast Maker and Comic-Con 2018 coverage is proudly powered by Amazon Prime. Find out all of the included benefits and get a 30-day free trial by going to plugkitslive.com/prime and by audiobooks.com. Get a 30-day trial and a free audiobook to keep by going to audiobooks.com and using promo code TRY70.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
I'm Deborah Gibson, and I'm the owner of All About the Stitches. I'm from Clearwater.
Very cool. And so, what is it that you do? You've got all kinds of interesting stuff here in front of
What
me.
is All About the Stitches?
It's all about any kind of stitch.
Okay.
I crochet, I knit, embroidery, cross stitch, and a little bit of sewing, as some of those are sewn on. So anything. I'm trying to incorporate some macrame and dream catchers.
Oh, okay. So basically, you're just making whatever you want.
I make a lot of Afghans,
Okay.
a lot of purses, a lot of hats, dishcloths, scrubbies, rugs, baskets. So pretty much whatever suits my fancy sometimes.
Oh.
Interesting. So, how did you get into this?
I was probably about 14.
Oh,
my mom and grandma taught me pretty much all I know, and then go from there.
Whoa.
So I've been doing it over 50 years.
Okay.
Wow. And you still love it?
I still love it. Yeah.
Still love it.
Yeah.
Well, that in and of itself is impressive.
Yeah, I used to make my kids clothes,
Okay.
So a lot of Christmas presents, a lot of birthday presents.
At what point did it go from just something you were doing to something you were doing for others?
It started, I would say, probably a good 7 years ago.
Okay.
My kids said, "Mom, you need to sell your stuff. You need to get a business and sell your stuff, and let people know what you can do."
How's that going?
It's actually very good.
That's great.
It's very
Wow,
good.
I'm glad.
I'm getting a lot of some repeat business, new business, but I'm getting a lot of they want to teach classes. A lot of people, the older seniors or your teenagers want to learn how to crochet. So I'm hoping to get some classes together. And I do repairs. So a lot of grandma's Afghans are getting a little worn, and
Sure.
they want to keep them. So I repair them.
Interesting.
Wow. So what did you bring for us today?
Well,
Like-
because of Easter.
Oh,
so
I see the ears.
Making some Easter hats for little girls.
Okay.
And this is my new section, recycling bras to make purses. And
Interesting.
Okay.
Use these as pockets.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's do one at a time, and we'll show
I love the hat.
we'll show the audience. I adore this hat. I love the egg here on the side, and the little bunny, and the ears in the back.
There's flowers. Oh.
Oh.
man.
Yeah, I didn't notice the flowers there on the back. That's
It's cute.
it was positioned such that I didn't see them. I love that. And then this you've got here, right?
Yes.
You've probably got a better angle at it than I do.
Here, I can move it back. Yeah.
I was probably too close. So,
Oh.
where does your inspiration to do something new come from?
Mainly family, a lot of friends. I belong to Clearwater Craft Guild.
Oh.
Okay.
And there's a few members here today. But a lot of friends and family will just send me pictures.
Interesting.
What about this? Post it on Facebook. And or I'll see something. But I had a real good thought from a different vendor a couple months ago that I had made something, baskets, and he stepped over and said, "Why don't you put these together and make steampunk hats?" And I went, "Okay, got it. So that's what I'm going to do." Okay.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So I started off making some top hats and decorating them.
Okay.
Nice.
Interesting. So, how much time would you say you dedicate to this?
Mornings and at night.
Okay.
So about 3 hours in the morning, and I would say 4 hours at night.
Okay.
Weekends. So this particular hat took about 10 hours.
Wow.
Along with probably that too,
Okay.
about 10 hours. Afghans will take me about 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
And
Sure.
So it's depending on what I do.
Okay.
Fair enough. I
Wow. I'm just looking at this. This is like really cute for me. I'm like, I just want to stare at this little bunny.
as soon as I saw it, I saw you.
Yeah.
So I have a collectible on my shelf that is a crocheted piece from a video game.
Cool.
And so I know the artist well, and I know what went into it. And so, yeah, I can totally understand looking at this. 10 hours? All right, you've even got some speed to you.
It takes 8 hours to actually make the body of the hat, and then encompassing how you're going to decorate it takes up the 2 hours at least.
Well, that's
It is pretty
it's
awesome.
so cute.
It is, right? Like, you're getting distracted. I have to stop looking at it.
Okay, we'll turn it around.
Oh. So how do people find out like more about your business? Do you have your own website or?
I have a website. I have a Facebook store. I have Twitter and Etsy, eBay. I'm trying to get on Amazon, so I'm out there.
Getting on Amazon nowadays is more complex than it used to be.
It's It's easy, except you have to retake all your pictures because they want a white background. So you have to redo all your pictures. That's the only
real
difficulty.
Okay. Well, then it's gotten easier again.
Well, they set up what's
Because
called...
it was super complex for a while. It was
Yeah.
easy and then super complex, and
Well,
maybe
they
that
set up
complexity
what's
is coming
called
back.
Amazon Handmade.
Yes.
Strictly for handmade, situation. So.
Well, that's good.
But
They-
I'm out there.
They saw a way to compete against Etsy.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense. So, if we were on one of these platforms, what would I search for to find your stuff?
Search for All About the Stitches.
Okay.
I'm on Instagram too, so there's your little hashtags and all that good stuff.
I live on that. Yep.
So pretty much I try and incorporate that when I'm on Facebook on my store.
Okay.
I'll put in all the hashtags, whatever people can find me. So
Sure. So, do you sell mainly online or more in person? What has been
it's a combination.
pretty even back and forth?
Yeah. I have more face-to-face because I'm in shows probably from September through April.
Okay.
So I have at least 1 to 3 shows a month.
Okay. How do you like the shows versus like someone just ordering offline?
Shows are good because you meet so many people.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you get the conversations that are really incredible. I used to crochet. My grandma, I have tons of grandmas crochet, Afghans. I want to learn. Do you do this? It's interesting to meet the people and listen to their stories. And other crocheters or knitters.
Sure.
They're coming in going, I'm stuck on this kind of stitch. Can you help me, figure it out? Or I'm not quite sure how to do this, or how much do you charge? Things like that. So we help one another.
You did mention that you were in a guild, right?
Correct. Yeah. We meet once a month from January. Let's see. We take off a couple months because of the shows.
Yeah.
So we take off a couple months.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because sometimes this takes up the majority of your
It
off
does.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
fair enough.
making things for the shows, yeah.
Yeah. You got to crochet all summer long. And grow your inventory.
So that you've got something to sell when you get here.
Yeah,
fair enough.
So,
what kind of shows do best for you?
I tend to stay away from festivals.
Okay.
Only because, it gets a lot of traffic. Festivals get a lot of traffic, but they're there to either drink or eat.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And you provide neither of those services?
Neither one of them. They do bring in a lot of lookers, and conversationalists, but we look for mainly handmade craft shows is what we look for.
Okay. So this factors
Correct.
into that for you.
Yes.
How's the event been so far for you?
Very nice.
Good.
Very nice.
That's good to hear.
Yes, I have a lot of lookers.
Okay.
I have a lot of conversational pieces.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Is that oh, it is. Okay.
Can I ask, are these, do they sell well? That's what I want to know.
Yes. I posted, I actually last weekend, I finished about 10 of them in the weekend. I posted them and sold 2 of them as soon as I posted them. No. And it's like, wow, okay.
Wow. All right.
Oh,
Very cool.
awesome.
So it's good.
So this is a new fashion. People
Yeah,
have to be carrying
exactly.
this around.
And that's what
I want to
I'm,
see that.
I'm telling the women and the guys out there, it's like, come on, you want to start a trend in your neighborhood. You do. Come on.
Well, we definitely appreciate you taking the time to come talk to us today.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
And hopefully the rest of the day will continue to go well for
It
you.
will be nice, yes. Be a great weekend.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Our First Looks coverage is proudly powered by the Microsoft Store. Get your next laptop, tablet, Xbox, and more by going to firstlooks.tv/Microsoft.
First things first, if you're watching live, I want to apologize for the technical difficulties that we just experienced. As you know, we're kind of in a weird dual studio setup where none of our technology is quite the thing that we want to be using anywhere today. So I apologize for that weirdness. We're going to go, I say we go back to where the headphones cut out.
I think that's a great
I'm
idea.
going to bet you money that that's when everything went sideways on us.
Yes.
So what were we talking about at that point?
I believe we were talking about how we take parts from like the 2018 test out on the 18 car and apply it to the 19 car.
Okay, so let's go back and we'll start at we build a new car every year.
Yes.
And we'll start from there, and I think we'll be good.
So for every year we do build a new car.
Okay.
We base it off of the chassis possibly from the year before.
Okay.
If it was worked well. And we will take improvements on that. Weight reduction is a big one.
Okay, yeah.
Lowering the center of mass. That's another big one because you can take turns faster when you do that.
Yeah.
So.
And any other limitations that your previous car may have had for the new year.
So you take that kind of combined knowledge every year.
Yes.
And
yes.
You don't start over because you're keeping all that knowledge, but you start over.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
So we will have. By the end, I'd say by February, we should have 2 working cars. The 2018 car and the 2019 car.
Okay.
But the 2019 car is the one that we will bring to competitions. The 18 car is just what we test on.
How do the competitions look?
I have not currently yet been to a competition.
What year student are you?
I'm a first year.
First year, okay.
So I have not been to competitions yet, but from what I've heard, that you travel up in a truck in a car with a trailer.
Okay.
You have about, I think like 10 to 15 people all in the car together. You drive up, get to, we'll just go with Michigan, because Michigan seems to be like the biggest one.
Okay.
So you go there, you set up your car, you just set up camp there on the infield, and you have to go through like a statics test, which is you have a tilt test. So they put your car on a little tilt table, and they'll literally put the car onto its side to make sure that it won't roll over if it's sideways. Again, dealing with the center of mass.
Sure. Sure, of course.
So you have that event there. You have a whole business presentation. So you have to
okay.
Yes.
I wasn't prepared to hear you say that.
Oh, yes. This is it's a very, just like a Formula One race team.
Okay.
You have to put down every little piece you have, like, put into the car. That has to be recorded. You have to put in product orders to record everything.
So that sounds very similar to the engineering notebook that these students have to put together.
It is very similar.
Okay.
Because there's a bill of materials in the engineering notebook. Essentially what we always tell the students is the engineering notebook, if your trailer were to disconnect on the way to a competition and your robot were destroyed, could you use your book to rebuild it tomorrow?
That is a very good analogy to what like SAE has to do.
Okay.
So yeah,
that's awesome.
I mean, all the parts are there. And there's a huge presentation that a lot of the design leads present to that. Now that's a lot of people aren't too big on that thing because the car isn't driving. You don't hear the roar of the engine.
Mm-hmm.
So then you have the dynamic events. So there are 3 parts to that. You have the autocross, the acceleration, and the endurance.
Okay.
I was going to ask about exactly how we competed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So
So the endurance is probably kind of similar to like what the electrothon race is, where it's all about being able to go for as much time as possible.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I'm just going to start with the autocross because that's the first event that you do. The autocross has a lot of like tight chicanes and slaloms that it's a lot. If you don't know what that is,
So it's a driving race.
Yes, it's a very it's a driver's race. You have a lot of sharp turns, quick thinking skills. You really have to be like on your toes, paying attention to everything.
Okay.
So that tends to be like kind of like the qualifying sort of thing to determine like where you'll start in endurance.
Okay.
You also have the acceleration. I'm not quite sure what the distance is. It's something like I want to say 100 meters or 200 meters.
Okay.
Just from start all the way to the end, how fast can you get the car to go?
Okay, so
and
it's a
in how
drag
time.
race.
Yes, essentially.
Yeah.
Got it.
Then finally, the main event is the endurance. Now, this is a 22-mile course, I believe.
Oh.
Either 22 miles or 22 kilometers. Either way.
Either way, it's a long race.
It's a long race.
Got
it. It takes about 25 to 30 minutes to complete. Now,
okay.
This part is what separates the teams that really built their car well and the teams that built their car all right. Because to get there, you still have to build a car.
Sure.
Either way, it's an impressive feat.
Yeah.
But more than 50% of the cars in endurance
don't finish.
They do not finish.
Okay. So if they don't finish, what do they do? Do they overheat and stop? Do they not have enough fuel? What are the problems?
Biggest challenges is that midway through the endurance, you have to pull into the pits, turn the car off, do a driver change, start the car back up, and then go out again.
And that's where most of them.
Yes, most of the cars will not start.
Got it.
They won't
totally
start.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Yep. So you have that's one of the biggest challenges in the endurance event.
So I'm guessing that each of these events, you have time to prepare your car before. They don't just go back to back to back.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. You will have a good amount of time in between each event to get your car ready, make sure everything's all good.
Fill it up, you know.
Yeah, get the gas in the tank, figure out how much gas you want to put in the tank. Because for the endurance event, the weight of the fuel, at first it's a big thing because you're putting in like, I think maybe like a gallon, 2 gallons of fuel into the car. That can be 10 pounds, up to 10 pounds. I'm not sure quite the conversion, but But as the race goes on, your fuel level gets lower and lower.
Yeah.
Your weight of the car gets lower and lower. Therefore, you're able to brake harder, brake later, accelerate more quickly as you progress.
So you're dealing with this constant change in how the car drives as the thing goes on.
Yes, and especially since our car is only 476 pounds. 476 pounds.
Okay.
4 of us, we can all lift the car up.
Yeah.
No problem. So that 10-pound difference, 7-pound difference, that has a major effect on the way that the car drives.
What, 2.5%? Give or take?
Something sounds about
it's like 2.5% of the vehicle's weight. That's a huge change.
Huge change
to happen like in the middle of a thing.
Yep.
Is the endurance also a timed race where it's like if you finish first, you get like.
Yes. So if you do make it through,
like if there are 2 cars,
which
for
is
example,
a huge if.
That is
a huge.
But if,
yes,
for example, if there are 2 cars that are able to make it to the end, is it timed?
Yes,
based
it is
on
timed.
Okay.
So whoever has the fastest time with the least amount of penalty points,
they get most.
They will win. Because penalties, if you miss, say you hit a cone, that docks your points. You get seconds added to your time.
Another question of mine is: you said this was a 20-something mile endurance race.
Either kilometer or miles. Yes.
Okay. So who monitors throughout the entire course each car? So like if you hit a cone, who monitors you hit that cone?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah,
it's that
is a very good question.
It's a very long race.
I have not actually been to one of them yet, but in my experiences with actual autocrosses, you do have corner workers who will be looking out for that.
Okay.
So they'll see you. They have radios. If this car hit a cone. Hey, let's just
Number
go.
24.
Yeah, UCF just hit a cone.
Okay.
So they put that over the radio. Then they mark that down.
That makes sense.
Okay.
But the timing and the times is all electronic. So you will have very, very accurate times.
Yeah.
When is your first race?
First race is the very end of May.
Okay.
So you have enough time to prepare.
Yes.
Or at least,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, we're planning to have our design done, which is all done in SolidWorks, which is a CAD system.
Mm-hmm.
We're planning to have that all completed by the mid-November.
Okay.
So that way we can start building the car from December through February. Gives us about 3 months. I have vacations here and there just because you have Christmas coming around the corner and all that.
Yeah.
So once in New Year's, of course. So that'll give us 3 months to put everything together, to get all the parts milled using CNC machines.
Yeah.
3D printing some of the plastic parts that we do use. So once the car gets together, we'll have about 2 months of testing. And that's putting the car through the ringer.
Finding those places where the car doesn't come back on.
Exactly. So the trick is you want to fail in testing. That way you can succeed
on the track. Fair enough.
What is your field of study again?
I am a first-year student in mechanical engineering.
Okay, mechanical.
Yes.
Then
I didn't hear that earlier.
This whole thing kind of fits you like a glove, doesn't
Sounds
it?
awesome.
You have no idea.
Were you a part of FIRST before?
I actually
or you
was
only
not.
heard about FIRST?
In middle school, actually, I don't know if you know what bot ball is.
No.
Nobody knows what bot ball is. That was like the biggest thing when I was in middle school.
Okay.
But it's very similar to this.
People who are in the chat room, if you know what we're talking about, let us know.
Yeah, bot ball.
'Cause I'm very curious about this.
Yeah, so I did bot ball in 6th and 7th grade. It was very similar to the Lego League that they're doing down there right now. So it was that same sort of thing. So I did have a little bit of that knowledge, but when I walked in here today and I saw this,
whoa!
I
This is
was
your first time
blown
seeing
away.
it.
Oh, both ears are back on now.
This is your first time.
This is
seeing
my first
all
time
of
seeing
stuff.
all of this. Yes, and it is absolutely amazing seeing all the awesome projects that these kids are all putting together.
It's crazy, isn't
Well,
it? Really is.
They at least have something to look forward to. I mean, at least at the University of South Florida.
Yes, right.
There's so many different outlets for
Yeah.
robotic students to go into.
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
it's awesome
With-
hearing about this.
With USF Racing and the USF Electrothon team, and there's all kinds of stuff that
There's a lot of outlets for students
yeah.
to apply their knowledge from FIRST. So
At USF, if you want to learn about something, especially in the STEM field, robotics, cars, electrical stuff, you can do that. Like, there's no limitation on what you can learn.
That's
here.
awesome. So if our viewers want to find more about the racing at USF, where can they go and how can they?
So if you all want to know more about what we do here at racing at USF, you can search up USF Formula SAE. So you can just put F-SAE or USF Racing on Google or YouTube. You can see a bunch of our race videos that we have up there, pictures of our cars. You can also follow us on Instagram at USF Racing. That's going to be one of our main media outlets. So,
all right.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Thank
well,
you so
thanks
much
for coming and talking
thank
to
you.
us.
I really
and,
appreciate you having us on the show.
Absolutely.
Right.
Have a good rest of the event.
You too.
Our Gulf Coast Maker and Comic-Con 2018 coverage is proudly powered by Amazon Prime. Find out all of the included benefits and get a 30-day free trial by going to plughitslive.com/prime and by audiobooks.com. Get a 30-day trial and a free audiobook to keep by going to audiobooks.com and using promo code TRY70.
So we have our next guest on. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Tony Mecca. I've been a animator for about 15 years now. I just got done actually doing one of the talks here called How to Break into the Feature Film Industry. So yeah, I've worked at a lot of studios. Highlights were I worked on X-Men Days of Future Past, Snow White and the Huntsman, Hotel Transylvania with Gendy Tartakovsky. Worked on at Blue Sky, so on like Rio 2 and Epic. And then worked in games for 5 years before that, and I'm currently at EA on their brand new kind of cinematics division.
Okay.
Okay. I did hear about you. My sister couldn't stop little fangirling on the way here. So. Yep.
I believe that.
Yep.
I believe that. So, in addition to the talk, what brings you to the event?
Yeah, so I just think that's really cool. So we kind of moved to the Florida area because the feature film industry really has you moving around a lot. So I, 1 year we had to do our taxes in Connecticut, New York, Vancouver, LA, and Florida and Chicago. And it was like, okay, this is great. But that's kind of the life of a feature film animator. And then coming to
at least you don't have to do state income taxes here.
That's the thing. Yeah, we're like taxes are a lot easier, here. But we have family down here. So my wife grew up in St. Petersburg, and I love St. Petersburg. And I was just coming to do the talk and check out growing more things like this, getting a bigger presence in kind of this area. Because I think once Disney left here in the from Orlando, a lot of that kind of left a little bit in Florida, and then now it seems like it's kind of coming back, which is really cool. So it's exciting to see all this start to kind of come back, which is awesome.
Couple of schools in Orlando that are actually starting to churn out talent.
Totally, yeah.
Which neither of them early on
totally
did that, and now they're both starting to turn out some talent.
Yeah,
so it makes sense that there's some attention back to
which
the
is
area
great.
again.
And then I spent 2 years at Magic Leap at Fort Lauderdale. So they're the new kind of mixed reality company. So doing a lot with them, partnering with Imagineering and ILM X Labs and Lucasfilm. They're partners with Weta as well, Peter Jackson's company that does The Hobbit and King Kong and all that. So worked a lot with them as well, kind of seeing what it's going to be like in 15 years, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So kind of just seeing what that tech is, evolving. And in about 15, 20 years, nobody's going to have a cell phone anymore. It's going to be, so because the tech that's being developed right now behind closed doors is at least 10 to 15 years ahead of like an Oculus or a Vive.
Oh, yeah.
Like I put on an Oculus or a Vive and I'm like, this is so low res and so like archaic. There's a lot happening in the entertainment industry that is going to revolutionize a lot of stuff pretty soon, and there's a lot of money going into it too, which is really exciting. Things are going to change pretty soon.
So why is it you have such a focus on the future? So like you're doing a talk, and you seem really passionate about it, but like where does that come from?
I think it's just I was blessed to be able to work in so many different things. A lot of artists and animators, either just kind of get to work in games or just feature film, and then even in feature film, a lot of animators just essentially sometimes get pigeonholed in either working on like special effects type of films, like the Lord of the Rings, the Star Wars, things like that. Then you have the other set, which just works, like the Disney, Pixar, where it's the full CG animation, and they're splitting very much into two different disciplines right now. So I actually have different demo reels and stuff for if I'm going to VFX or if I'm going to full CG animation. And what's happening with this kind of new wave of technology is they're looking to get like what is the next generation of movies, like what is that going to be. Movies, they tried the whole 3D thing, kind of, it was all right, didn't quite stick 100%, but they really are now trying to find out what the next evolution is, because theater attendance is down right now than it has been, but it's really trying to evolve what the entertainment is going to be, and investing a lot of money in these AR and VR and MR companies, and just really trying to get the being at the edge of that technology curve is something that I'm really interested in, and hopefully have a grasp on that, because it's gotten to the point where technology can only take you so far, right?
Sure.
And you need artistry inside of that. You really need to have that, and we've gotten to the point where engineering and rendering and graphics and all this have just really got there, and it's like, okay, cool, now what can I do with this? Like, this is fun for 10 minutes, but now what?
Just because something looks cool doesn't make it engaging.
Exactly, yeah. So it can be fun, and you're like, oh wow, this is great. I had one of those kind of little like robot things. I forget the name of it, and then you play a little game with it and all that, and it was amazing. It was like mind blowing. It had little expressions on it, and it was like 5 minutes long. And I was like, okay, now what? And they're like, that's it. Well, imagine if you like involve more artists in this. The cool things that can happen, and that's what is happening right now. Is getting into what this next generation of all this brand new awesome technology and merging it with art, and that's why they're bringing in a lot more kind of animators and art that worked in games and features and VFX that kind of have all that to move in with it.
And people who have experience with making engaging things and being able to take a cool concept and turn it into something that people want to watch or interact with or things like that.
Totally, yeah. And interaction is becoming huge now. As we all know, games are getting much more popular. And I mean, the game industry makes a lot more than the film industry does.
Yeah.
Like a ridiculous amount. So now it's, okay, how do you make a movie where you can sit at the table with the cast of characters, and they can tell a story with you right there? How does that work? How do we get people inside the movie? You look at amusement parks, which is essentially they put you inside the movie. How can you do that at home now and everywhere in the world? And that's where the billions of dollars are being spent right now, which is really cool.
Yeah, because there is a difference. Because like games now, they're like movies in itself. Like you'll have like 2 hours of like cutscenes.
Yeah.
But then they're movies that you can control the direction of.
Yeah.
And you can make decisions that legitimately affect the outcome.
And it's like those are my favorite types of games. I like those, like the Until Dawns, and I'm playing like Horizon Zero Dawn right now, and I love it because I care about the character too. It looks great, but I'm like, oh, I actually care about this character. But it's really trying to answer the question: is like, what would a movie be like if they actually acknowledge your presence? What would happen if you're
not only did they break the fourth wall, but used it.
Oh, used it. Yeah, there is no walls. It's like the walls that they're using are the ones that are in your house.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are the walls.
Yeah.
So, imagine, having something where you want to fire up an experience of like a zombie game. They would literally, it would scan your house and they would have, going around your house. Imagine having an RTS where you can go hide your base somewhere upstairs, and then whoever you're playing with can go hide it in the basement, and you have to go around your house and try to find it and really see these things happening. So, yeah, these are the type of things that are in full swing right now. Yeah.
Why did I not think of that? I've got a HoloLens. Why am I not?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So HoloLens is great because it's kind of
not building something like
step
that
one
tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's the whole gaming aspect of it like that, but then there's the whole, like, of course, then Hollywood gets involved and they're like, oh, cool, yes, the games are going to be a lot of fun and engaging, but now how do we tell a story using this technology? How do you go home from work and throw your HoloLens or whatever it's going to be on, and instead of watching a rectangle, can you sit at a table with a cast of characters and interact with them and progress the story that way?
Right.
Where they look at your eyes and they acknowledge your existence, and that's how you progress the story. So there's a lot of that going on right now, and they need animators for that.
Oh, yeah.
You don't say. Huh.
Yeah.
Man.
You mean they don't want to put an actor in a chair and make them do every frame both directions?
Yeah, that's a whole other thing, is doing that like procedural animation. And I have this whole thing where I think, especially in real time in games, the animation I'm playing like Horizon Zero Dawn, and I'm seeing like every blade of grass rendered. I'm seeing like mountains, and I'm playing other games like Crytek's new game, and I'm seeing like, wow, there's the moon is casting shadows through, and it looks gorgeous, and my graphics card's like all pissed off and and I'm like, this is great.
Your
and
case is melting.
Yeah, case is melting, and I'm looking at these visuals, and I'm like, this is unbelievable. And then a character comes up to you, and they're like, all right, let's go take that thing. All right, let's go. And I'm like, okay. So things have evolved in every other discipline for the past 15 years, except really animation. So that's why they're kind of taking now these feature film animators and merging them with game animators and really trying to evolve that. So I'm kind of just highly involved in what that next evolution of real-time, animation is going to be in terms of like character performance stuff, which is
and
cool.
so long as we can get the professional voice actors back.
Once that happens, yeah. Yeah.
Phil Lamar, I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
You're running that group right now.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Being able to have the great voice acting and animation that's believable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
On top of the awesome technology and the graphics that can melt a computer case.
Yeah.
That, if you can get all of that together in one environment, it's a totally different storytelling than sitting on the couch with an Xbox controller.
Exactly. That's where it's magical, and that's kind of what like Pixar did, is they took this computer from ILM, this thing called the Pixar computer, and they're like, well, now what? And they knew it was a success when, John Lasseter, after they showed, it was like Seagraph one year or something, and John Lasseter said, there's one question that someone asked me that I know that this worked, that this technology pixel thing actually worked, is someone after I showed it, of course there was a lot of questions like, how did you get the lamp to move and the pixels and shaders and all that? And he said, someone asked him, is that the mama lamp or the daddy lamp? And he goes, right there is when I knew this is a viable storytelling technique, right there. Because essentially all we're doing is we're just making pixels on a TV blink. That's it. You go into it, there's little light bulbs going like this. You have to get people to acknowledge that that exists. So that was kind of the last breakthrough we had, was using computer generation to actually convince people that something exists, even if it is fantasy. And that's the task that we're all tasked with right now is, okay, we've been sitting on this for a while, we kind of are experts at the whole special effects thing. We can put anything we want in a movie. What's the next generation?
And make it convincing and compelling. Now how do we use that to really tell a new type of story?
Exactly. And that's what I'm highly involved with right now, is how do we use that technology to take it to that next level? What's the next breakthrough?
Sure.
And luckily, it's what has little bits have happened so far. People have embraced it a lot. There's been a lot of embrace. Even with the early stages of how things are, there's been a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of embracement inside of that, which is really awesome.
I mean, to go back to the HoloLens, look at the excitement around a $3,500 developer's prototype.
Yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah. And it's still going, and it's still growing. But you remember when, 3D TVs came out, they sold well for, a month.
An hour.
But now all 4K TVs aren't even 3D anymore.
Yeah.
They just kind of did.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live, and I am here with our next guest, Larche. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hi, Scott. How are you? I'm good.
Doing well. This has been a fun project so far. For our audience who hasn't gotten to meet you yet, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay, so I am Larche Johnson of Bits for Bots, where it's a electronic hardware that's kid friendly. So we design hardware that kids could, learn how to code or learn about hardware and how things work inside of our everyday gadgets that we come to love. So a little bit about Bits for Bots and what we do.
And we've gotten to see some of your interesting stuff throughout the stream, in particular, who I have been referring to as your sidekick. Do you have Krabby? Do you have the crab in your possession?
So I have Krabby right here. It's a cool story, and a story of how I got tied into AMRoC. I was when Bits for Bots came to be, I had this idea of making this cool crab-shaped development board to teach kids about electronics and coding. And so this is a version 1.0 of Krabby. We're still in research and development mode. This is actually a newer design, version 2. We're still working on a hardware development board that will cater to kids from kindergarten and up, so they can get the opportunity to learn about programming in C++ and hopefully Circuit Python when it's ready to go to market and different things like that. But it's been a fun project, and being at AMRoC and hanging out with some of the cool folks there gives me a lot of inspiration for designs and different projects that are going on.
That's possibly my favorite part of the AMRoC experience, is the fact that when you're there, you're interacting with people who aren't you and aren't necessarily doing the thing that you're doing, right? And so you get all these ideas from the outside world that are very different than what you may have thought, and you're like, oh, you're right. If I and just make your thing better, right? And we see that same thing at a couple of the conferences we go to, where it's just the energy in the space is just totally unique.
Definitely. there's always great energy. There's always someone who's very good at what they do, and just being around and networking with everyone, is just a really positive and a great place to just be around. There's always something going on, whether it's robots or, like you mentioned, a different project or niche in general. There's always something new to learn, whether you have a skill that you're sharing or you're picking up a skill or just hearing someone's story of their entrepreneurship and their ideas. It's just really, really awesome.
Yeah, like you and I, the evening that you and I met was during ASCII Warriors, and we were working on the RFID, yes, the RFID security
The
system, right?
locker.
The membership system, and you know, you were like, "Ooh, what is it you're doing?" And
Yes.
you know, you brought the Azure board to us and said, "Hey, what about this?" And you know, so you know, just you being in the space at the same time that ASCII Warriors was in the space, you brought the idea of a technology to us that none of us had encountered. I now have 3 of them.
I have my test where that's awesome. That's great.
And you know, it's a cool thing. I had heard of. I get press releases from Microsoft all the time, but I hadn't actually physically decided I'm gonna mess around with this until you said you should.
And that was a cool thing too, because that's a part of meeting someone new and your skill alone, which was awesome to me, because I was like, wow, you know so much about Azure and the whole Microsoft project or the platform itself, and it was just interesting hearing all the information that you had to share, and me being a more of a experience on the hardware side, coming from the electrical engineering background, was a cool match to hear someone talk about the software part and the different things that you can do on the edge. And that's why that Azure project for the board that they came out with was very exciting, because that is new, cutting edge, and where we're headed in technology with the actual edge and 5G, and where we're going with being able to create these 5G secured devices to protect ourselves and our devices from cybersecurity hacks and different things. And if there was good information that these projects are out there with Element 14 and different things that ASCII warriors could work on, different any person in a group could get in on the new cutting edge technology and to kind of shape the future, making these devices that we'll come to use maybe in the next few years and in the future.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, by you bringing that product to our attention, right? We started to um, think about the way all the devices within AMRoC would talk to each other differently, because we started thinking about from the perspective of this single edge device, that everything that it should be the only thing connected, and all the devices should communicate through that as a gateway. You know, ask it for permission, so that we didn't have to worry about inappropriate commands coming in from the outside world.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what that Azure board is designed for, either to be standalone and be its own permissioning system, or to be a gatekeeper for a whole bunch of devices. And honest to God, the fact that you only need one external IP address, even better.
That is, I think that's the whole point that they tried to nail with being on the edge. You have your one device on the edge, and then you're communicating within your own network, your home or your business, and you're protected because you have that filter in a sense. And I think it's going to reshape definitely the way we do things in the future and have more of a security against our everyday devices that will come to assist us. And it's just the beginning of something that's really big, which kind of leads me to think about, I don't know if you've heard already about the tiny ML movement. That is the brand new thing that's happening. So they're trying to also make machine learning devices more accessible to everyone in the future, but right now to researchers and developers, hobbyists and makers, so that we can have a more friendly development platform. So they'll come in like little small bits and pieces, kind of like these Arduinos have, but they'll be able to be programmed with machine learning and would also have that layer of cybersecurity that we can, use these devices securely and have them do things for us, as it will be not a microcontroller project. It will actually be a device that actually learns as it goes. So that's pretty big technology, and I'm getting ready to delve into the whole machine learning projects very soon.
Very cool. That's actually a technology that I was using recently for a client project. So
Nice.
I've just been there too. And Danielle and I interviewed at Collision 2018, I think is what Mark and I discovered this week. A company who was way ahead of that curve, developing an embedded machine learning platform that they were showing us at a conference in the middle of 2018.
Wow.
Literally 2 years ago, because the conference would have been next week, I think. So.
Yes, tourism is very, very big. I heard about said it had to be more of a virtual thing, but that is a very big deal.
It's definitely an interesting conference, especially for regular attendees. But okay, so we're here talking about your background. Obviously, we're all together this weekend virtually, but we're all together this weekend for the Deconstruction project. So tell us about your aspect of the storytelling.
Okay, so this is a very fun and exciting project. I'm glad to be a part of it. As the whole story goes with the COVID-19 situation and everyone having to practice social distancing and being safe about it, Terry and the AMRoC team came up with the idea of doing the kind of toilet paper issue, and where I come in for my little segment or portion of the story would be to kind of solve a problem. And the problem is a fellow friend has run out of toilet paper, and we're all going to do our part to get toilet paper and share it with each other. So I'm going to play the role of a chemist to come up with an idea to be a homemaker or maker of paper. So I'll do a little bit of some home crafts to make toilet paper and kind of get a automated robot to kind of roll the freshly made toilet paper onto a roll to share it with a friend. So it'd be a kind of quirky, fun way to make a project, and kind of with the background of showing that you can still be humane, you can be a homemaker and get yourself through any type of crisis or pandemic by picking up a skill of making.
And this has been a great opportunity for that, with all of us having so much extra time on our hands. This has been a great time to pick up that extra skill or new hobby or things like that. Now,
very much
so. So it sounds like there are two aspects to your thing. There's the robotics aspect, which I think everybody can understand, and then there's the chemist's aspect. Where does that come in for you?
So for me, like being a student, definitely in electrical engineering, we do go through a lot of rigorous science and mathematics. So the chemistry portion actually, comes from having to learn these various different science and physics parts. And so to play along with the skit and kind of get in there, I've had my old chemistry lab coat hanging in the closet for a while, and chemistry goggles, and I was thinking, can pull out some of those skills and kind of make something fun with arts and crafts, and actually show that science is very important for anyone across the board. Just kind of pull that out and do a little chemistry with it to show that it can be a real logic thing while having fun.
That's a lot of fun.
It's gonna be fun. It's it's more humor, but it is a logical thing. Like it's a real thing that you can use science to, move yourself out of a situation.
Sure. And you mentioned that anybody can be involved in a science, and it's even kind of more than that. We use it every day, right? And a reminder
Exactly.
that cooking and baking are using science principles, and just things that we kind of take for granted as everyday things are science related.
Yeah, it's very important too that we know that, because a lot of people learn from hands-on and getting involved versus theory. And this is a perfect opportunity to experiment with different types of things. And as you mentioned, whenever we have a project or project-based learning, you learn lots of things by getting in hands-on and experimenting with new things. So it's something for everyone to learn during this time where we, have more time on our hands, or definitely a shift in the way we do things. So we could all take that opportunity to slow down, think about what we're doing, and see the technology or the science or the math, behind everything. There's something to be learned, either from our own experiences or watching other people do things. So.
For sure. Now, this is your first time on one of our deconstruction teams, right?
It is absolutely very new to me, and I'm very camera shy, but it's a very exciting opportunity to be a part of it.
So, how has now that we're getting down to the wire, right? How has the experience been for you so far?
Very, very fun. So I never put too much pressure on. I try to have fun in everything I do. So overall, it's been very, very fun. I must say, it's fun. Can't say more.
Well, that one of the things that I know about you is that you definitely try to have fun in everything you do. So, and we've been talking about this with some of the other team members. It's kind of the personality of AMRoC, right? It's that we do things, we do very serious things, right? We're doing science
Very
and
much so.
engineering and all kinds of things, but there's always a level of goofy to it,
Yeah,
we
cool.
we've gotten our group has gotten ourselves involved in all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, with this we've got toilet paper involved. We did a thing for Red Bull a couple of years ago in one of their challenges, and just all kinds of dumb things we get ourselves involved in.
Yeah.
But we try to apply the things from AMRoC, and we were talking in our last segment that one of the things that I love about our group is that and the deconstruction group as a whole, like we all got the same challenge, right? Everybody was told what the challenge was, and our group went in traditional AMRoC fashion in a bizarre direction. But there's the group that's doing the music, the crowdsourced music thing. There's the actress who's talking about her experiences and kind of her descent into almost depression through the isolation, and so everybody went in these very different directions. And then even in our own group, you've got a lab coat and robots, and Marissa has a Super Mario mushroom. Yeah, just
Absolutely. Yeah,
everybody went in very different directions.
and that's the cool part about being a part of a team, because we can have that one storyline, and that's diversity and the awesomeness of coming together, because with the way we interpret things and the way we express it, and then to see it all come together is just very exciting, because you kind of get insight through a different lens of how someone else is perceiving this one idea or this one goal. So it's going to be a lot of fun and enjoyable to watch different teams and our own team within the different segments come together and tell a story. So it's a great project, and it's a great way to take the opportunity to come together through friendships and different networking.
And it's a great opportunity for us as a group to get to spend some virtual time together, since on a normal situation, our group is together fairly often, and it's been way too long that all of us have gotten to be together and do something together. So this has been a lot of fun for sure.
True. Very, very true. I miss you guys at AMRoC being physically there, and I love to spend, my time there between work and school, and being pulled in both directions right now. I thought I would have more downtime to come hang out and be in essential work. You just got to get in where you fit in and make the most of your time. And so being able to do this virtual was brilliant. We were all able to work on our own time and bits of the day, and you can get a lot more done than you think when you just try to be a part of what any types of projects that you can, and being able to connect online is just absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, for sure. And having the Deconstruction organization be so quick to respond to what was going on and be able to come up with an altered version of the project for the year, so that we could still do our weird thing, and then apply it to the world as it is today. So
that quick thinking. It makes it out more connected.
They're a really good organization. It's the reason why we keep doing stuff with them, because obviously there's all kinds of organizations that we can do weird things with. We don't have to do it with them. We've done Instructables, we've challenges, we've done the Red Bull challenges in the past, but the organization's been good to work with, so we keep coming back.
It was interesting to find out about them, and I of course started following them on social media and checked out some other things. So it's good news. So, yeah, they have a lot of cool projects going.
For sure. Well, we don't want to take up too much of your time, because we've got our group meeting in an hour and a half now. So we're getting down to it, but obviously we will see you back in about 90 minutes as part of our next group, and then at 7:00 presentations start.
Okay, cool.
Looking forward to
it. Looking forward. See you in a bit.
All righty.
Goggles on and how to make toilet paper, and we're getting it. Then I have my robot, but I'll do it in reverse, where I'm pulling the toilet paper off the robot, but I'll run the video as if I've just made this cool toilet paper, adding to the rolls. So,
there you go.
That would be awesome. That would be great.
How to make toilet paper 101.
Love it.
They had
That'd be good.
Video.
That's good. And think about too, when you do your live stream, if you have something about your company on there somewhere, right? So people can see it. Yeah, that's fine. Because we're going to talk about each of you, at some point as we're doing this, about how we're related, how we work together. So if you got a Vista thing, if that's what you want to promote, stick some Vista stuff in there. And US Auto Training, put your book out. It doesn't matter. Just put some stuff out there so people can see it, because this is as much about highlighting each of you and how we all come together with all the different things we do. So that's what AMRoC's about, right? It's about being a place where everybody can bring what they have and their expertise to the table to create something better for everybody else. So that's how we roll.
Cool.
Never know. I wonder. I'll look at those rolls would fit on a pulley.
What's that? On a pulley?
A pulley, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
That's a cool idea.
I mean, the things, at idle, you're going 650, 750, but so it'd have to be really quick. But, let me think about it. slow this
I can
down.
just see you accidentally toilet papering your entire house with this. Yes.
Oh, it would definitely, yeah. You'd have to control it. It'd make a mess. Let me think about this here.
So what order do we want to go in? Do we want to kick it off, Steve, with Chris will be at the end. Probably put Josh 2 or 3 panels out with the drones.
Yeah, and regardless of whether it literally gets larger with each one or stays the same size, is fine. It's basically to show that a person is adding to to a role. Pam was just talking about her idea, and I was thinking Pam and cars, and I was thinking jacking up the back end of a car and connecting it to the axle of the rear end there. Somebody put the foot on the gas and it spins up, and somebody's loading it. So
anything worth doing is worth overdoing. Yeah.
I know. Exactly. All kinds of ideas. So yeah, think about whatever would be creative. Don't worry too much about the sizing. We'll make it all work. It's the story that counts.
Yeah, it's a fun story. It's weird how you just flipping that around changed the whole story. It's an interesting experience, and I thought it's so weird that when we said toilet paper, everybody got it. And if you did that a year ago and said, "Hey, let's make a story around toilet paper," everybody go, "What?"
You'd raise your eyebrow.
And yet it's something everybody has in common with this experience, which is bizarre. But it's just really interesting. We'll always look back on, we'll know exactly when it was made. Rosalind will look at you and go, "Mom, why did you do this to me?"
She thinks it's hilarious. That's where she is. She's working on her Lego robot to bring toilet paper to her.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
perfect.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so we can put you in the middle somewhere, a second or third frame, and that'll give, that because it'll be still small enough to move on a Lego robot or something. I think that'd be really cool.
Okay.
So
this is gonna be fun.
Yes, it is.
Great.
How are you guys gonna? What are you thinking, Marissa?
I'm either thinking of like doing the same video game idea, but with Mario and making the toilet paper like eat a mushroom, and then making just like then it just like is bigger.
That's good. So we can put you right. Actually, that'll feed really well after the Legos.
That would be.
Yeah. That would be cool. Because I put the first Vista right after the Legos, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
I'll make it out of Legos. I have a big tub of Legos. I'll make the set out of Legos.
Oh, that's cool. Yes, Steve.
Yeah, the hospital where your mom is at just called, and I told her that you were on another line, and then she said she'll call back in about 10 minutes.
That's fine.
So.
I'll get it. I'll pick it up. Yeah, my mom had tested. I think I said before, my mom tested positive for COVID in Miami, and she's been hospitalized for the last 3 weeks. And she's 80. She's strong as a horse. She would never let you know that. She's like always a hypochondriac. Oh, I'm on death's door. It's like, you recovered from COVID. You could never tell me that again. But so they won't let her out until she tests negative twice. And they've been testing her every single day. There's Scott. Okay. Oh, we can ask him questions. So she's tested positive every single day. Hi, Scott. We have so many questions, Scott. Are you looking at us up there, or can you not hear us? He's looking.
He's muted.
All right. So she's tested positive every single time. She tested negative once, and then she tested positive again. And it's like, well, do they have to be? She's like, do they have to be consecutive? Can I do like best 2 out of 3? And so far they're saying it has to be consecutive. So every day they do a brain swab, because they're doing a nasal one. She hates it. Yeah. And she's like, they're like scraping her brain pan. And then every day they do that, then she comes back and, it's been positive again. So, but so they keep calling. The hospital's great. They call every day. They're really helpful and they're very communicative, much more than the ALF she was in was. She's in that one that was in the news in Miami, the residential plaza, which is like the biggest one in the state.
Oh my God.
300 residents, 150 staff. So it's huge.
Wow.
Yeah. So hi, Scott.
Hello.
We have questions.
There you
Okay.
Okay. We have questions. So our biggest challenge, we have the story worked out, more or less. We have our panels and our acts, our scenes. We've discovered that whatever platform we use, the screen appears differently to everybody on there. So we need a director for the final cut. The final one may not make any difference, right? So for the final video submission version, we might just be able to do our individual scenes and then you stitch them together if you're willing and able to do that. And then we submit it that way. We do need to do a sort of a live reveal on Sunday. So if you could be our director for that and just tell everybody who's next in line,
Sure.
we could make it work for just a visual fun thing. Enough to give them an idea and then tell them it'll be, post-production perfect. Did you get a chance to look at the flip script?
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay. We changed it from going from a full roll to an empty roll at the end to a starting with an empty roll and making it a full roll at the end.
Okay.
So it's it changes.
I see a message from you to that.
Right. Yeah. So it changes the whole script and it changes the whole tone of it. And it just, we were saying it just puts a more, kinder, gentler parable of our times in place. And it's more fun to do. It has a happy ending.
Right.
At the end, at the end, Chris has, you haven't seen it yet. He and Brett ordered industrial toilet paper from McMaster Card at the beginning of all this. And he has a toilet paper roll that is, what was it? It was like a foot and a half tall.
At least
Yeah, it's massive.
2 feet in diameter.
Okay. So
we're going to end on this frame.
One of those ones for like the airport.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the idea being, as we go from frame to frame, each person is going to have their own way of adding more paper to it. And during this intermediate time, we'll each come up with our own method of adding paper to a roll that we'll be able to put on the screen. And then I think when we do the live, or not the live over the weekend, but the final video, it would be nice to do it all in one take, just basically recording off the screen of each person using their own method in sequence to add more to that role until we finally get down to the end of the huge role with Chris.
And so one of the things we need to do, we pretty much sort of have a good idea of how we want to do all that. One of the things that is part of the experience is live streaming the build and design process throughout the weekend. And so we looked at doing live stream from Google Meet, and you can do it, but only if people have a Gmail account. It says, oh, it'll stream to 100,000 people. We were playing with it. I sent Steve the link. He was logged in under his regular Gmail account. He could not see the video. So you have to log in. It's useless. Control the live stream.
In fairness,
yeah.
Google Meet until let's say Saturday until Thursday, was locked behind G Suite.
Right.
As of yesterday, it no longer is. It's now available.
Right.
Which is a big difference.
But we still couldn't do it. So we can. Okay, so maybe we can play with you on some of this, but the goal was, what I wanted to accomplish, I don't know the best way to do this, is to have live stream throughout today and into part of tomorrow, where each of our members can sort of log in at assigned times that we can work out, have about 30 minutes where people can watch what they're doing and they can talk about who they are, what they do, what their relationship is with AMRoC. Talk about Bits for Bots, talk about, Vista, talk about US Auto Trading and so forth while they're working on their project. And so people get to see all of the team members doing their thing, which is part of the experience, right? And talk to people. And when we're not on, to be able to stream, Roboticon stuff, first looks interviews, whatever we want. And I don't know how to do that. I don't even know if that's a reasonable thing to do with a live stream. So
I can do
I
that.
defer to you on that. I figured you.
The studio software that we use has a call-in feature where you just have to be able to go to a URL in your browser. And if you can hit the URL, it'll just like Google Meet, right? It'll fire up your camera and your microphone, and I can bring that in as a feed. And then when we're not doing that, I can put it to video. And I've got several years worth of Roboticon video on the studio machine already. Plus, I can pull First Looks videos into.
Could Pam and Larche send you some videos of some of their stuff that you could add in there? And camper drones. Okay.
Of course.
So all right. And I don't want to take up, I know you got plenty on your hands, so I don't want to take up your day. I don't want it to be something that's going to be more time consuming than you need. But
it's not terribly time consuming. I just need to know when people are going to go live so I can go switch to their input. Other than that,
Okay, so we need to be able to provide that link, whatever that live stream link is going to be, to the deconstruction people, and they embed it on our page.
We can stream to anything you want.
Okay, so they've got, I think theirs is a WordPress site or something, but all we need to do is give them the link.
But I mean, we can push it to YouTube,
YouTube or something. Okay.
Yeah, wherever you want to go, we can go there.
Probably go to YouTube. That's probably easiest for everybody.
Okay.
So
yeah,
I would think,
Do you want to go to ours?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That'd be really good.
Okay.
Because I mean, we wanted to highlight all of our team members, So I think that's a really good way to do that. It shows everybody's capabilities and how everybody contributes. So I think that's cool. What I was saying before you got here is the cool thing about this and everybody we're working with. Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. There you go.
Cool. Need a bigger one.
Love it.
Because I was thinking you're feeding this thing on there, right? You're going to have another roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, or feed it from
And how
off.
you can hold that so it won't break. This is how you hold it so it won't break.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Maybe find a roll that's half full instead of, it'll fit on there. And then you don't have to show it.
When you have the roll that's half full, okay, you're going to put it on a device, a wheel hub or a pulley or whatever, okay? But you're going to have to feed paper onto it.
Yep.
You tape the paper and the other person and hold it.
Yep.
With the paint.
Yeah, and where it's coming from can be off screen. You can just show paper feeding in. It's the concept that we want to cross. Good.
Yeah, the one thing we wanted to do, and that we'd also need, Scott directing us for, would be as we hand from screen to screen, what level or what angle we're coming in at, right? Sometimes we don't want it to be the same at each time. Sometimes it'll come down, sometimes it'll go up. Sometimes it'll come down completely out of the screen. At one point, Scott, we're going to have the drone to drop in the toilet paper with Tampa drones. So, and Marissa's got a whole video game concept going over there. And, Sheena and Rosalind are working on a, that's right. And Sheena and Rosalind are working on a Lego robot that's gonna pull it across. So, and I think, Larche, you had what did you have on there too? You were looking at
being a chemist and making toilet paper and then having the robot loaded on.
That's cool. We'll put you near the front on the empty roll, right?
Okay.
So as we're low row. Right. Yeah. So we go over to the toilet paper alchemist. And
I want to change my name. That's so cool.
From a production point of view, for Scott's benefit, we timing-wise, we only had 10 or 20 seconds per frame per person.
About 10 seconds per
Well,
frame.
we actually got more since we're now 8 people, but.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
20 seconds per person. Is that
probably? Yeah.
What's your total video time?
3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes. Yeah.
3 minutes.
Okay, so 20 seconds at 8 frames is 160. So
And
what?
then you also think there's a little intro in there.
So that's 20 seconds shy of 3 minutes. So if we want to do a little intro saying 17 instead of 20, it'll give us, you know, a whole bunch of time left back.
Okay.
Okay. To do the intro and stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
So we don't have just 20 seconds for an intro. It would give us, 2 or 3 seconds per frame. So, an extra 16 seconds or something like that. 16 or 24 seconds. So gives you a little bit more time to work with.
Right. So we can also practice several times since it's not due on Wednesday, which I didn't realize. That's wonderful because that'll give us some time to practice our pass offs to the next frame, what we want to do within our 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, this could be fun. I'm excited about it. I think it's goofy, but I think the end result's going to be really cute. And it'll tell a nice story. So, and the fact that we can all pull it off, in each of these little scenes, is adorable. I can't wait to see what we do, especially if you can get Jude and the kids in, and you can get, in addition to Rosalind, if Marcus and Oliver get in there. I think that would just really add a lot to it. And I know Josh has some kids as well, so I think it'll just sort of expand the whole thing. Get some neighbors in on the act. I don't care. Anybody have any questions? What I'll do is I'll send out a recommended order of scenes if you want, and we can play around. We don't have to stay in that order. We can just play around with it and see what it looks like. Okay.
How about when you pass it off? Because depending upon if you switch order or anything, it's just you pass it off, you push it right into the face of the screen.
Oh, that'd be kind of interesting.
The other person pulls it out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Out of the screen, because
That's
when
been
you
real.
pieces this together, you're not going to really see, if you pull it out of the screen and turn it at an angle, you really won't see too much of the difference between the size of the rolls. Until
That's been a real popular production style lately, and it works real well. There's a video that's been produced over the last couple of weeks. It's been like this epic fight scene.
I haven't seen that.
The last version of it that I've seen is 11 and a half minutes.
Oh, wow.
And every panel is about 3 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
People just keep submitting more and more, and they just keep adding it. And it doesn't matter, because when you do that, with a thing, right, you can do that and come back out. You put a quick fade in the middle, and it just looks like it goes to black and comes back out, and it's exactly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good. So we don't have to necessarily know where each other are. Saying we're going to hand off to the right.
Right. And it's something that people would be familiar with because it's
trendy.
It's real popular. Right?
Okay.
So we
That'd be
can
fun.
into something that's real popular right now. That's a good
This
idea.
is why we have an awesome production editor. Production lead.
This was Pam.
I know.
Yeah,
Well, she's over here. She's over here.
That is neat.
Oh, yeah.
That is different.
It's
and
an easy
crowd
to please,
We were doing the Brady Bunch last night, Scott.
Yeah.
That was fun too. Yeah, Pam was identifying us by our Brady Bunch names, so.
You almost got her to spit that out. That was fun.
Oh, this is great. All righty. Well, I just need a link, Scott, for whatever we want to put on for a YouTube link that I'll give to them. And if you want to get the Discord, if you want to get on the Discord group, it's a good place because they have an announcement page where they put all the technical stuff. So I can send you that link again if you want to bother. I can just send the info to you. But we just need to give them a link to to whatever whatever our YouTube page is, and then tell them when we can put a placeholder on it for now, and then start streaming maybe in a after lunch or something.
Okay.
Or whatever anybody wants. So, and I've actually recorded these sessions. We can even throw these sessions up there. They're fun. And they show the whole, they show the process. So I recorded a little bit of it last night, and you can take whatever you want out of it. And I recorded some of this one. So they're kind of fun, and they show the brainstorming process and everything. So,
yeah.
All right.
So in the meantime, each person think about your method for adding paper. And when are we going to meet next, Terry?
We want to go they're going to send us some interview times too. So they should have those listed soon, where they just tell you, at 2 o'clock, we want to talk to some folks from your team. And so we could do that live stream if we wanted to, or whatever they want to do. We can find out how many people want to do the interviews. But I'll let you know what they want to do there. But I think if we start around, I don't know, would we all be okay doing around 2 or something to get started?
I'm free all weekend.
Chris should be up by then.
All right. Well, just let us know.
All right. Thank you so much, Scott.
I'm using my phone right now because mid-morning, all of our internet went down on the street.
Oh.
So,
that stinks.
Yeah. So you're okay with me being on the phone here for that? I'm good.
Yeah. Might turn it the other way just so we can get it in horizontally. When we do these.
I haven't tested joining my studio call from a phone.
Oh, okay.
I've never tried it. That's not to say it's not possible, but
right.
Avram and I use it. He does it from his computer. So I've never tried from a phone. I will give that a shot. Worst case scenario, I can always bring in a computer.
Yeah.
As an input into the system, and we can use another platform if that doesn't work. But I can't imagine that that live stream would be subject to just desktop at this point. That
right. And I would think that by tomorrow you'd probably be up and running or okay. Depending on.
So they're supposed to be here this afternoon.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good. And you're going to have to clean your screen if you use that computer, Marissa.
It's not my screen. It's actually my computer's like 7 years old. I will be using my phone. Just for like these calls, I'm using my computer, but for like the live, like I'll have to use my phone. I can't.
You were actually clearer last night, though. Okay. Were you in a different room last night?
Well, no, I didn't have all this stuff. I kind of had like, I didn't know if it was like going out to other people. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to have a white background, which helps. So all this stuff here does not help with my lighting.
It looks awesome. You're very blurred, but it looks awesome.
Yeah,
Too bad I can't just give you that C920.
Pass it through the screen.
Right?
Put it up to the screen.
It's just sitting in the studio. If we were able to interact, I'd just hand you the C920. But
I just use my phone next time. But yeah.
Okay. So I'll still test.
You may have 2 people on phones. Yeah.
You're still on an Android, right, Marissa?
Yep.
Good.
Oh, guess what? So I got a new Motorola. It's not crap. This is my old one.
How long have you had it?
Hang on, wait a minute. Josh is coming.
I've had it since Saturday, so a whole week.
Okay. Wow. What's the over/under on it making it to June, everybody?
I give her 3 weeks. I saw her last one.
I missed the question.
I have a screen protector.
Marissa has a brand new phone.
First time ever. So.
Screen, and I asked what the over/under on it was for making it to June.
I kind of wondered that too. I'm hopeful. She said it's got a protector though.
Yeah.
I think it needs a cage. I think you need to keep your phone in a small cage.
OtterBox, please, live.
She needs 2 OtterBoxes.
Just
It
a
should be like the
cloud.
OtterBox testing lab, you know?
Marissa knows one of the guys from OtterBox.
Yep. And then he saw my phone, and then he's like, "Why Motorola?"
So apparently Josh went to the wrong link. He went to the Decon because he's following them on Discord, and they posted a link for their own meeting this morning. And he went to that and he says, "I went to it, but it's just a bunch of people doing yoga. Where are you?"
Oh yeah. I saw that. Yeah, they early morning did
And I
yoga.
said, no. Check your email and go to the Google Meet URL. So he may show up here in a moment. Like, did you do your yoga? Yeah.
Gotta get that morning exercise.
They have all this weird stuff lined up throughout the day. So they've got the entertainment, which looks very bizarre. I was telling them, Scott, that when I did the meet and greet last night, there's actually 50 teams registered to participate. They don't call it a competition; they call it a challenge. It's a non-competition. The voting is actually by members for each other, and by the participants who will vote on each other, and you can't vote for yourself. So kind of a neat idea, and it's just a shared global performance art. And so they've got teams from Australia and England. Only about 25 actually submitted their team profiles. That's why there's only that many on the website. And of those, when we've done these in the past, it usually drops down to maybe a dozen or 20, who will actually complete it. So, the more interactive we are with other teams and with the public, the more fun it is for everybody, and the more fun it is for us, I think. But the teams last night were funny. So there's like a lot of families that are just doing it on their own. And there was this one lonely actress. And if you go, you can check out her page. She was narcissistic for the win. It's like, and she was like, I can't find out why people won't play with me. I was like, okay. She's apparently going to vlog for 48 hours about her state of mind, her loneliness, the struggles she has. And it's like, okay, all right. So we're going to cheer her on though, because we want her to be happier than she is.
Yeah.
I have a question. If they're not looking for any winners, and yet they're voting,
They are.
What about that guy from Atlanta who they said was top?
Because in past years, they have done awards. So they change it up every few years. They'll do it this way. They don't do it all the time. It's a creative company in California, like a art and marketing company. And so they just do this. They fund it themselves, or they get some sponsors to fund it. This year they didn't want to be competitive. Obviously, they don't trying to do more because of the current situation. They didn't want people to be set against each other. They wanted people to play together. And I think that's kind of fun. So everybody votes. There's like a whole bunch of categories. I think the top three. Did Josh find his? No, I heard something ding. The top three. Okay, was that you? The top three will get like $500 or something to put towards a COVID charity or something. So that's cool. That's fine. This is more for some diversity and diversion for us, and to do a creative exercise and to show the public while we're closed what AMRoC can do, right? And all the different things that we're able to do. So ultimately, the talking points are: this is what my company does, and this is how I'm related to AMRoC, and this is why it's important. I'm getting the phone. You carry on.
Okay. I took the Apple phone into her earlier, so when they call back, she'd be able to grab it. At any rate, I think we got our assignments, don't we? And then we're going to be back at 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
We use the same link when we come back?
I think we use the same link.
Okay.
If not, we'll have Terry send out a new one, but I'm pretty sure it's the same link.
Okay.
And for the individual segments, we'll email out the URL. I'm gonna go test as soon as we're done and make sure I can come in from a phone. Fingers crossed.
If not, I'll steal like someone else's computer. It's okay.
Yeah.
There's like 3 in the house.
Excellent. All right. See y'all at 2 o'clock.
Yep.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Come on. This damn thing. Come on, stop this.
Everybody done? Okay. Yeah, she started.
Our First Looks coverage is proudly powered by the Microsoft Store. Get your next laptop, tablet, Xbox, and more by going to firstlooks.tv/Microsoft.
And with that, our first guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. My name's Cooper. I'm the vice chair of IEEE here at USF, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers at the University of South Florida. So we're basically the college version and version of what all these students are going to be doing when they get there. We also have a robotics team as well that participate in conferences and also just for hobbyists and stuff like that.
Nice.
We also have our Electrothon car here as well, which is basically it's more of an endurance race where you have a limited battery capacity and it's how fast you can go and how many laps you can do in one battery charge. So it's a lot of fun.
We love our Electrothon people.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
we've had lots of opportunities to talk to
and
Electrothon.
we love learning more about that too.
It's such a cool organization.
Yeah, so it's a lot of fun, and we have a lot. We go all around the country to do it. So, and IEEE itself is actually a professional organization first, the largest in the world. And that trickled down into the student organizations as well. So it's a great opportunity for students to get more involved and network with professionals that are going to be in this industry, as well as teach them, technical stuff that they need to know in the engineering world. So
sure,
it's a lot of fun.
So are you a student or?
Yes,
okay.
yeah, I'm a fourth-year electrical engineering student here at USF.
At USF, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Very cool. So, were you involved in stuff like in high school, and that's how you got into IEEE, or did you get here and you're like, hey, there's this thing?
No, yeah. So I actually became an electrical engineer because I did I replaced the sound system on my car, and from scratch, and so that kind of pushed me towards electrical, and yeah, I didn't know any of this existed when I was in high school. I was talking to a high schooler earlier who said he was in electronics 4. And I was like, I haven't taken electronics 2, What is, these guys are amazing, So the fact that they have this opportunity to get so involved is incredible. So, it can only help them.
When did you discover FIRST and this whole world that's behind us?
So when I came in my freshman year, I was still unsure whether or not I wanted to do an electrical and mechanical engineering, and I saw IEEE come and present to one of our freshman classes, and they kind of showed some of the robotics that they had been building and the projects that they were working on, and so I started going to some of their meetings and kind of got a little bit more involved, and then everything picked up from there. So. I've done stuff. I mean, heck, some of these kids are probably better than me, but I've built a couple of Bluetooth-controlled RC cars as well, and things like that. Because it's fun,
Isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, these kids are way ahead of me though. They got a head start. Yeah.
So when did you start getting more involved in IEEE and decided you wanted to become the role you are now?
Yeah. So we actually had a conference. Southeast Conference at IEEE USF. So one of the people who was going to be the project lead of a hackathon that they were having had to step down, and I saw it as an opportunity to get a little bit more involved and take on a little bit more leadership. And so I ended up planning the hackathon, getting the venue, getting the companies, the sponsorships, and everything like that.
Nice.
And it was a really fun and successful event. And through that, I then applied to become the vice chair and ended up getting it that way. So yeah, now I've been really heavily involved, and I mean, it gives you the opportunity to, work on fun projects. We have we do a lot of funding for people if they have an idea in mind that they want to build. So, it's a great for fostering growth and creativity in engineering.
It's interesting. I also hosted a hackathon
Okay.
through USF.
Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome.
With the help of IEEE a number of years ago.
Yeah,
So it's actually an interesting connection.
Yeah. So and they're a lot of fun too. So
yeah,
for sure.
What kind of responsibilities do you oversee being the vice chair?
Yeah. So the president and I basically coordinate all the workshops that we have and all the industry presentations that we have throughout the year. So we have workshop chairs and more technical chairs that we have throughout the year, and we just basically oversee and make sure that everyone's organized, everyone's scheduled, and make sure that event dates aren't interfering with other IEEE dates. And, make sure that everyone for the Electrothon racing team has their funding and everything that they need. But yeah, we oversee things, and I get CC'd in a lot of emails, so that's always fun. But yeah. Cool.
How long have you been involved in the organization?
In IEEE?
Yeah.
Officially 3 years.
Okay.
Just through signing up as a student member. But then I really started to become more involved these last 2 years, and that's when I did the hackathon, and I started running for vice chair and things like that.
Okay.
So.
Very cool. So you mentioned that there's a robotics aspect of it. There's the Electrothon.
Yeah.
What other kind of outreach things does IEEE do? Because I know you guys do all kinds of.
Yeah.
It's a pretty wide organization.
Yeah, exactly. So IEEE itself is a technical organization first, and then more of a getting college engineers jobs as well. There's other organizations like Society of Women Engineers and Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers. So those are a lot more focused on just professional skills, how do you create your elevator speech and bringing you to conferences. IEEE is more technical, but we've been trying to reach out into those fields as well. So we do technical workshops like teaching people how to use the Arduino or Python or OpenCV. And then we also get in contact with companies in the area like Lockheed Martin and Mosaic and Burns & McDonnell, and they'll come in and they'll talk a little bit about their company and what opportunities that electrical engineers usually specifically, but other engineers could have in their company. So
In what ways do you think IEEE better prepared you for your life after college?
Yeah, so if you just go through the regular engineering curriculum, there's probably only one project that you'll actually be working on, and the rest of it's just classwork. And when you go in and you talk to an interviewer, they don't care about, you know, your electrical systems 1 class that you took, because
Not at all.
everyone took electrical systems,
Right.
you know? So they want to hear, what kind of projects have you been working on? What are you interested in?
Yeah.
And IEEE allows you the opportunity to do that, you know? I had only been in IEEE for a couple months before I built the RC car, and I started working on the hackathon, and I put that on my resume, and the very next interviews I went to, that's all they wanted to talk about. That's all they cared about, because it's something different,
Right.
and it shows that you're actually passionate about the electrical engineering field, and that you're not just going to get a job and you know, go through the normal routine.
For sure. In my software company, when we hired people, I was never interested in their schoolwork or any of that.
yeah,
It was always,
exactly.
what are you doing in your spare time?
Yeah.
What interesting things have you decided to do yourself?
Yeah, exactly. Because, I mean, you know, you can have a high GPA and you can do the coursework, but unless you're passionate about what you're doing, you know, if it doesn't really interest you, you know, you're not going to have fun doing it. Because it's, you know, what you're going to be doing the rest of your life. You know, so
There was a panel earlier with Citibank, I think, and one of the women said, passion without motivation is valueless.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, those are the words I've been looking for. Because you can be passionate enough to get a perfect GPA all through school, but if you're not doing anything in your free time, there's no motivation there. That's not, obviously, building Bluetooth RCs and all that. You've got both.
So, yeah, I have a friend who's double major in electrical engineering and computer engineering.
Oof.
So, yeah, he had a lot of fun. And he actually just accepted a job offer at Citibank as well.
Nice.
And, you know, he had a high GPA, but when he talked to me why they hired him, it wasn't because of that. He actually posted on his LinkedIn profile that he was reading a C++ book for fun, and that was it. And that started a conversation with one of the employers, like, you know, you're actually interested in this.
And it sparked interest in
exactly.
their eyes. That's
and he
awesome.
was interested in what he was doing. So that's right.
It's interesting. We've been through the organization that puts on Roboticon. We've actually been talking about putting together reading lists, like the things that each of us are either currently reading or things that inspired us to go in the direction that we're going for that reason, to show you gotta be.
Yeah, and you gotta, especially with you know, with these kids, you have to break the disconnect between, you know, a lot of people think that computer science and electrical engineering is just too hard, or if it wasn't meant for them. You know, if they look at it, they see and they're like, oh, I can't do that. So, but we have to open those doors to them and show that, like, you know, like
it's possible.
This is possible.
Yeah.
It starts off really simple, and it's a lot of fun. So once you start breaking down those barriers, you know, that's when people can get really interested and involved with it.
Exactly.
And IEEE is, you said it's a
global organization. Yeah. So it's over 100 years old now.
Wow.
It started as just a professional organization, and now has just kind of become, for the professional side, it helps professionals stay up to date with continuing education. You know, because especially in electrical engineering, technology's constantly evolving. So it's very important for engineers to be up to date with what's new.
Yeah, for sure.
And
and
as
the
a student,
change in rules and regulations.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
There's all kinds of things that you've got to know.
Yeah, exactly. So, and on the student organization, you know, it's just a fun way to kind of have a social and engineering outlet that you can work on throughout your spare time.
For sure. I had an intern a couple years ago who was a student at USF, and we gave her a project. She's like, but I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And we said, that's the thing about being an engineer. An engineer is the job of never knowing what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
you're not going to get a syllabus out there.
Yeah.
Because if you did know what you were doing, it's not engineering.
Yeah,
it's
then
just,
anyone could do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're not building something, you know, you're just replicating something.
Yeah.
That's not
You're just going through the motions.
That's not engineering.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's rote work.
Yeah.
Engineering is the process of never quite knowing what you're doing.
Yeah, I know, and so that can be part of the disconnect between the industry and the academia world.
For
is,
sure.
You know, when I got into my internship, they gave me a project and they said, "Have fun." You know, and they just leave you off to like that. So you know, you definitely have to be, you know, self-structured, self-organized, and you know, you have to be able to think outside of the box. You know.
Is that what we did to you? Did we give you a project and just send you off on your own? She interned for our software company too.
Oh, okay, very cool.
Here, enjoy. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
we'll
have
talk to you
fun.
later. Well, if people want to find out more about IEEE or IEEE at USF, how can they do that?
Yeah, so definitely the first place to look would be on Facebook.
Okay.
You just type in IEEE USF. If you just type in IEEE on Google, you know, that'll bring you to the main organization website. And then through that website, it'll lead you to the different student chapters you have or the different professional chapters that would be in your area.
Awesome.
And they're all across the United States and the world. So if you live in the U.S. or, you know, anywhere in Europe or Asia, you know, there's bound to be an organization near you
Cool.
you could be a part of.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today.
Yeah, thank you for your time. It was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
And have a good rest of the event.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Our Gulf Coast Maker and Comic-Con 2018 coverage is proudly powered by Amazon Prime. Find out all of the included benefits and get a 30-day free trial by going to plugkitslive.com/prime and by audiobooks.com. Get a 30-day trial and a free audiobook to keep by going to audiobooks.com and using promo code TRY70. All right. Well, we've got our next guest here. Hello.
Hi,
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
I am Starlight Darling Cosplay. I am a local cosplayer here to the Seminole area, and I am actually one of our cosplay panelists and one of the costume judges today at Gulf Coast Maker and Comic-Con.
That's awesome.
That is
I apologize that you're obviously having to hold the headset, but
It's perfectly
we,
fine.
anybody who has worked in cosplay knows that
You got to make it work.
it's a weird world because
It is.
the characters aren't built to live in modern
No.
society. So before we get into your cosplay experience,
Mhm.
let's talk about your costume.
So today I'm cosplaying Rin Tosaka from Fate Stay Night, and I did make most of this myself.
Very cool.
So my armor is actually made out of Warbla, which was a huge learning curve and experience. It was the first time I actually made anything out of it.
I was gonna guess.
And this
from,
is about my
from
fourth.
the learning experience, it
Yeah.
seemed like that must have been.
This was my fourth try, what I have on
Okay.
now. And the wig is a huge pain. But Rin's one of my favorite characters,
Okay.
so I do just about every outfit that she has, and I'm working on more.
Okay. The
so-
goal is to do all of them, right? Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yeah. And then there's another iteration of Rin that is Ishtar in the new Fate Grand Order game.
Okay.
And I'm working on her costumes too.
Okay.
Uh, so just a little bit of a fan of the series.
Sure.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
All right.
That's okay. One of our cosplayers has like 8 different versions of Princess Peach. I gotcha.
You just find a character that you love and that you relate to, and you stick with it. And
Definitely.
that just becomes a part of your brand and who you are.
And how long have you been cosplaying?
So I'm going on about 6 years
Okay.
of making my own stuff. There's a couple years before that where I just kind of bought things, but from making them for about 6 years now.
Okay. And what got you interested in cosplay?
I just went to a convention and just kind of fell in love with the whole atmosphere and everyone pulling out all these really awesome costumes. And I was like, I want to be a part of that. That looks awesome, and I want to do that. And so I just did. I sat down and I taught myself how to sew. I've never had any lessons. Everything I do, I teach myself completely.
Okay.
And it's been a great experience. And I've met so many new people, and I've learned so many skills that, I never thought it would be something I'd be doing. And, yeah.
What is your favorite type of thing to work on in cosplay?
So I love anything that is big and poofy and sparkly.
Okay.
So I do a lot of big, poofy, sparkly skirts and dresses.
Okay.
And I love using rhinestones, and I use a lot of glitter tulle. And you know, anyone that'll go on my Facebook or my Instagram will just see all of these big, poofy skirts
And sparkly.
and sparkly. Yes. One of the costumes that I just finished is actually the Valentine's Day outfit for Reen.
Oh.
And the skirt is sequin fabric, so it is
Okay.
super sparkly. There's rhinestones on everything, and you know, go big or go home. The more sparkles, the better. The bigger the skirt, the better.
I love it. I love it.
And obviously, again, since you're having to hold the headphones, we've got a good shot of your gloves,
Yes.
which are also sparkly.
Also sparkly, yes. Any chance to use anything sparkly, I'm all over it.
What is the biggest challenge that you have encountered in building your own stuff?
Figuring out how I'm going to get it to the con.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have one costume where I made a very large pair of wings out of silk flowers, and then I realized I had to fly to the convention.
Oh.
And that was...
No.
I was like, I don't know how this is going to work. But I found someone with a suitcase big enough, and I shoved them in and made it work. And with all of my big skirts, that's always a challenge of, how am I going to get this there? And you just find ways to make it happen. But that's really been the biggest challenge, is just traveling.
Yeah.
Sure.
And a roundabout number, how many outfits do you think you've worked on for yourself?
Oh, boy. Easily 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long does it take you to complete, on average? I know they're different.
On average, probably 150 hours.
Okay.
There's some that I've spent more on. There's some that I've pulled out in a weekend.
Fair enough.
They definitely range.
Yeah, but on average, especially if I'm having to make a petticoat, it can hit 100 hours real quick.
Okay. Wow.
And that's one of the things that people who don't cosplay don't necessarily understand.
Yeah.
Is that that's a full month of full-time work.
Yes, it is. And I'm trying to fit it in when I come home from work in the evenings and on the weekends, because I work a 9-to-5 job during the week, and you know, people are like, hey, can you come out this weekend? I'm trying to finish a costume.
Yeah, definitely. And how was the process of becoming a cosplayer to now being a judge at one of these conventions?
You know, it's just really putting in the time and the hard work to get your costumes to a point where, you know, people look up to you and say, I want to be like that. Then there's also a networking component of just going out and meeting people, and, you know, doing that can go a long way.
Definitely. Sure. And you must feel honored to actually be a judge on judging other people's work.
Of course. It's always an honor to be trusted with that responsibility.
Definitely.
It's also, it can be a little intimidating.
Yes, it is.
Obviously, depending on the size of the event.
It's always intimidating no matter what, because,
for sure.
you know, people are looking to you for feedback on their costume, and that in and of itself is scary, because I've competed in many contests, and, you know, it's always completely intimidating to have to get up there in front of people and show off your hard work.
Sure.
It's one thing to just walk around the convention, but to actually get up there on stage, that really takes a level of bravery.
Definitely.
And so I applaud all of those people.
And to stand in front of people whose job it is to judge what they're looking at.
Yeah.
that adds a whole level to it.
It really does.
And is this your first year at this convention?
So I've actually been at this convention since it first started.
Okay.
So I guess this is 4 years, I want to say.
Something like that.
Have you always
took
cosplayed?
Last year off. It's hard to get a bearing on it.
But yeah, I've always cosplayed to it. And last year I was also one of the panelists and a judge at the contest.
Okay.
So definitely very honored to be back again for it.
That's awesome.
Obviously happy with the results
Yes.
to have you back.
Yes.
So how many, I always love to ask cosplayers, how many events do you go to in an average year?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Do a little math in my head here. Probably for me about 6 now.
Okay.
I used to go to a lot more, but recently just with job things, I've just had to really prioritize what I want to go to. So I probably hit about 6 or so conventions in a year.
Okay. That's, interestingly, at about 6 to 8 years, that's about the number that I find. You're like, all right, yeah, I can't be doing this
Yeah.
all day, every day. I'm going to have to.
As well as preparing something for each
Oh,
event.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've really backed down on how much I've been making, because when I first started, it was just churning out as many as I could, you know, bringing 3 or 4 new different ones to each event. And now I'm like, let's just focus on 1 or 2 big builds for the year and do it right.
Definitely.
And put all the extra details in
Yeah.
it. And
Get all the shiny, sparkly, poofy.
And big, yeah.
Get it right. Make sure
Yeah.
that it's the thing that you want it to be.
yeah, and that's just the part I think of in general, the evolution of being a cosplayer is when you're starting, it's new and shiny and fun, and you just want to do everything and do it all the time. And as you mature into it, you realize, well, let's just pick a couple things and let's really do it right, and let's really do justice to this character, and let's pick the events that really mean something that we want to go to. So,
For sure. So what's your favorite event that you've been to?
my favorite,
From a cosplay standpoint.
definitely KatsuCon up in the DC area.
And what's
So-
that like?
It is absolutely huge, and it's at the Gaylord up there, and so the venue is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, I don't think there's really an area with bad lighting, so it is perfect for pictures.
Photo shoot.
And it's everyone brings their biggest and their best costumes out to it, and it's really a good place to meet people who have some obscure interests. So last year I brought a costume with me that I didn't think anyone was going to know what I was from. And I have actually made some of the best friends from bringing that costume.
Okay.
And I thought no one was even going to know who I was.
Okay.
So it's a really great event for those little things.
Sure.
And it's just fun to get out of state and that opportunity to just meet new people.
For
That's
sure.
awesome.
I always enjoy doing cons out of the state and interact with a community that's not necessarily your everyday community.
Yeah.
So obviously in Florida, the cosplay community is tight enough that the first guest we had was on our cosplay show a couple of months ago. Like, it's totally on accident. So it's tight enough that we kind of all know each other in one way or another. But to get out of your little circle, to get out of Florida is always fun. I enjoy going to AWA and shows like that.
I was there last year.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, so was I.
Planning to go back this year.
So it's always fun to get out of your circle and experience
Yes, it definitely is.
things and people who are not the ones you see at every con you go to.
Yeah.
Very cool. So you mentioned you've got social media.
Yes.
If people want to follow you, how can they do that?
So you can find me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram by searching Starlight Darling Cosplay. My actual Instagram handle is CL Darling, but I have it typed in there that you can find it under Starlight Darling. Someone else had taken it when I went to go sign up, so I was like, oh, what are we going to do now? But you can still find me by searching there.
Gotcha. Well, very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us
Thank
today.
you. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Absolutely.
We appreciate talking to you.
And enjoy the cosplay contest later.
Thank you.
So as I said earlier, we sort of had to regroup a little bit on the beginning and ending. Can you show that video again, Steve? We have our startup
hold
video.
on, I'm trying to get it downloaded. And
Or just do it off your phone again.
Stand by.
We had it.
And I need to turn that off.
One day I'll learn how to share my screen. I feel very disappointed in myself.
You're fine.
I hate it when it's the little things that get me. You'll fly an airplane, you know, I can do all these other things, but I can't share a darn screen. There we go. So here's our opening sequence. Oh, I don't know what that is.
No, stand by a second.
Oh, that's Josh.
Yes, it is.
Stand by.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was. I hear birds.
Mm-hmm. Birds are pretty.
Are those deconstruction birds, or are those birds in your yard, Josh? Or are those yours, O'Shea?
No, I've been hearing the deconstruction tweet, so now it's stuck.
I think that's me.
You're making that noise?
Okay.
Very pretty.
Okay, you want me to share that, Terry?
Yes, please.
Okay, stand by here.
I'm that sound, make that kind of a noise.
Terry window. Okay. Share. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Little help, please. It's my acting debut.
It's wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
But you have to study real hard.
So we're starting off of that. And then from that, we're going right into whoever was next on there. Larche is going to be doing magic. I think it was you, wasn't it? Or was it? I always keep getting mixed up on who's doing what.
You're correct.
Okay. You're going to hand it off to Steve, right? Or yeah, Steve, and okay. So you've got some. Have you? Steve's done a little bit. You did one video, and you've got some, right?
Yes, I just dropped something in the Dropbox.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we see it?
And I have, a skit that Scott will have fun editing. I have a clip on the phone as well. I don't know how to screen share,
It's
so I'm with
fine.
you, Terry.
You can just do it off the phone. Thank you. I feel better.
Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Have to hold it still though. Going slow.
And get this light out. There's a reflection. Let's see. Okay.
Oh, can't see it. You froze up.
Yeah. Let me start it over. Sorry. Thanks, Chris.
Have to get Chris's name out of it. Although that could be Chris's name.
Okay.
Wow.
So there's kind of the outro. And there's some stuff that has to be cut out. But
that's great though. I like that. Oh, awesome. And then you're taking it, and we've got some video that we did. So I think we got your part pretty well done.
Okay.
And then where was it going from Steve?
Sheena.
Sheena? Going to Sheena.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know where she is, so we're gonna trust it. I think. Oops, wait a minute. Okay. So I don't know where she is. And then it's gonna go from Sheena to Marissa. And what have you got so far?
Yes. Well, you saw what I guess.
Yeah.
I pretty much have it. The only thing is, like, I need to practice with my siblings, but they're all at grandparents' house. They'll be back by 5.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Or
They were like,
wait,
are they
actually, I
union
think it might
actors
be
or
like
something?
6.
They
But
leave.
they'll be back. They wanted to go to the pool.
They're in their trailers.
Darn child
Yeah.
actors.
I was gonna say Screen Actor Guild members.
But
What is that? What are we looking at?
I do have this thing, so.
What is it? It's very cool.
It's the pipe. It's a Mario pipe. It's 3D printed.
Ooh.
Wow. So this just finished printing too. So.
Wow, I can feel it's warm. Yeah.
Very cool. So yes, new toy.
That's awesome. Okay, and then Pam, you said you put your stuff together as it's like a photos, right?
Yes.
Like a photo video. Will that work in there, Scott? Did you see it? Or you haven't seen it yet?
I haven't looked at it.
MP3.
Okay.
I did see that I got it.
Okay. So
It's
there's going to be more like a series of still shots telling a story.
Because I don't videotape well.
Well, you've seen us. Come on.
Oh no. No. I'm bad.
If I can. Birdies are very pretty. I'm going to use that for my permanent soundtrack in the back. That's a very soothing soundtrack.
I'll tape a bunch of it for you. They're always out here.
Can you see it, Scott, or no?
It's not loading.
Okay.
But my internet is overloaded right now.
Yeah, you got a few things going there. Let me see if I can find it on here. Like I'm going to actually attempt to show a video again. Whoops.
I can show the opening clip of ours.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, let me bring that up. Maybe.
Just. That's what I'm dealing with.
Okay.
So, yeah, internet is.
All right, you got it, Steve?
Almost. Okay. Stand by.
Wow. Thank you, Roche.
Okay. All right. Stop this.
I hear it.
Stop.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
There's no start or stop on this thing. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm going to do that.
Wow.
Okay. All right, now let me share it. And I'm going to do window. And I'm going to select. Okay, why isn't it coming up? Doesn't look like it wants to be able to select that window. Stand by. Carry on, I'll come back in a minute.
We're standing.
We're standing?
That's what he said. Stand by.
Yeah.
All right.
Stand by.
So if I show my entire screen and I switch over to the video I want to show, will that work?
Yeah.
All right, let's try that.
That could work. I might try that. I wonder if it'll let me choose different screens.
You're presenting your screen. All right.
Yeah, there we go.
So now,
I see.
So there's what they did. That works.
Oh.
Cool. Yay.
Oh.
Good.
That'll work, won't it?
For sure.
Okay.
That's
Sounds pretty
awesome.
good.
Yeah, we can make that work.
Okay. So that means I can also pull up Steve's here then, if we can do it this way.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. If you
Oh, okay. I'll
ready
stop sharing.
for sharing, let me see if it'll allow me to select
There you go.
another.
I did it! All right.
Okay. No, there it is.
Thank you, Deconstruction, for showing me how to share my
Hey,
screen.
can you see that?
Yes. In a minute. Yep.
There we go.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, thank you, Roche. This is wonderful. I think I can add some more to this. Yes, I can. I have some industrial toilet paper that I ordered online. To get it on here, I've attached a screwdriver to my cordless drill. This paper was from a 5 and Dime online store, and the reason it's so cheap is that it doesn't come on a roll.
Deconstructed toilet paper.
It was the top. And you get this started, and we'll load up onto this and pass it along.
Cool, cool.
That was it.
We were born to be goofy. What can we say?
Fun, fun, fun.
That's great. All right. So we got some good stuff there. I think we can work with all that so far. And then, you know, the alternative endings that Josh has got, we can play around with it. We can make them work. I'll just stick my hand back out the door at the end and we can put in there whatever we end up with. So it'll work. All right.
Do you want to see what I have?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't play. So all right. So I don't have the beginning. I don't have everything just yet. I'm going to be finishing up after this call. So
Okay. Oh, now it says you can. It won't let you though, will it?
No.
No. Oh. Okay.
I was just playing them just a moment ago. Huh. Okay.
That's interesting.
Until you were sharing.
Yeah, until you shared, probably. Oh, will that work?
Here's one. So in one of the bits he gets it, and you know.
Like I really want to use that toilet paper when you're done with it.
Let's see.
My hand should come out at the end and pick a few sand spurs or something out of it and throw them back out, you know?
That'd be fun.
That's really funny.
So the whole premise, and I've had to change everything up. So I'm not doing the reversing thing anymore. What's happening is the Mario princess is going to be inside her castle and receive and have this roll of toilet paper dropped on her. And you know, she's a little girl, so she's gonna do what little kids do. She's gonna tear up all the work that everybody just put into getting this roll get to Terry. And so what you're seeing here is the deconstruction of everything. Let's see. I can't. I don't know why I can't play the others. But yeah, so we're going to end up with a empty toilet paper roll again. So
That's great.
so the princess is going to correct her wrong and put the empty toilet paper roll into a 3D printer, and magically there's going to be a roll of toilet paper that was twice the size of the original one. So so from there, you know, we can kind of alternate our endings. But the one that I have planned is she then takes that toilet paper roll, attaches it to the drone, and then the drone takes off with the toilet paper roll attached, and delivers it to Terry.
Excellent.
That's great.
Cool.
That's fantastic. That's perfect. And I think we've got enough varying lengths on this. I think we'll be able to get to 3 minutes pretty easily because the first part's really short and the last part's going to be really short. So we can play around with the middle pretty well. That's great. That's awesome, Josh. I really like that.
I had my logo in here. I hope that was okay. I want to make sure.
Yeah, it's fine.
So basically what you're seeing here is you can't see the video, but the toilet paper is going to be rolling by on all these screens. So like in the grass, it's going to go back and forth, and then it's going to get put in the back of the truck, and that's when my dog's chasing it, destroying it even more, and yeah, it'll be fun.
That's great. That's going to be a lot of fun. That's awesome. That's terrific. Yeah, we'll just call this pandemic production. This is it's our new video line. Yeah.
So let's do some quick math.
Okay.
So Terry, your segment was about 3 seconds.
Yeah.
The video that Steve showed was 47, which brings us to 50.
Cut that down a little. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Cut that down though.
Well, we got another 8 seconds center and 8 seconds at the end, I think. I can tell you exactly. Stand by.
Mine was 18.
Yeah.
18?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
8, 47, 8. Okay, it's 8 plus 47 plus 8 plus 11.
And then I was gonna keep mine under 15.
Steve robbed everybody.
About a minute and a half.
Wow.
What, yours or no? What we have so far?
There's plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can cut some of that because some of that's going to be reversed, so it's going to be sped up too.
Yeah.
The one where you reverse the roll, Steve.
True.
Or something. We can play around with it.
Yeah, the reversed one is only 8 seconds long.
Okay.
The worst one is the one we just looked at first. The first.
We might record it. We might be able to re-record that, shorten it up. We'll play around with it.
Okay.
Let's put it together. It looks like.
Okay.
Because my
That sounds fine.
math is putting us probably at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, we need to cut that down to 3.
Did they have a hard stop at 3, or is that a suggestion?
Yep. 3-minute video. That's it.
Yep.
That's not a suggestion. That's a submission requirement. So we'll play around with it. We can make it shorter because it's gonna. We want to be able to give time to the ending part and the stuff that Marissa and Larche and Sheena have too. So we got to shorten it down. Okay. So Steve and I will play around with that a little bit more.
Cool.
And we only need to do that first part. I think that was the longest, right, Steve?
Yeah. 47, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we'll play around with that. We can shorten that down. And then we can also have a longer video. We can keep that because I think it'd be fun to do a longer version of it. We can do like the post-production 5-minute version, if we feel like it.
And all the outtakes.
And all the outtakes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I think we're on the right track. I think we got stuff when the child actors get back and they get back on the clock. Marissa.
Yeah.
You could resume there.
Okay. See, I'm trying to give them like some liberties. So
I see that. I like the flamingo behind you, by the way. That's pretty cool.
Oh, you want to see really cool? So.
Is it a wall? Is it your wall? Oh, is that your uncle? It's one of your uncle's paintings.
It is.
Oh, I love his painting.
And then on the other side.
Uh-huh.
Ooh. It's the queen. She's holding a drink. Yep.
Margarita?
Yep. It's the queen and king.
Oh, awesome.
King's got the TV remote.
Yep.
He does.
And there's 6 little birds around too. So.
Oh, that's awesome. He's great. I still want to get more of his robot stuff over at AMRoC. I still want to really do a showing of his stuff there. I would love to do that. Do a gallery showing or something. Fab Lab gallery showing.
Yes.
All right. So we are free now until if we want to group up, the show and tell is at 7. We can, I don't know how we want to do it. Do we just want to show, can we string together what videos we have a little bit, Scott, and just show that?
Sure.
That'll probably be the easiest thing to do. So we can all be on together because they'll just give us the screen when it's time for our team check-in. We got like 5 minutes to talk about what we've been doing, how we've enjoyed it, and how the experience has been for us, and then we'll just show whatever a version of the clip strung together, loosely unedited, so they get what they get. But that'll show that should be a lot of fun to do. So I'll message out to the team to put whatever everybody has into the Dropbox. And Scott has the order. I sent him that. So put everything we have into the Dropbox. Is that all right?
Yeah. So there's a folder called Final. And there's a document at the top that tells how to name your files.
Okay.
And then he'll just loosely string them together. We're not looking for editing at this point, and they'll know that. We'll tell them this is what we've done so far. And these are the contributions of our, if you don't have stuff in, that's okay. But if we can get more of it in, is that Duncan? Or is this, if we can get more of it in, more of it that we can get in, the better. And it doesn't have to be complete or anything, but we're just going to give them, they might even get the long version. Who the heck cares? But, we'll keep our talking to the minimum and showcase what we got. Okay. Are you still trying to figure out what the sound is?
Yeah.
It's you, isn't it? Or the cat?
I was gonna say it sounds
You are chase birds.
Sounds like somebody letting the air out of a cat.
I hate it when that happens to our cats. Oh wait, Sheena's here. I'm gonna get her on really quick.
Okay. Steve's back.
The children are home.
Yay!
Dun dun dun.
Yeah. Hi guys. Right.
Oh, there it is. I think Sheena's gonna try and hop on. Hi, Jude.
Thank you.
Oh, all right.
They
know how to take care of you. Just shove a cookie in the rest of the mouth.
Yeah.
Hi, Jude. It's really awesome to see Jude running around. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, Sheena's hopping on, so we'll just wait a minute for her, and then we'll all be free until 7. All right? I just want to make sure she knows to drop in whatever she has, or she can show up whenever she wants. And then you'll never have to do another live call with me again. Well, you probably will, because I'll come up with something else to do. All right. I hope you're all been having a good time with it, It's definitely something different to do that we wouldn't have had otherwise. So. And now you're all trained for future competitions, because we used to do these, we used to do a couple or 3 of these a year. So we would do Red Bull, Instructables. There's Sheena. And Instructables ones are fun. I'd actually like to get going on the Instructables that used to do competitions all the time. So those they give you really cool gear. Hi, Sheena. So we got on early to do the video sonic movement thing, which it was interesting. No, that's okay. And so what we decided to do is we won't have to do the 5 o'clock call. We can work right on through to the 7 o'clock or the 6:50 show and tell. What we're going to do is whatever anybody has done between now and say, what do you want to say, 6:30 or 6? You need 6? Would that be better for you, Scott? 6? Okay, because we're just going to string them together loosely. It's not going to be anything fancy. We're going to take whatever everybody's got, put it in the Dropbox, and when we do our show and tell, we'll show them the rough unedited version.
Okay.
All right. And that'll be easier than trying to explain it all, but we can all be on. They'll probably just give us a screen together. Everybody can briefly introduce themselves, and talk about, a little bit about who they are. Then let them ask us questions afterwards if they want, but then we'll just run the video. We've got like 5 minutes or so. What's that?
What time is that? So I'm not late.
That's 6:50. I had sent the update. And I actually started putting times on my update, so it's called like the 3:30 update or something.
Okay. Sorry,
so it's
my
in
phone
that. No problem. No, I can't imagine why. But yeah, so what the idea is that they're gonna just have like a check-in from all the teams. Where are you right now? What did you do? How did you enjoy it? What did you get out of it? And then we can show what we have. So if we put everything we've got into the Dropbox, named according to the instructions that Scott has on the Dropbox, he can just loosely string them together and we'll show it as a single video, which ought to be entertaining. So we're redoing part of ours because it's a little bit too long. Have you gotten any video recorded yet? Or are you still working on it on your end, Sheena?
No, we have a lot. I mean, we have too much.
Okay.
I gotta cut it down.
Well, we're gonna do. You can keep the video though, because afterwards it's done after the 3-minute submission. We're gonna just do a whole long one, and just have fun with whatever video everybody has. And we could just do the whole. We could do a 2-hour show if we wanted. I don't care, but well, maybe not 2 hours. That could be a lit long. But anyway, grab whatever could be short enough for tonight's 5-minute show and tell that you want to drop in there. Can you have any you can show us?
I put a bunch of stuff in the Dropbox.
Okay.
So y'all can get a sneak peek.
All right.
I still don't have my phone. Otherwise, I would.
Oh.
I don't know how to do it on here.
I might be able to. Let's see.
Well, we haven't edited anything together yet. That's what we're getting ready to do right now.
Okay. I can't tell whose these are though when I look at them.
Hers, I think I'll say video Mayo 3.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not technical, so I didn't rename anything or I just uploaded.
All right, well, it'll work. We'll make it work.
Yeah, I'll get James to actually put it together in a much more efficient.
Oh, I see Larchay's. I see science.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to share this.
Yeah, I realized how to edit, so I got it in there just in time.
Oh, that's cool. Hang on a minute. Now that I know how to do this, I'm so proud of myself.
I think mine will actually be 20 seconds. I left the bloopers at the end with the robot, but it should be 15 or 20 seconds.
All right, let me get over to it here.
Hey Terry, my phone's about to die, so I'm gonna
okay.
Get up here.
All right, we'll see you at 6:50. The information for the live stream is in there.
6:50, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I do the food color blue, yellow, and turn it into the goop, and we sanitize it, and then I put it on the rollerbot. So trying to, that part was just extra. So that part is cut off then.
Yay! That's awesome.
Cool.
That's great. And then some of the others we had, yeah, a whole bunch of pictures there. Whoops. I was looking for some of the others here. Those are kids working on things. What was that one? Oh, that was our Zoom meeting. So a lot of these were, this was just kind of funny. So we'll put something together there. Stop sharing here. Yeah, did it stop sharing? Yes, we're back. All right. So I think we'll have some fun stuff to play with there. Again, try and get them turned in whatever your final stuff is by around 6. And then we can tweak from there. But for the 6:50 show and tell, try to have your stuff in there. All righty, and we'll try and shorten up hours. We may not get it done by 6, but we'll have it before the final video. Okay.
You don't mind
sending
that Dropbox link.
What's that? I'll send you the Dropbox link again. Okay. All right, everybody. That's true. You have it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got the video. I'll put it in there.
All right. That sounds good. I think we're good. This is fun. Again, thank you guys for playing along. You know, it'll be fun to see what everybody did. I've been watching on Discord. The collage is fantastic. It's like this long scrolling collage that this other group is doing, and then the sound and movement stuff. So you know, it ought to be an interesting evening to see a little bit of what everybody does. And then at the end, I'll just post all the videos to the website. So that'll be good. And then they do like group voting on it. So we'll probably do that in the middle of it. All right. So thank you guys. See you at 6:50 over at Zoom. I'll make sure you check your emails. I don't, maybe I didn't send you the Zoom link yet, but I'll send you the Zoom link for the show and tell tonight. Okay.
Terry, stick around for a second.
I sure will. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Our First Looks coverage is proudly powered by the Microsoft Store. Get your next laptop, tablet, Xbox, and more by going to firstlooks.tv/Microsoft.
All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Quite well. How are you?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Sure. My name is Amir Muhammad. I'm a third-year chemical engineering student here at the wonderful University of South Florida, and I am this year's program coordinator for the Bullseye program, which is Bull's Engineering Youth Experience.
And what exactly does that entail?
So, Bullseye is actually a summer camp program that we host here at USF. It's a 6-week program we do every single summer. It's completely free for Tampa-based students and local students. We even have people from as far as Sarasota drive up every single morning to our summer camp. We teach middle school students engineering disciplines, so we have a plethora amount of 3D printers. They make 3D printers and they attach them to battle bots. And we teach them about motors and servos and how to build robots, and to just be our next generation of engineers.
What? See, now I'm mad. That's unfair. I want to participate.
I agree.
That's awesome. Wow. How long has this been running?
I believe we just had our 4th cohort, so we'll be our 5th year next year. And we're actually an NSF granted program, so we've been really growing in these last few years and catching a lot of attention, and we love what we do.
Wow. I don't blame you. It's a cool thing that you get to do.
Absolutely.
How did you get involved?
So I knew when I was coming into college I wanted to be involved in pretty much everything. That's my entire attitude through in high school. So I was just like, everyone, I need to join everything. I like to stay busy. I hate being idle because I feel like there's so much for me to do for my community especially. So I'm like, I'm in college. There's so many people who got me through college or to get me into college. So what better way to give back than to be the little girl who was once in middle school and help inspire someone else just like me. So I just heard about them online and I read about it. Like, although I'm an engineering major, I love teaching too. So it's like a really good intertwine because you don't really think as much engineers who think they're kind of antisocial. They just like to do their math homework and just go away. Me, social butterfly. Love people, love students, love children. And I met them and I was a mentor initially. So we hire undergrad students. So all of the people who are mentoring the middle school students, they're active USF students. And after a year, I fell in love with the program. I told Dr. Gaines, who is, this is his program. I was like, I love this. I want to do more. What can I do? Like, I love helping students. I love talking to people. And as you see, I'm a little chatterbox. It's just
Sign me up for everything.
Absolutely. Put my name down.
So what is the age range for these students?
So initially, it was only middle school students, so it's rising 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. But we started having 8th graders that aged out, and they loved it so much. So just this past summer, we started implementing, my apologies. We have high school students who come back and mentor the middle school students, and then the engineering students at USF are just kind of overseers. So they love our program so much. We're looking to expand all throughout high school. They don't want to leave us, but they are able to get bright future hours for being with us. So
amazing.
It's really helping them out.
Nice.
And how many students do you guys accept with your summer program?
So this past summer was actually our largest amount. We had, it was 80 middle school students, and then we had 30 undergrad students who were being mentors, and we had 10 high schoolers. So So it was like well over 100 people just this past summer running around USF every day.
Oh my goodness. And what's the span of this timeline for the summer camp?
So it's a 6-week program. Not only do we teach them engineering disciplines, we teach them like life skills because everyone knows middle school can kind of be a hard time in their lives. So we kind of like during the morning we teach them life skills, and afternoon we're like, okay, let's go battle with the robots, and we have motion sensors, and let's kind of get your frustration of middle school out on robots.
Sounds like a lot of hands-on work.
It is, and you don't really need a lot of experience because, like I said, I'm a chemical engineering student. What do I know about robots? But just being in the program, you learn as you go. Like, it's not just you teaching them, they teach you a lot. Like, people think our younger generation is like, oh, just sit there and listen to us. No, they know more than me, and I was just like, I'm humble. Like, just tell me.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of mentoring one of the, well, a couple of, but in particular one of the first teams down here for a number of years. And, yeah, the things that you learn from the kids is surprising.
It's like, where did I miss that? Like, where did that come from?
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Getting to work with kids is
it's refreshing.
Unbelievably rewarding.
Yeah. And intelligence comes in all different forms, and you can obviously learn from each other.
Especially, and it's almost like a stress relief at the point because you think you're stressed out about the day, and then you look in the corner and see kids doing Fortnite dances. It's just like, you guys have no worries. I'm over here stressed about Orgo and thermodynamics, and you're over here. They're pretty aggressive. It's great. I know you wasn't ready for that one.
Oh my God.
But it's awesome. They're just a joy. Children they're our future, so we have to take care of them.
Indeed. Oh my goodness.
I was not prepared for the Fortnite dances.
I was not prepared for the other headphone to kick on.
Yeah.
When you did the Fortnite dance,
I heard that
the
too.
second ear cup turned on for the first time.
Too,
I'm like, oh, that was
like surprise.
yeah, that was surprising. Wow. Okay. Distracted me for a second. Wow. So, what are you doing here today?
So here today we are tabling. So we actually invited a lot of our students out from this past summer to come and visit us again, almost like a little reunion. They get to see a lot of our mentors came back. We have like 8 of them up somewhere, actually around the corner. They're at the table, and we brought all their robots that they made this summer, and we brought them out for display. Nice. And right now we have a lot of students. They did the Lego Maestros, we do Tetris Prime, and we're out there running demos, and everyone's just coming over and playing with the robots.
Are they the ones on the floor?
That's
I've seen
that's
you
us.
as I've panic run back and forth
as
past
we all
the
do
expo.
at these events.
I've seen the little robots on the floor, and I'm like,
you
oh,
gotta
that's
be careful.
interesting.
One almost took my leg off. I thought that was the end of me. I didn't even sit, like, they're huge. They're big old book, and I was just talking and walking and like, whoop, there it is. But I caught myself.
That's good. That's good
Caught
because we built last year. We built a robot for the first tech challenge in a weekend, and we made a small mistake. And instead of building an arm that put a thing out, we ended up building a cannon on it. Wasn't our intention, but it's definitely what happened. And yeah, those things can accidentally get very dangerous very quickly if you're not paying attention.
So that's definitely why we give them 6 weeks to learn about, like, just it's not all fun to play. You do have to be diligent and make sure that you're being careful because these are things that can,
exactly
be experimental.
Oh, indeed. And depending on the size, you start working with some of these first robotics competition machines, they can be taller than us.
And I'm like 4 feet tall, so that's a lot.
I feel that on a spiritual level.
Yep. Too much coffee.
There was the one season where they were picking up the trash cans, and the machines were like, they were averaging about 6 foot.
Just the robot?
Yeah. Those things will take you out if you're not paying attention.
Yeah,
So.
I swore it.
At what point did you find out about all of this craziness behind us?
It's so funny. Maybe about 2 weeks ago, and my professor, Dr. Gates, he was like, hey, there's a robotics competition. We're a robotics summer camp. Let's go. And I'm like, let's do it.
So you've never heard of FIRST before then?
I haven't. And now that I'm here, I'm like, you guys got me for life.
Sign me up.
Put my name down.
Put my name down.
Good, because we need mentors. And if you talk to First Tech Challenge, they need judges in January.
Oh, yeah.
Sign me up right now.
That's her motto. That's her motto. Put my name down.
I like that.
Absolutely.
On your way out, make sure that you ask Michelle
To
over there
sign you up.
to send you in the right direction.
I give her my resume, my
because the
email, everything she needs, my
Because
LinkedIn.
honestly, they
LinkedIn.
were asking us earlier if we
Really?
knew anybody who could be judges this year. So
I'm your girl.
awesome, all the way at the end. That's where you're looking for, the little field at the end over there.
If you see a little
And
Harry
that's
Potter
for
behind you.
everyone too.
Yeah,
If anyone is ever
absolutely.
interested in being involved with FIRST or any of this stuff,
Firstinspires.org is the website.
honestly, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Being
'cause-
a part of this is very fulfilling.
Yeah. It's the energy you put in, you more than get back. And even though, you and I may be grumpy by the end of tomorrow, by
And
next week.
And she definitely understands that because she works with kids every summer.
Right.
90
And
of
that
them.
has to be as fulfilling as like volunteering here as well.
Absolutely. And doing a summer class and working at Chick-fil-A. It's
Oh,
great.
wow.
It's a great thing.
She likes
You've got-
being busy.
You
Sign
got
her up.
lots of things.
Oh, I love it.
I'm with you.
Too much to
How can they do that?
Well, just go to a good friend Google, and then we just type in Bullseye Engineer, or just say Bullseye USF. We'll get you there. We also have our website, bullseyementoring.org. We are on Facebook. We're on Twitter. We're on YouTube. We got a bunch of cool websites everywhere. So Bullseye USF, they're only one. There's only us.
And if you're in the
Fantastic.
Tampa Bay area, that's where they can get involved.
Yes, ma'am. So
Very
when you
cool.
go to either of those websites, and we keep them pretty current, and we'll open up a application usually about May or April. And like I said, it's completely free. Parents don't pay for anything. We have free lunch every single day. Just drop off your children. We'll take care of them. They'll be little wizards by the time they come back home.
That's
Little
crazy
wizards.
cool. I love that. I love that.
We actually have a lot of students from our program in these competitions.
That's
They come
cool.
by and their little school. They're like, we taught you.
That's so cool.
That's the biggest reward, honestly, seeing they're actually taking what we're learning, and every child,
And
they want to
implementing
be
it.
there.
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, thanks so much for coming by and talking to
Thank
us
you
today.
For having
Thank you
me.
so much.
And enjoy the rest of the event.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, have a great one.
Our First Looks coverage is proudly powered by the Microsoft Store. Get your next laptop, tablet, Xbox, and more by going to firstlooks.tv/Microsoft.
Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you two?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
My name's Anaya, and I'm the first-year FTC member for the Pink Team.
Awesome. So you're your first year member.
Yeah.
All right. Season has just gotten started for you guys. We're 2 weeks in, right?
Yeah.
How is that experience? 2 weeks into
Your
the
first
season.
year,
How is
yeah.
that?
It's actually a lot of fun. The teams are very friendly with each other. Though I do have a little experience of being just around this type of stuff because
Okay.
my brother was on the team before I was.
Oh, okay. And the Pink Team's been around
Yeah.
for a very long time.
Yeah, it
So
is.
they're established, which is a good starting point.
Well, I was gonna ask where you found out about the Pink Team and about FIRST,
Yeah.
but I'm guessing that's your brother.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about your experience learning about FIRST?
I did know a lot of it at first, just coming into it from my brother, because I was around that from a very young age. So
you're always a part of the team even before you joined the team?
Yeah.
All right. Were you a part of like the meets and stuff as well?
Yeah, because my brother would have to take me to them.
Okay.
So you were always exposed to the stuff going around. What made you decide to join the team yourself?
I feel like just being around this type of stuff got me really attached to things like this.
Sure.
And also my brother and dad like to build things just around the house too.
What is your particular interest within like engineering or even any part of the team?
I think I like programming a lot.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to go into that with the actual robot itself.
Okay. All right.
That's cool. What have you had the opportunity to do so far?
We've basically just been sketching out different ideas for robots and things like that.
So what does the design process look like for you guys? Because I know pink team's got a pretty good design process before you start
Yeah.
building. So what does that look like?
Considering there's a lot of us, we're pretty much split off into 3 different groups, and
Okay.
we all just kind of have like pencils and paper and things like that, and we just talk about different designs and draw them out.
How many members are on your team?
I think about 45.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Wow.
For an FTC team?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of us.
That is insane.
That's huge.
Is the pink team a community-based team or a high school-based team?
Kind of both, because it's about
Okay.
3 or 4 high schools.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
I did
right.
not know that.
It's a cooperative team. There's a couple of schools that work together for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting. Which schools are involved?
Space Coast Junior Senior. I know Cocoa High is in there. I think Satellite. And I don't remember the 4th one.
I remember that from the engineering notebooks in the past. Now that I used to do judging for First Tech Challenge. So interesting. Okay. What is your favorite aspect of the game this year? Because the game is very interesting.
And maybe if you can explain a little bit of the game, 'cause
Oh,
since
yeah.
you're our first FTC interview of today.
Yeah, since the field has started.
The game is pretty simple. We have to basically pick up either a ball or a cube kind of thing, and we have to drop it into a specific area. Yeah, the balls and cubes don't have different point values or anything, but we can
Okay.
only handle 2 at a time.
Oh, that's a pretty big limit.
But differentiating between the balls and the cubes has been the biggest hurdle so far.
Okay.
And we just haven't got around that quite yet.
Because the balls and cubes have to be in different locations?
Yes.
Okay.
Has to score them correctly. So that has been the largest thing we have to get past, and we're not quite there yet, but I feel like this experience is going to kind of launch us forward just into the fray.
Yeah, definitely. So, talking with other teams today at this event, because there are a lot of teams that show up at Roboticon.
Yeah.
Have you learned anything else that you guys might want to look into to implement in your robot?
Yeah, like different drivetrains and bases and things like that. And there's also different collection systems, because that has been the holy grail so far.
What kind of collection system are you using right now?
What we're looking at is conveyor belt to pull the balls in, and then there'd be spikes at the bottom that wouldn't touch the ball but would pull the cubes in.
Okay.
So you don't have one implemented right now, but you're
No.
looking to implement.
Yeah, we're looking at them.
Still in the drawing phase.
Yes.
Okay. So I know on the 2 corners there's like a rocky ledge.
Yeah.
I know very little about the game this year. So where does that little ledge come in? How does that factor into scoring?
Well, we can go in there, but that's where the balls and cubes are housed, basically,
okay.
at the beginning.
Okay.
So we can go in there, but we're looking not to.
Okay.
Basically just for the sake of not flipping the robot over in
Yeah.
the middle of the game.
Since it's like unpredictable, it's
Yeah.
very strange. Yeah, I wouldn't try and go over that either.
Because the edge itself is curved, and what they make the ledge out of isn't even either. There's a very high chance of flipping the robot with that.
Yeah, we were looking at that last night or this morning, and yeah, it's very interesting. So the center, the rover in the middle, right, has the ability to hang for all 4 robots to hang? Did I see that? There's hooks for all 4? Wow.
Have you seen 4 robots actually hanging yet?
Yes.
Oh, you have? Okay.
As we have seen that. We've seen that in the practices, actually, just trying to get the balls and cubes in there and then having enough time to hang afterwards,
Right.
because it does take a while.
Are you guys still implementing your hanging system?
Yeah, because we're working on a 2-pulley system.
Okay.
So the top part that we're using to score is going to be the part to hang.
When is your
That makes
first
sense.
competition?
I don't know. We haven't really talked about that yet.
Okay, so that's still in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
What league does your team fall into? I don't remember. Is it Space Coast League?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Cool. What was I going to ask? I have absolutely no idea. I had
What if
a
I
question.
could tell you
I'd be-
what you were thinking?
I would not be surprised even a little bit at this point. Oh my goodness. This year, that's it. this year there's a weight limit on the robots. Did I hear that? 42 pounds?
Yeah.
Has that ever been a thing?
They had to implement a scale.
Why? Because they're too heavy?
Because hanging 4 robots on that thing in the middle.
And they don't want to.
They don't want it to just collapse in the
interesting.
middle of a match. So, are you guys worried about the weight?
We might be in the future because the 2 pulleys will be quite hefty,
Right.
especially the one on the top for scoring, because that's the one to hang.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But so far we're looking at about 30 pounds, because that's pretty easy
Okay.
for all of us to lift.
Okay, fair enough. Because I know in the past we've seen some surprisingly heavy robots.
Oh, yeah. There's
at,
some
like,
been made out of wood.
The Middleton teams have done some pretty heavy robots. I
Oh,
think
yeah.
Hydra 2 one year had a really heavy robot. So, that
This has never really been an issue.
Yeah,
for
we've never
weight.
considered a weight limit before, so it's been an interesting addition to the limitations. So, are you looking forward to getting out there and seeing the thing that you've been involved in on the field?
Yeah, very much so.
Do you know about how long before you're going to have a thing started?
Possibly next week, because I
Okay.
do know a good portion of the team have 3D printers already.
Okay.
How often does your team meet?
About twice a week.
Twice a week. Okay, so it's very involved.
Mhm.
All right. Does all 40-something members attend every meeting?
So far they have, but that's probably going to stop once we start spreading out into different groups and things.
Yeah,
like
into
that.
different areas, and then
Yeah.
you guys can meet up on your own. That definitely makes sense.
And is it now? The pink team has a first tech challenge team, or is there
No.
also a FRC team?
There's an FRC team. as
Okay. And so is there an intermingling of team members that
Yes.
work on both? Okay.
well. Yes, a lot.
That's awesome. So you'll get the opportunity to see both games in action this
Yes.
year. That's cool. I can't wait to see what they do with space and the big machines. Because the themes have been great this year.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
I feel like
so
the
I
games
can't-
get better and better
Yeah.
as time goes on.
So I can't wait to see what they do. Now that Disney's involved in the game design team.
They are?
Yeah.
Last 2 seasons. This will be season 3. It's why
Right?
it's why the first robotics competition games have been so heavily themed the last couple of
Mhm.
years, is because Disney's been involved. That's very cool. So if people want to find out more about your team, how can they do that?
I believe there is a website, but you have to go through it through the Facebook page.
Okay.
Which is thepinkteam.net, I believe.
Okay.
Even it's all lowercase and no spaces or anything.
Very cool.
All right.
Well, thank you so much for coming and talking to us today.
You're welcome. I enjoyed it very much.
Have a great rest of Roboticon. And have a great season.
Thank you. You too.
Absolutely. Our Gulf Coast Maker and Comic-Con 2018 coverage is proudly powered by Amazon Prime. Find out all of the included benefits and get a 30-day free trial by going to plughitslive.com/prime and by audiobooks.com. Get a 30-day trial and a free audiobook to keep by going to audiobooks.com and using promo code TRY70. To be a cosplayer of any sort, to go to the trouble to be in costume, and not just to be in costume, but to have made the costume and then to adopt the persona and to actually do it, to be a cosplayer and not just somebody who's costuming, is a lot of work.
It really is.
And then some people take that a step further, like our next guest. Hello.
Hello.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Well, my name's Ellery Christensen. I'm part of the Ghostbusters Lost Spirit division. We actually have a booth for those who might be here. We are a local, I guess you could call us a cosplay group, but we really are just sort of like a community cosplay type group. So we'll do charity events, cons like this. We'll do school events, 5Ks, make hospital visits, stuff like that. So just anything for the community, any kind of fundraisers as well. We'll do stuff like that.
I have a friend who's in your group, and so I get to see the photos from your events all the time. And if I'm not mistaken, you're not the only group in the area.
Oh my goodness, no. Where there's so many in Florida, and we have a few theories as to why, but mostly it's just there's a lot of us. We just really like it, and if we all combined into one, there'd probably be, good Lord, maybe 75 plus people. That's a little too big.
Yeah, for sure.
Separate.
For sure. So, how did you personally get into it?
Well, I've just always loved the movies, just kind of casually. And then an ex-friend of mine was very into it, had his own group and all that, and he got my boyfriend into it, who's actually manning our booth, wearing the pack. I would have brought it, but it's way too big. But he got him into it, and I was like,
a couple of years ago. It didn't work.
it's not very comfortable. Like, you'd think it's a backpack. Just get it fitted, and then you're good. No, it's bad. It's real bad.
Oh.
But anyway, he got into it, and then I was like, wait, I can totally do that also. My turn.
Let me have it. Let me have it.
Yep.
My turn.
Piece it all together, and then go. Do the thing.
That's awesome. That's amazing. So, how is this convention for you guys?
I've actually been to this convention a couple times. The first one, I was just a photographer for a nerd network that I'm part of. But the second time, and obviously this one, I'm as a Ghostbuster, and it's really fun. It's just down the street from actually where I live. So easy to get here. Don't have to wake up crazy early. It's great. And I love that even though it is super spread out, you make it accessible.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
True, we are in a totally different building, but there's all sorts of stuff happening outside that kind of leads people that way.
Yeah.
So I've been to some other conventions that are not as well planned out.
Yeah.
That don't have a flow to guarantee that the
Right,
corners get
right.
seen.
They're still fun. They're still great.
Yeah.
But the whole time you're like, but you could have put this. Okay.
Yeah.
For sure.
Definitely. So, what are your favorite things to do within your group?
Anything, any conventions, any kind of anything. Like, we just love getting to suit up and then go out and do the thing. Mostly, we've actually, today specifically, we've been having a lot of fun. We got those cards that have, like, the different shapes. You know how you would test the psychic abilities?
Sure.
We have mini versions of those, and we've been playing with kids to see if they have psychic abilities. And we figured out a way to actually, from the backside, to tell what's on it. But we're not telling the kids that. So we'll have them hold it up, we'll like scrunch the nose, do all sorts of thinking faces, and then all of a sudden we're like, it's bacon. That's the wavy lines. We call it bacon. We're like, it's bacon. They're like, how did you do that? It's very cute.
I'm psychic.
Yeah. It's like, we just practice a lot. No big deal.
That's so funny.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh, that's great. So you said that you do not just conventions, but you do a lot of like charity type stuff. Tell us about that.
Well, our group specifically works a lot with cosplay for a cause. They don't have any specific type of cause that they go for, at least not last I've heard. But they just try to help out anything they can. And so they'll be like, hey, we have an event set up here. We have one set up here. And they kind of like spread out the word to all their people. And then like, hey, whoever can come out and do this, please do. It'll be great. There's other groups like another local group, Suncoast Ghostbusters, which are amazing people. They work a lot with Relay for Life. Some groups pick one specific one. Some others pick multiple or just kind of help out whoever they can. And just any way to help. It just feels nice instead of being like, hey, we're cosplaying to make money, which would be nice. I mean, anybody loves income, but it makes me feel better about it. You know what I mean?
And what do you do at these specific events?
Depends on which one. So, for example, for a hospital visit, my group specifically hasn't done any just yet because we're babies in the community. But I think we're only a year old or something like that.
Okay.
But like we just go in there, kind of chill out with kids, play with them, entertain them, have fun. I remember we did I don't think it was technically a 5K, but it was pretty much a 5K at a high school. They had their little track.
Okay.
People were walking around. We manned this one little booth, kind of passed out water, stuff like that. Just chilling out, having fun, being silly. It's the rules. Have fun. And don't be mean. Very important.
Fair enough. So the goal at these events is to add a level of enjoyment. Okay.
Yep. Throw some silliness in there because a lot of times it's not just kids that we get, although with the new Ghostbusters movie, which was great, we do get a lot of kids that are like, oh, I've seen the new one. I haven't seen the old ones yet. And I'm like, you should watch them. But we get a lot of adults who are like, oh, yeah, that movie. Oh, I remember. And you kind of see them revert back to childhood. And it's actually really cool to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just rewatched them about 4 days ago.
See?
Coincidentally.
Yep. It's not like we had any influence on that. Whatevs.
Just a bonus that we're getting to talk to you today.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So, how many members does your group have? You said you're just kind of getting started.
Mm-hmm. Right now we have, and this is going to sound weird, 3.5. Our third person, who's actually wandering around as like a guest of the convention today, he has a 5-year-old.
Yes.
Bubs. Bubs is adorable.
Yes,
Loves
he is.
suiting up, has a whole everything. He actually, at another convention, recently won the costume contest, and he was hamming it up. It happened to be in a hotel, so he's wandering around and like getting ready with like the proton pack at the hotel housekeeping staff, and they were like, "Wait, what?" There's a very cute photo where this poor woman is just coming out of a room, and she's like total terror on her face because it took her by surprise, and he's like ready to go. And a lot of the local groups actually Photoshop that picture to have like a ghost behind her or have it going after her. And there were some other photos that they had fun with too. But so 3.5 is our count right now. But I'm working on my friend actually.
So you're
love that
expanding.
kid.
I'm gonna convert him.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Come to the dark side.
Yes, that's right.
I love that kid.
He's so cute.
Oh.
Oh, and he's so nice too.
Yeah.
It's like weird how nice he is. Cool it, Bubs.
She's suspicious.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Stephen and I did a convention together 6 or so years ago. He was Artist Alley, and
Yep.
couple of artists needed somebody. When I need to walk away from the booth, will you man it? So we went up as a group.
Yep.
So
Yep. And
I've known him
Bubs
for a
and his
while.
wife Steph, they'll man the booth all the time, and she's actually expecting. So yeah.
Yes, she is.
So you're gonna have another half.
A little girl.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Gotta cosplay her up too.
Immediate Stay Puffed and Slimer onesies.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
it's
That's the
mandatory.
first step.
Yeah. If they don't, I'll be upset.
It's your job then.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have to make sure he sees this.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, he'll be sharing it all over the place. Yeah. I got this.
That's so great. So, how many events has your group done?
Not that many, because there was a little while where we were trying to get stuff set up, like trying to
Sure.
actually have a booth display instead of us just behind an awkwardly bare table.
Sure.
But now we've got lots of stuff. Swit made all of our graphics, including the ones on our cards. And so we've got like a nice display now. It's starting to pick up. Like we were last week at Clearwater Comic Con, which was a lot of fun. Very crowded, but a lot of fun. We were actually paired with Suncoast for that one. So we kind of like shared space. It was really cool. I think maybe no more than 5 actually.
Okay.
We're still a little new. Baby.
That's okay.
And in what ways do you benefit from these events?
Well, sheer just like word of mouth and public knowledge of our existence is always nice. But getting to see our Ghostbusters brethren, that's always fun because it's like an excuse to chill out together and have fun. And then just the sheer enjoyment of it all. You know, we'll go through periods of time where we don't do an event for a little while.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we'll be like, I miss it. And then, to be totally honest, sometimes we put on the jumpsuits at home and just like chill out. They're basically onesies.
Yeah.
Sure.
Pretty
Definitely.
much. They're decked out onesies, but onesies nonetheless.
So you're comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you put the backpack on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We get packed
got
shoulders
this.
and you kind of like hunch over for a day. Sorry.
So you're saying you don't hang out with the packs on at home? Just the.
No. Well, it weighs like 40 pounds, so no.
Yeah.
It was also handmade. I mean, we did order some parts, but like the actual construction of it was all done by hand. I think the full pack costs like $1,700, including like labor and all that.
Yeah.
So it's the precious. Yeah. We take care of that one. I've got all the parts coming in for mine, and it's sort
That
of like a
got
rite
funnier.
of passage. Right?
The longer I thought about it.
There's like a rite of passage for all Ghostbusters who have a pack. However it goes when you're building it is how it gets its name. For example, his is called Princess because she didn't want to be put together the way he wanted. So she's a little princess.
Okay.
She
I
had
know
her own
someone
plan.
else. Someone else named theirs Mona Lisa, but she's not that great. So I have a different idea for a name of that one, but whatevs. That's just me.
Love it.
Subtle shade to a mystery person.
Mona Lisa, it's just pretending to be happy.
Mm.
Anyway,
Ooh.
that's probably not the naming reason, but that was.
Yeah, a little bit. Whatever.
I always love having the Ghostbusters groups on because you guys are all just so much fun.
It helps. Like, for example, 501st. They have so much fun. They're amazing people, and I have many friends in that group. They, however, have all these like guidelines, and it makes sense. You're like a militaristic in some situations type of organization that you're portraying. Ghostbusters are not. We just do whatevs.
Based on the character history.
Exactly. It's like, just do things. You want to drink? Yeah, drink. It's fine.
3 guys get kicked out of a university for being a little short of sane.
Yeah. What?
It totally makes sense.
And they were right, weren't they?
They were.
They were totally right. So justified.
Didn't make them totally sane, but it did make them right.
That's a fair point.
Because those aren't mutually exclusive.
More fun though. More fun to
Indeed.
hang out with.
Yes. Yeah.
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 I mean, are any of us sane?
I was to say it describes our group perfectly.
I already like you. You're already my favorite people.
Yes.
Success.
Definitely.
Goal accomplished.
Yes.
We've done it, Michelle.
Scratch that
Good
off
job.
the list.
We've.
Woohoo.
Oh my goodness. If people want more information about your group, how can they do that?
We actually have our Facebook page. It's under Ghostbusters Lost Spirits Division. We also have Instagram. We have Twitter. We have our email, which is just lostspiritdivision@gmail.com, obviously. I have some cards here if you wanted to attach that somehow to this. It also, the number that's on there goes straight to me, so for any kind of booking, the email or the phone number works just fine.
Okay.
But yeah, all sorts of information.
Fantastic. Well, we appreciate you coming and taking the time to talk to us today and provide for an interview of fun. That was
humor and silliness.
Absolutely.
That's how I roll.
Thank you so much.
Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
Oh my goodness. We've had the Ghostbusters on before, but the other group, Jason Raleigh's group, and just as much fun. Both sides, just as much fun.
And the fact that they like to collab, like they like to work together, they like to see each other. It's
they're not competitors.
Yeah.
They both have the same goal to make an event more fun.
Our First Looks coverage is proudly powered by the Microsoft Store. Get your next laptop, tablet, Xbox, and more by going to firstlooks.tv/Microsoft.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you guys?
Fantastic. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
My name is Abby Blocker, and I'm a student here at USF in the Biomedical Engineering Department.
So
wow, we've had
Yeah.
engineers from all over the school.
It's awesome.
Chemical engineer, electrical engineer,
Well, it
biomedical.
just tells you how involved USF is, though, so
Yeah.
it's awesome.
I love that.
So what brings you here today?
Today we're volunteering, trying to get the word out about our department. It's a new department. We just started our undergraduate last year, so I'm a sophomore this year, and I'm in the first group of graduating with the biomedical engineering department.
That's
and
awesome.
What year were you again?
This is my second year at
Your
USF.
second year. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So you are that pioneering class.
Yes.
Which can be both great and a little frightening.
Yeah,
scary.
As
Definitely.
the school kind of ramps itself up.
Gets everything together. Yeah, but it's been going really well so far, and I'm enjoying the coursework, and the department is really working with us and trying to promote all of the people in this first and second group to achieve our success.
That's awesome. How did you get into biomedical engineering? 'Cause that's a fascinating field.
It definitely is.
Yeah, I was actually, when I came to college or was applying, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. Absolutely no idea. And then I found out about this program and I decided to try it out, and
Okay.
it's been going really well, and I'm enjoying engineering. I mean, I had no engineering background, and just everybody working with me and helping me has really, really helped.
So you came into it with no engineering background.
Correct, yes.
And you jumped into biomedical engineering, which is one of the more complicated engineering disciplines.
Oh,
All right.
Yes.
What are you hoping to do with it after school?
Right now I'm looking into biomechanics. So there's a lot of different routes that you can take with biomedical engineering. You can go to medical school, you can go straight into industry, or you can go to graduate school. So I'm not really looking to go to medical school, but I am looking to get more into biomechanics. And work with more mechanical engineering and that type of aspect and
Okay.
how it applies to the biomedical research.
And what would be your dream job to apply that?
My dream job, I would really want to work for like a space corporation or NASA, that type of thing, and doing bio research for them.
Wow.
That sounds like it would be an awesome dream job.
Well, I've got good news for you. The rep from NASA is standing right behind you.
Yeah. I guess I'll have to talk to him after this.
He's actually really cool. He did a panel earlier.
Oh,
He's
wow.
fascinating. Software engineering
Wow.
from NASA. So you'd like to work with NASA in a biomedical engineering, biomechanics aspect.
Correct.
Where does that meet for you? Where do those cross over for you?
Well, there's a lot of research being done in terms of like people going into space. So that's the next step, is the people going into space. And so there needs to be a lot of research done on how space affects the body, how the spacecraft will affect the body. You need to do exercise in order to keep your bone density and your strength up. So there's a lot of research being done in how that can be done most effectively and efficiently in space.
And so that's a thing that gets you going.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
I
can
mean,
see
that sounds really interesting.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
I'm a software person, and that sounds like
Yeah,
fascinating
definitely.
research.
So you said you were really interested in the coursework you're working on right now.
Yes.
What kind of classes are you taking right now that you're so very passionate and interested in?
Okay, well, and now I'm taking more of the basic, like first 2-year type of classes. But physics, I just feel like most of the classes I can see have an application to what I'm working on through the research lab and that type of thing.
Okay.
So physics, statics, calculus, all the basics. I mean, but it's nice. We do have a lot of applied classes, so there'll be, instead of just regular calculus, we have engineering calculus, differential equations, we have modeling analysis. So
I
it's
did not like differential equations. I took that class. What classes are you looking forward to that are on your path?
In the future, there's I haven't really gotten to the specialty classes as in biomedical engineering, but there is biomedical engineering design and the labs, which I'm really looking forward to apply what I learned.
Wow. Are there any projects that you're interested in probably applying during your college career?
Right now I'm working in a research lab. It's the CART laboratory here, which is the Center for Assistive Rehabilitation Technology.
Oh.
And so we do have a couple projects that we're working on there, working towards a patent with those. So it helps to take the classes so that we can then apply what we're learning to those projects and that type of thing.
I had an intern a couple of years ago who was I think he might have even been in biomed here at the precursor before the department existed.
Right.
He was interested in that kind of stuff. He was doing like medical equipment engineering kind of stuff here.
Okay,
and
yeah.
that was always interesting to hear about. He was
Yeah.
involved in all kinds of patents.
Yeah, it's a good, and our program does have, so if you are interested in going to medical school, we do have like a direct path, so you get an interview with the Morsani College, which is the College of Medicine here at USF. So it's good for the people that are interested in that. They can work on these projects and then have something to talk about in their applications to med school. So
That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
I am in awe, like sitting here just like watching you talk about. I'm like, That's awesome, girl. You go.
Thank you.
I'm also a computer science background. I go to
Okay.
Florida Polytechnic University, but
Okay.
so I'm sitting here, I'm like, wow, that's awesome.
Because it's a complicated discipline.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
We definitely take from all branches of engineering, so computer science and software engineering, electrical engineering. Everybody can kind of work their way into biomedical engineering somehow, you know,
Yeah.
no matter what discipline. So.
Of course. Yeah. Might have to look into that because that's awesome.
Yeah, it sounds like interesting stuff coming your way.
Thank you.
So, were you local or did you come here for USF?
I came here for USF. I live in Florida,
Okay.
or I used to live in Florida, but not too far from here. So,
Okay.
but USF definitely seemed like the best choice. So, came here.
Was that your first choice school?
It wasn't, but the other two schools that I applied to, I didn't get into. So, it was either here or UF, and I really liked the atmosphere here and just.
You seem very passionate about what you're doing in your program here, so
Yes, yeah.
seems like a good fit.
Yeah, and I enjoyed the atmosphere of USF, the diversity, the encouragement for everyone, you know, every major, every type of person, just encouragement and support.
You've got that like big school capability, but more of a small school feel here.
Right, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Definitely.
Which is something that I've always liked about USF.
Yeah.
And then venues like this, facilities like this.
Right.
Which obviously a beautiful facility.
And you're
and
right
a lot
in
of
the-
funding too.
Yeah.
For like all of the different aspects.
Yeah, and we're right in the center of Tampa, which to me seems like better job opportunities, at least for what I was looking into. There's a lot of hospitals around the area and a lot of medical opportunities. So,
Yeah, there's a couple of medical research organizations actually right in the area. I think there's one just down the street. 4 labs, I think. Oh, they might be on West Shore now. I think they used to be down the street. But yeah, there's all kinds of organizations like that are like medical research and medical technology research. I was involved in a gate analysis thing to see, which was with a Connect, which was a lot of fun to build. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in this area, so it's a good place to be for what you're looking for.
And being a second-year student, are you looking to have an internship anytime soon?
I am possibly this summer, like this coming summer. I'd like to do an internship somewhere, but I've been getting a lot of experience in the lab at CART, and so I'm looking to continue that as well as maybe get an internship somewhere else.
Very cool. Yeah. Well, we definitely appreciate you coming and talking to us today.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
I love getting to talk to somebody who's a pioneer student in a new department. That's that's always interesting.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good rest of the event.
All right, thank you.
Our Gulf Coast Maker and Comic-Con 2018 coverage is proudly powered by Amazon Prime. Find out all of the included benefits and get a 30-day free trial by going to plughitslive.com/prime and by audiobooks.com. Get a 30-day trial and a free audiobook to keep by going to audiobooks.com and using promo code TRY70.
All right. Well, we've got our next guest here. Hello.
Hello. How are you guys?
Fantastic. How are you?
Fantabulous. It's always good when you have to make up a word.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Hi, I'm Mark Muncy, the author of Erie, Florida, Spooky Tales from the Sunshine State, and the dark history behind them. I ran a haunted house here in St. Petersburg for 20 years called Hellview Cemetery, which we interviewed about.
Yes, we talked about that 2 years
many moons ago. It was so infamous that it was shut down by the city. So for the last couple of years,
Which is pretty impressive.
It's pretty crazy when your haunted house gets that big. So especially when it's just in your backyard.
And
but anyway,
just in time for me to not be able to go too.
I'm
which
so sorry.
Wasn't your fault.
That was actually the reason we shut down. We were like, hey,
Well, so I couldn't go.
Cut it.
Cut the
it.
production. Everyone go home.
We've done the interview. He seems too interested.
Yeah, this is scary, like stalker level stuff. No, but, anyway, so we spent the last, we based it all on local legends and lore for 20 plus years. So we had all this great stuff, stocked up. So that's when we had originally published a thing called 31 Tales of Hellview Cemetery, which was stories from our website, the Tales from the Crypt, creepypasta versions of the stories, if you will.
Sure.
And so then we decided, well, we've got to do something else with that. And so people were like, well, you say this is based on this legend, and this is based on that legend. What's the real legend? And that's where this came from. 3,000 miles, drove around, never left the state.
Okay.
That's a lot of driving.
Yeah, it is.
And we went everywhere from Gulf Breeze in the Panhandle with the UFOs down to Robert the Haunted Doll down in Key West and everything in between.
So you did your research on each topic.
Oh yeah, we went everywhere. We hit every historical archive, every library, and of course the places and people themselves. We did a lot of interviews. Plus we were traveling roads well traveled by other paranormal hunters and cryptid hunters and UFO enthusiasts. But then we also found a few that they didn't know, and a lot of seminal legends were reintroduced, and we found a couple folklorists who were like, wow, I didn't even know that one. So we're pretty happy with that. It's done very well for us. History Press is very happy, very successful for them. And so we're doing a follow-up already called Freaky Florida, which we are going to be bringing out this fall. It's a little less of the monsters and a little more of just some oddball places you may not know about and stuff.
And
like
which one, or when did this come out?
This came out last September.
Okay.
And normally they wait 3 years before having an author do a follow-up, but because this one was huge,
yeah.
they're like, yeah, go ahead, do another.
Do you have any kind of teaser for someone who doesn't know about this book?
Okay, well, like just some of the monsters.
Some kind
we
of
talk about.
tidbit of information that would get someone like super interested.
Oh, I can totally do that. I mean, let's say, just look at the table of contents. It goes from north to south. So as we mentioned, the Gulf Breeze UFO flap, which was big in the 1980s, very famous. Ed Walters was this guy who took a lot of famous photos of these UFOs. And if you look up UFO photo in on Google, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be one of his photos. He was famously debunked in around the 90s when he moved out of his house and they found the model kits he had used. So sad, but still there were over 200 UFO sightings just in that area at the same time that he had nothing to do with. So because one guy gets debunked doesn't mean the rest are debunked.
Sure.
So
doesn't mean the concept is.
Exactly. And so one of the wonderful fishermen we got to talk to up there was talking about a new phenomenon. It's actually not a new phenomenon, it's an old one, but called USOs, which are unidentified submerged objects. And they tend to be grouped with UFOs because one tends to become the other. And the ones that are common up there now are the black triangles. And there are these big black shapes. And this guy was, this one fisherman was talking about, he was out in the waters about 400 feet deep. And suddenly his depth finder starts going crazy because he's suddenly in 12 feet of water. He thought he's going to drift or maybe a whale was coming up. He runs outside and he sees the dark shape.
That would be unfortunate.
He sees the dark shape coming up. He's like, what the heck is going on? And he sees it, and it comes up out of the water and just hovers above him, this big, giant black triangle with lights on the corners, little red lights.
Okay.
And doesn't make a sound, just a little hum. And, barely breaks the water. And the guy's telling us this, and his hairs on his arm are standing on end. I mean, it's, obviously he saw something. And we're like, so did you take pictures? He's like, of course I took pictures. But it's a black ship on a black sky. This is the picture. It's just black. And I was like, yeah, try to take a picture of your nightstand at night right by your bed. Your phone's not going to get that.
It's not going to work.
It's going to be a big black shape.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, understood. But, he's obviously
did you take
he saw
pictures?
something.
Of course I did.
Yeah, of course I did. And I was like, did you have any drinks? Yeah, of course I had a couple drinks. But, so it's one of those. But that's just one of the stories. There's Robert the Doll, probably the most famous resident of Key West. Those that don't know, Robert is the inspiration for Chucky. He's a doll with a life of his own down in Key West. Lives in the Fort East Martello Museum. He's very infamous. He's had a lot of fame on the internet and other things. But what we kind of took off from was his curse. What most people don't know about Robert is you have to be very respectful of Robert the Doll. You have to be very nice to Robert the Doll, or bad things happen to you. And there's this wall of letters behind him It's actually not there anymore because we just found out they had to take the letters down because Hurricane Irma wiped them out.
Oh,
But they have
no.
them all digitally saved, and he does get new letters every day, but now they just have them flashing up on a screen behind him. But anyway, you can spend a day just reading these letters
Wow.
because they're hysterical. Like my favorite was, Dear Sir Robert. I like that they called him Sir Robert because they were being nice to him. I'm sorry I made fun of your stupid leather face. Leather is actually nice for a face, and I'm sorry I took your photo without permission. Please remove your curse. We get the message.
Oh.
Please fix my eye, my Xbox, and my marriage. And I love that was the order he put them in.
Yes.
So,
Wow.
so be respectful of Robert. We love Robert. Robert's in the book, and we asked his permission to use the picture, and he was very gracious. People are like, well, how do you know he give you permission? It's like, it's kind of, you just know. And a lot of people, their cameras don't
I
work.
mean, you're not cursed or anything right now,
Not
are
so
you?
far. Well, we did have Irma,
Yeah.
and a few other
That could have
things.
been someone else, though.
That could have been
But-
who knows what.
Yeah.
But it affected him too.
Yep.
So it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we've got Tampa Bay legends. We've got Mary Reeser from St. Petersburg, very famous case in the 50s. She was in her apartment, little old lady. She had dinner with her son. He goes home. Next day, they bring a package for her. They can't get in. They test the door. Fire. It's hot. So they call the police. Police bust down the door. She's gone. There's just a puddle of goo on the ground and a foot and a very shrunken thing that they think is her head. And she had melted, and she's called the Cinder Lady. And one of the first cases investigated by the FBI of possible spontaneous human combustion.
Oh.
They have her file is at the St. Pete History Museum downtown, which signed by J. Edgar Hoover, which was fascinating to see.
Yeah.
And pictures in the book. So there you go.
Does the book have? I want to know the point of view of the stories.
Every one of them, we try to go from the history
Okay.
behind it. This is for History Press, after all, which they normally do. Like, you'll see a lot of their books are like the history of Gulfport, the history of this battle, the history of Jacksonville. So we went from that aspect on all the stories. It was not just there's this, the skunk apes in Ocala. Well, why is he in Ocala?
Yeah.
Well, why is he suddenly turning up on roads, and and how long ago were these things? Robert's story, as we go back to the original story of Robert's owner, Robert Eugene, and all that, and so we get to throw in a little Key West history. Pinky the sea monster up in St. John's River. He's our Loch Ness monster, folks who don't know Florida. He has the legends from dating back to the Seminole tribes and even the earlier Paleo Indian tribes and such, of a giant beast that lived in the St. John's River that swam the waters and was of a bright color. And, in the 80s, or late 70s, he was seen and he was noted for his pink skin, and it looked like a boiled shrimp. And that's where the name Pinky stuck. So, so that's, that was Nessie mania and all that. So
Sure.
And do you normally include interviews in the stories?
The
of
ones that
people that were
ones that had living living witnesses that we could still do interviews, and some
Sure.
we have one story that was one not many people knew before this came out. It was a story that had been sent to me at the Old Haunted House website. A lady had a story about a strange encounter. She lived in the Shadow of Bach Tower out near Lake Wales, which is a big, beautiful bell tower, and it's the highest point in Florida, a whole whopping 223 feet above sea level. It's called Iron Mountain, and out of Florida, that's like, what? That's a speed bump.
That facial expression did it all.
Yeah, exactly.
Sums it up
Sums
perfectly.
it up right there. Yeah, so anyway, it's like, oh my gosh, 223 feet. But anyway, they lived and that whole area is a little weird. There's Spook Hill, famous there, a gravity well that, there's a school where Casper the Friendly Ghost is their mascot because it's so famous. So the whole town embraces this weirdness. But this was a legend there we didn't know. This lady emails me, and she had this encounter. She lived on her grandparents' farm, a little orange grove out there. And when she was a child, they were losing all their fruit. And they couldn't figure out what was going on. There were just massive amounts of fruits. They thought tree rats or something. So they actually thought maybe neighbors were stealing it. So they put out traps. They put out some wires. And what they caught was a little guy, maybe about 6-8 inches tall. I remember at the time she pointed out it was like the size of a water bottle, and that I had with me, and naked hairy man, So Nu wasn't a baby, naked, full hair. Yeah, oh, great. I love that expression. That was perfect. Thank you. Anyway, so they call the police. Police come out. They don't know what to do. He's speaking in a language they don't understand. They don't know what to do with him. So they're like, just let him go.
Is it leprechaun?
That's just it. They're like, we don't know what this is. Let it go. It's obviously not stealing all your fruit. It can't be. It's just this one little guy. So, and they were familiar with Ripley's. They were familiar with Ringling. So circus acts are not uncommon in the area, but not super common. And yes, they thought maybe it was just some circus performer and
out in the wild.
Yeah, something. They were trying to place his language. One of the police thought it might have been Indonesian or something. But anyway, they let him loose. The next day, they're still losing stuff. They're still losing fruit. So a couple weeks pass. They put up more traps. They catch the guy again. This time he's injured. So they put him in an orange crate. And they call the cops again. The cops come out. This time they take him away in the orange crate because they can't put handcuffs on him. He's too small. Now, this lady's telling us this story, and I'm just sitting there going, this is crazy. There's
Cracker
no
Jack finger
way.
cuffs, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I guess what happened is that you think that'd be the end of the story. No. The next night, all hell breaks loose. Rocks are being thrown at their house. Tree branches are. There's an army of them outside their house, swarming their house. And so they call the cops again. And this time the cops come out. They're like, they are done with this guy. They can't figure out what to do. They let him loose again. And they all flee out into the woods. And they go, all right, that's it. That's it. We're done. We don't, you guys have to deal with this.
I would move.
So
I'd move.
A nearby farmhand says you've offended the red caps, the fairies, the leprechauns. And that's what these are.
I got it.
You're right.
I got it.
So they call a guy in Ireland and have them ship a blessed stone, blessed by a druid and a Catholic bishop, to come to Ireland and put in their orange grove. And they said once that happened, they stopped losing fruit once they got the rock. Now, we're like, so this can't be real. There's no way I can verify this. When we were doing the book, Weekly World News used to always be if they had one witness, is real. We can run it. Modern journalism likes 3 or 4 sources. Of course, modern journalism, one source is fine again. But no, we went with 2. We wanted at least 2 verifications. So I'm like, when we started this book, I'm like, I really want to research this story to see if there's any way I can use it.
Well, you think that if they took him away, there would be some kind of document.
Sadly, she's passed away, so it was like, oh, we're never going to get another verification. I posted on a Facebook group, and and what you knew if you grew up in Lake Wales, and I said, hey, if anybody knows anything about this, please. And sure enough, a guy who worked as a civilian for the police department said, I remember there was a weird thing with a little guy, and so now not only is that, but the city of Lake Wales Police Department is trying to find the paperwork. So, but he remembered it. But it was a 40s file. It's going to be hard to find, and but we're hoping. But we ran it.
Okay, so I don't know if you've seen. There's a skeleton.
Oh yeah, the mummy skeleton
that's been going around that they thought was really old, and it turns out it's only about 45 years old,
and has mutated.
It sounds like the skeleton of what you've just described.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And and if you just watched American Horror Story a couple seasons ago, the circus episode, they have a lady who's the same size, and she's real. I've met her a couple times. She's super nice, and so it's possible. And she is actually from the Philippines, so it's interesting. But anyway, the gnome is illustrated. Let me here's
that's crazy.
Bachauer, and our wonderful illustrator, my fiance Carrie Schultz, made our guy come to life. So I don't know if you can see it, but go to EerieFlorida.com. You can see pictures. You can see that. We actually liked him so much he got on the back cover.
Fantastic.
So down there on the barcode. So, so that's Erie, Florida.
That's
How's
awesome.
that for intriguing?
You blew my mind. I'm done.
You always bring intriguing, to be fair.
That's what I do.
That was going to be a given. If I wanted to buy one of these,
yes,
or anybody else, but if I wanted to buy one of these, how do I do it?
Well, you can find it at all your favorite online retailers, Amazon, all that stuff. We prefer you to buy it from your friendly local bookstore. You can always order from them. We're through every major distribution channel, thanks to History Press. We're in odd places, thanks to History Press. I saw it in a Harbor Freight one day. I saw it in a Cracker Barrel. So, my dad must be very proud of me from beyond going, my son's in a Cracker Barrel. So.
I guess Cracker Barrel makes a little bit more sense than
good on you, Dad.
Harbor Freight.
Yeah, exactly. But, History Press, you can get anywhere History Press books are found. You can also go to erieflorida.com.
Okay.
And we have a special local bookstore here in St. Pete that we have a relationship with called Books at Park Place. And we will actually have for a small fee, our talented illustrator will actually illustrate in your copy and send it to you.
That's awesome.
Whoa. Yeah, so that's, a one-of-a-kind you can get.
That's really cool.
So, but, it's a lot of fun. So that you can find us anywhere. And keep an eye out. The follow-up book looks like it's going to be called Freaky Florida.
Okay.
It's not going to be as many spooky. It's still got some monsters. It's still got some myths. It's still got some murders. But it's also got some just oddball places you may not know that are right around the corner. Solomon's Castle. If you've never been there, fantastic. Worth a day trip here from St. Pete. That's a giant castle made of aluminum, built by an artist like no other, and filled with puns. And, so it's definitely worth a trip. And we'll have lots of those, and that'll be coming out this fall as well. So.
I have to respond to something that just happened off camera.
What happened?
What was that look for, Michelle?
She's intrigued.
It's very intriguing. There's a whole lot of creepy going on.
Creepy.
And then you throw punny in there, and what am I going to do?
Yeah,
okay.
creepy and
I'm
puns.
going to look.
He has Solomon's Castle. I'll just tell you one of the best parts about Solomon's Castle is he builds everything out of recycled materials. He did. He just passed away last year. It's a shame, but his family's still running the place.
Okay.
The castle has 2 suits of armor out front. One's black and one's white. And one is the night and one is day. That's pretty bad. That's how it starts. And then it gets from there. He has inside, they have a board.
My goodness.
They have a board filled with dinosaurs. And they're like, we were too poor to build Jurassic Park, so we built Jurassic Plank. And there's a band made out of tuna cans. And he's totally made it out of tuna cans and tuna keys. It's all wired and stuff. And they're playing Flight of the Bumblebee because it's Bumblebee tuna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, this is a trip that we're going to make as a group.
You guys,
that's what I'm hearing.
Oh man, totally live stream from there. I mean, they don't have cell phone, but they do have Wi-Fi. So, and you can actually stay in the castle. So Ed Solomon made it. It's amazing. It's awesome. It's 3 stories. He's like, when we talked to him, it was like, it's all made out of aluminum siding. That was the aluminum siding is built out of the Tinnatype stuff from the local paper, and they were just throwing it all away. And he wound up buying it, and he's like, sooner or later you build 2 or 3, stories, and suddenly you got a couple turrets. And next thing you know, you got a castle.
Yeah, that sounds like the way you end up with a
That's how I got mine.
There's a pirate ship next to it. There's a pirate ship next to it called the Boat in the Moat, and that's his boat that he built. And he didn't build anything small, so it's a 30-foot Spanish galleon. That's
of course it is. That's a restaurant.
That's a restaurant
of course
you can eat at because there's nothing else to do out there because it's Ona, Florida. It's in the middle of nowhere.
Fair enough.
And it's a blast. It's a great place to visit. Totally worth a day trip.
Very cool. Well, that sounds like something our group's going to have to do.
Yes.
Well, as always, thank you for taking the time to come and talk to us.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for watching. So, and we will see you soon.
Absolutely.
See you on the other side.
Oh shoot. Thank you.
I think he may have just cursed you. That's what I heard.
Chucky?
Either that or threatened you. It's
Chucky?
it's one or the other. Oh, I love that everything went wrong for their group, and they lost their haunted house due to
But they are benefiting
unfortunate
from this.
circumstances. And yet, he managed to turn that and keep going with the weird things that he's already passionate about to turn it into a book. And, all right, so I can't have my haunted house in my backyard anymore. Fine. How about I write a book about all the things the haunted house was based on?
This is the kind of book that you're going to read in front of a campfire. You're just going to sit there, you're going to tell your friends all these stories, and you're just going to go at it, Like, you're just going to be freaked out for the rest of the night.
A great way to screw up a camping night.
In the best way.
Yeah. It's like, I've got an idea. How about we go camping and not sleep because we're all afraid of the
leprechauns.
the 8-inch tall swarm. Oh my goodness.
Our First Looks coverage is proudly powered by the Microsoft Store. Get your next laptop, tablet, Xbox, and more by going to firstlooks.tv/Microsoft.
The science of data transfer in general is interesting, and being able to apply it to smart technologies, robots, and things like that on the ground is interesting, but being able to transfer data super long distances is even more interesting. We have our next guest here, and this will make sense in a second. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
Good. Speaking of robots.
Yes.
And long distances.
Yes. Robots in space.
Yes, robots in space.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
So my name is Kurt Lloyd. I am a NASA engineer. I'm a software engineer for NASA. I've been working there for 27 years now. Yeah, and going.
Okay.
So I came here to Roboticon this weekend to talk to the students about robots and Mars and about engineering and job opportunities at NASA to get them excited about engineering.
Robots and Mars are my favorite two subjects in the same sentence, so I'm excited.
You mean the team right there? Mars?
Yes, the Mars robot team.
1523?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the student who was just on is going to want to talk to you
Okay.
later. I
right.
told her to look for you.
She's in biomedical here at USF.
And
okay.
And she's very interested in
I asked her what her dream job was, and she said, I would like to work for NASA one day. And I'm like,
in research on like long-term space effects on people
On the
and
body.
stuff like that, which is
we definitely
which
need
is
some
huge
people
right
to help
now.
work on that.
So
that's
I
a big deal right now.
I told her to make sure to connect with you.
All right,
after
I'll
the
keep
interview.
my eye open.
So, what kinds of stuff do you work on at NASA as a software engineer?
Specifically myself, I work in a group at NASA called SwampWorks, and that's a nod to the Skunkworks group.
Okay.
But we are a research group, and we're doing like forward thinking, out of the box thinking, and we're a group at NASA that is focused on the technologies we're going to need in the future when we've got humans living on Mars. Humans exploring Mars instead of just robots. Of course, when humans are exploring Mars, it's not a competition. It's not humans or robots. It'll be humans and robots. Yeah. We'll need a lot of help from the robots when we're on Mars, just like we need help from robots here on Earth.
So you got to be nice to them so that
yeah,
they can
be
help.
be nice to the robots. That's the lesson, kids.
So we're not
Gotta work with them.
talking about some sort of a Skynet scenario.
No.
Where we get there and the robots revolt. They're like, this is our planet. Get off.
Yeah, the idea is not to do that.
Okay.
The exact
Got
opposite of that.
Fantastic. Because that seems like a bad idea.
Oh, yeah.
So
It's a totally bad idea.
cooperative behavior seems way more useful.
I appreciate all the sci-fi telling us what not to do, you know.
So that
and
way we don't have to think about it. We're like,
Yeah.
that, we're not going to do that.
Not going to do it.
Science fiction is just stories of what not to do.
What not to do.
Yeah.
Basically.
Very few of them have, happy, pleasant.
Absolutely.
There's always something bad happening.
It's always they want a utopia, but it turns into a dystopia, and then you're like,
Well.
let's not do that.
It's entertaining, I guess.
Indeed. It's that conflict that makes a TV show or a movie interesting, but not so much trying to build an actual colony on Mars.
Mhm.
Probably you don't want that.
Well, our first cruise that'll go to Mars will probably be a very small crew of like 4, maybe 6 astronauts.
Okay.
But they're still going to need a lot of infrastructure and a lot of resources there on Mars.
Yep.
And so a lot of groups at NASA, including the SwampWorks group that I work in, are thinking that far ahead. We're thinking 20, 30 years in advance and working, and we're doing research and development of new technologies. One example of technology that we think is going to be needed when humans are living on Mars is a way to use the local resources and create breathing air on Mars, for example. Another thing we can create on Mars is rocket fuel, which a lot of people, that kind of blows a lot of people's minds. But there's water ice on Mars.
Right.
And water is hydrogen and oxygen, H2O, chemistry, kids, H2O. And a lot of people don't realize that hydrogen and oxygen are rocket propellants. They're the rocket propellants we use to launch the space shuttle, you know, for 30 years. So it's a very popular rocket propellant. Another propellant we can make on Mars that's really cool is liquid methane. We can get carbon dioxide from the Martian atmosphere and water from underneath the Martian soil, which is in frozen ice form. And using the magic of chemistry again, we can create liquid methane, which is another great rocket fuel on Mars that we could use on Mars. So that's the sort of things, future thinking, that a lot of NASA groups, including the SwampWorks group, are looking at and figuring out here on Earth if we can figure out how to create those technologies and then get them closer and closer to something we can send to Mars someday.
Sure. So that way you don't have to travel with all the fuel that you'll need perhaps to come back or to do whatever things you need to do around.
Yeah.
You don't have to travel with all of it.
It takes a lot of energy and thus a lot of money to send things to Mars. So we want to, if we want to be able to do a mission successfully using, you know, budget constraints that we're going to have in the next several, you know, years, we have to focus on what can we get away with not taking to Mars. And so there's a lot of scientists looking at what resources on Mars, like the water and the carbon dioxide, and we can save literally hundreds and hundreds of tons of things that we don't have to take to Mars if we can just make them there, like the rocket fuel, the breathing air for our astronauts, the water for our astronauts to drink. They can use the water to water their plants in their greenhouse. There's also other resources that are there that NASA's working on figuring out how we can extract those resources.
Sure.
Find the resources, collect the resources, extract the resources, and then use the resources. So it's an entire chain of events that has to happen. And there's a lot of people at NASA that are working on little pieces of that, little links in that chain.
So like the ability to mine without having to bring the big thing that was in Armageddon, for example.
Yes, yeah. And I'll be talking about
science fiction.
That's one of the talks I'll be giving while I'm here this weekend. Is I'm talking about, you know, robots on Mars, basically. But in that talk, I describe different technologies that NASA's working on to find, collect, excavate, transport, process, and store and use resources that are on Mars. So it's a pretty interesting talk. It really opens up a lot of people's eyes when they find out all the things that NASA's researching that we can use on Mars someday.
Yeah. Because it's not, you know, we kind of think we think of these other planets as kind of like just a thing. Not that they're complex like Earth is. You know, we don't think about them as being complex. It's Mars. It's just a thing, right?
Yeah.
It's just like floating out there.
Because it was also unattainable.
Right.
And if you look at the pictures from Mars, from our robots, it looks like a barren desert, you know, with just rocks and dust. But, you know, a lot of our sensors have found that there's frozen ice, you know, frozen water underneath the surface. And the top layer, the top several feet of the rocks and the dust actually act as an insulative layer and kind of keep that ice frozen underneath there and keeps it safe so that we can come use it later on.
That's amazing.
That's our plan.
Crazy.
And you did briefly mention that, like, having like a greenhouse on Mars. Like, what is like the science behind actually growing like food and
there are a lot
other resources that you would need?
Probably not Biodome with Pauly Shore, since we're going to keep bringing up movies. Probably not that idea.
Speaking of science fiction, they showed us what not to do, right?
Indeed.
So let's not do that.
Don't include Pauly Shore in kind of anything.
Poor Hollywood. They're getting a bad rap out of this interview, aren't they? We're sorry, Hollywood. We love you.
You make good stories and warnings.
You get us excited about space and science fiction. So,
absolutely.
Our idea at NASA is to try and make science fiction science fact, except for the bad stuff, obviously. But there's a lot of different researchers and at NASA at various centers working on how to grow plants in space, how to grow, you know, fruits and vegetables, things that, you know, can actually be ingested by the astronauts, eaten, and to give them a little extra versus the dried food that that'll come with their spacecraft. And give them a
No
little
freeze-dried ice
extra-
cream?
Oh, it'll be there.
Oh,
No, we're
okay.
gonna grow
Well,
ice
then that's-
cream.
Huh.
Somebody might invent it before we get there. You know, there's a lot of
Maybe
we
a
still got
Martian.
some time.
Yeah.
But they're working on, do you need soil or can you grow plants in just a liquid,
Okay.
and just have the right nutrients in
Right.
that liquid?
And that's a whole nother science, having it on a different planet with different environment.
It is, and there are large groups at NASA that are working on that, biochemists and
Sure.
things
Sure.
like that, people like that.
Okay.
So that first team that
Interesting.
you said 4 to 6 people, what is the timeline for that idea?
Well, it's hard to get NASA to give strict dates that far
Yeah.
out because our budgets come 1 year at a
But
time.
like a theoretical.
But we do
Yeah.
we do have some groups that think far out and do far out planning. And so the current plan is to go to the moon first, to go back to the moon.
Because that's been a long time.
It's been a while, and some people think, well, we've been there. Why go back? But there's a lot of reasons to go back. When we went to the moon back in the 60s, they were very, very short trips. They only spent a few days on the surface and only landed in a couple of different locations on the surface, mostly near the equator.
Mhm.
But once we have a large rocket again, like the Space Launch System rocket that you may have heard about in the news, and a spacecraft that can support astronaut crews for long duration space flight, like our Orion spacecraft, you may have also heard about in the news. Once those,
We've got a good friend who's involved in it.
Very
once
bonsai.
those are developed and working, we'll be able to use those to build a smallish space station, but it won't be just in Earth orbit like the current space station. It'll be in an orbit around the Earth and the moon, and it'll be called the Gateway because it'll be a gateway to the moon. And so from there, we can kind of hop off and create a small lunar colony, and we'll be able to try a lot of these technologies that we want to eventually use on
In a
Mars
closer
someday,
proximity.
on the moon, where there's less risk and it's closer.
Right.
And so
Less time
communication,
for travel.
less time to travel, and communication is quicker because communicating to Mars is about 20 minutes one way and 20 minutes back. So just getting a hello, are you there?
It's
Yes,
like
I'm
an
there.
hour.
That's like 40 minutes
Yeah.
round trip.
Wow.
So
Wow.
so if we can practice all these technologies on the moon and work the bugs out, then and we need to give the astronauts technology to help them be self-sustaining and not be dependent on mission control back on Earth, at least not for real-time things. And if we can practice that all on the moon, and then the next step is to go to Mars. So the idea is that we'll probably be able to get to the Mars in the 2030s, like maybe the late 2030s or maybe early 2040s. But we'll see. That's kind of a gray area. It's kind of not really set in stone.
Sure.
Until we get closer, we've got some moon missions to try out first.
I mean, when you really think about it, that time's not that far away.
In the
It's
grand scheme
really
of things.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really
really
not.
not that far.
And when I talk to students, like the students that are competing here this weekend, I tell them, and I'm not joking when I tell them that they are the right age, that when they graduate and get a real job, they're going to be the age that will be actually landing and living on Mars, or being back here on Earth, being the engineers and the support staff and the mission controllers that are supporting the Mars mission crew. So they get really excited when I tell them that. And
that was an aspect I hadn't considered.
And
the
it's not
people who would
just-
be going on that trip would be children today.
Yeah, they're our
That's
future.
crazy.
They're our future, which is why an event like this is so awesome. I didn't have something like this when I was their age. I mean, not even close. You know,
Right.
we had science fair, which is great. Love science fair.
And yet you're here
But
helping build the minds of the people that are
this is-
probably
Yeah.
going to be working.
I
with
get
us.
really excited about events like this because they're already excited about robotics, obviously.
Right.
But I can get them excited about you really
Applying it,
can
yeah.
work for NASA someday or one of our contractors. You really can be an engineer. You know, engineering is just about problem solving. And, you know, these kids solve problems practically every day.
Right.
And nobody calls it engineering. So it's really great to talk to these students and at this age and get them excited about their future.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, having Barry, who is our state alumni director,
Yes,
working
I know
working on the project is really inspiring for them, because they literally get to see somebody that they know personally,
Yeah.
that they interact with at competitions,
And
you
they
know,
really look
with,
up to him, too.
with a umbrella hat and stilts and all the
stilts.
crazy things that Barry does,
And the jumpsuit.
and knowing flight suit. He will correct me. I will correct
a jumpsuit.
He has corrected me for years. I will get to correct you.
I'll keep calling it a jumpsuit. No, I'm kidding.
To his face.
You're welcome, Barry.
Well,
you know,
he's at a game right now, so UCF game.
oh, is that where he is?
Yeah, that's why he's not here.
Never mind. Jumpsuit.
Jumpsuit.
That'll teach you to not be here.
Yeah, well, but yeah, you know, getting to see him and knowing that he's involved in this really inspires them too, because it's somebody that they've known for years. They've always seen Barry being goofy, and then knowing that he's involved in the Orion project, being able to pair those two things together and knowing, all right, well, I'm a little goofy. Well, that's good. That somebody like me is literally helping on the project that will eventually put people on Mars.
They can see themselves in the future.
And not even just doing that, he's also volunteering his free time to work at these events.
Yeah.
So that's also something for these kids to look forward to. It's
For
like,
sure.
hey, I can be in the industry and I can spend my time helping kids like me when I was back in FIRST Robotics.
Yeah.
Yeah. You may have noticed that all three, the First LEGO League, the First Tech Challenge, and the First Robotics Competition, all have a space theme this year.
Yes.
And that's no accident.
The first robotics competition will, when the season starts in January.
In January, when their season starts this year. They've all got a space theme, and that's no accident. And Barry had a hand in that. I had a hand in that. Several of my coworkers basically pitched what NASA was doing, including, you know, Barry told him about the Orion spacecraft. I told him about living off the land on Mars and using the resources on Mars. And, you know, we had a lot of different people telling the first organizers about all these different space aspects, and they were able to compile that and create a season for all of the different age groups that is focused around space, and that's really exciting. It's got the students all excited about space and engineering, and more exposed to what NASA's plans are for Mars, for example. So it's really exciting.
That's very cool. So obviously, your being here today and your interest in participating in a Roboticon is multi-tier. You get to talk and get them excited about the things that you're working on, and you get to inspire them that they could work for NASA.
That's true.
And they could go to Mars.
Yeah, the things that they're doing are literally the things that NASA needs.
That's true. Not only am I talking to them about NASA's plans for Mars and living off the land, I've also got some of my sessions are specifically talking about NASA internships and ways that they could, you know, how can you get a job at NASA? And so I'm actually logging on my computer and showing them how to apply for a NASA internship. So the website is intern.nasa.gov, by the way, in case you missed my talk. So yeah, and then I'm just, you know, hanging out in the lobby and meeting them. You know, there's a meet a NASA engineer session in a little bit, and they're gonna just be able to just ask me any question they want to in the world. So I'm really excited to be here, and it's
we're
really
excited
great
to have
event.
you here, though.
Yeah, for sure.
I know
Thank
that they're
you.
excited.
Thank you. Yeah, I think they are.
We always like having people from NASA come
yeah.
join us.
Yeah.
Because the conversations are always interesting. Getting to hear what you guys are working on is
And that's
always
stuff
fascinating.
we have always been wanting. Growing up, we're always like, what if? And now the what ifs are being actually
Implemented, considered for real.
And
Definitely.
NASA, as a government, as a federal agency, you know, we don't have like an advertising budget. We can't create radio ads or TV ads, like a Boeing or a Lockheed Martin,
right.
These private companies
right.
can do. And so, but what NASA can do, our workforce we can go out and do outreach, which is what I'm doing here this
cool.
weekend, and all of the NASA employees are allowed and or encouraged. If a lot of them are really encouraged, especially the ones that show an aptitude for public speaking. And so that's really how we get the word out, is just grassroots, word of mouth. So that's how we do it at NASA.
Well, we appreciate you coming out to the event and talking to the kids and getting them excited.
Sure.
And we appreciate you coming and talking to us today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me on your show. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And
Thanks
enjoy the rest of the event.
I will. Bye-bye.
Our Gulf Coast Maker and Comic-Con 2018 coverage is proudly powered by Amazon Prime. Find out all of the included benefits and get a 30-day free trial by going to plugkitslive.com/prime and by audiobooks.com. Get a 30-day trial and a free audiobook to keep by going to audiobooks.com and using promo code TRY70.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Fantastic. How are you?
Hi, my name is Sai. I'm a student at University of South Florida. I'm the team captain for Electrothon.
Okay.
Pretty much, Electrothon is a competition where students build and race electric vehicles. It's similar to what you see in like a Le Mans or something, or those kind of race styles where you have 1 hour. It's not really about how many a set lap time like NASCAR or something like that.
Right.
It's more about the time. And we have a limited amount of battery we're allowed to use, and it's all about maximizing battery potential and that sort of thing.
That's really cool. Now, we've been fortunate to have you guys at the previous Gulf Coast Maker Cons, and we've had reps on the show in the past, and I love the concept because it's different in a really great way. What is the goal of the organization? Why is it different? Well,
the whole thing is to promote the awareness of alternative energy sources. That's what it's based off of. And along with that, it's about teaching, because the competition actually starts at high school. So we bring in a lot of high school students and introduce them to the ideas of STEM, and we give them a little look that there's a lot of other things than just your basic there's a lot of other things you can do with engineering, especially this being the main aspect of you can build a car that runs on electric power using really basic components.
Yeah.
A lot of times people come up to me and say, "Wow, that looks really complex. How long did it take you to learn everything?" But I actually started out in high school pretty much not knowing anything.
Okay.
And that was my basis of pretty much like as a high schooler, you think you know everything, but you really don't. And getting into it was like really eye-opening because you look at like all the things you can do with things that are already there. So our battery packs are lithium polymer. So those are things that you use in your cell phones. We use a lot of bike parts, golf cart parts. And along with that, I've learned trade skills like welding and that sort of thing.
Very cool. So how did you get involved?
So the main thing came up to be, I actually started with robotics in high school.
Okay.
And along with that, I wanted to expand my my knowledge into some mechanical skills. As I'm a computer engineer, but I wanted to diversify myself into the things that I know. And my mechanical knowledge of like cars and things like that at that time was very poor, and I knew that.
Okay.
And this, for me, was a stepping stone to say that could be something I can learn to look at the future products that are coming out today with the electric vehicles and things like that. So I thought it would be a great stepping stone into learning about that and getting my foot in the door with those technologies.
Very cool. So how big is the organization? Like, how many teams?
So, the Electrothon is actually a national competition.
Okay.
So locally, I believe there's 25 teams.
Okay.
That includes high schools. Then it actually goes into what we call open class. We have colleges. We have a Hillsborough Community College ourselves, University of Central Florida. And then the Seminole campus is actually bringing on their own car.
Wow.
Yeah. And then we have enthusiasts who come in.
Okay.
We have old-time hot rodders that come in, as well as just people who love, there's a lot of people who don't actually have a car history, which is really interesting. They're just electrical engineers or just general people who has interest, and it builds on that just because it's simple, so and it's really cool, so it attracts a lot of people. But it's all the country. Like one of our races we're actually going to next month is Barber Motorsports, which is an official IndyCar track. That's a full 2.38 miles, and it's full with hills and all that. So you can tell as to, I mean, the organization in Belize started out like over 10 years, 15 years ago.
Okay.
And again, that was just running on car batteries, and that started off really small. But now we're going into full racetracks, onto AMRoC Park, and we're going to Barber Motorsports,
Okay.
Portland Speedway, and things like that. But it's a rapidly growing competition.
That's cool. And what are you doing here today?
So today we came out. We have 9 races here locally in Tampa. Today was one of them. We had a race out in the back. Very new course, very challenging today. We definitely tested our car, but yeah, today was the day we competed on campus.
So obviously competing on different and not necessarily predictable courses, how big of a challenge is the variable of track setup?
Yeah, so we generally the tracks are set up, and then they are they're configured a couple weeks before the actual race day, so we know what the tracks will look like. The big thing is that the battery aspect of it, because in the sense that we're not about top speed, we're an endurance competition. We're of limited battery power, and with that, we have to go the maximum distance.
Okay.
So we're not really riding our cars on the edge of breaking things, or on going like 100 miles an hour.
Sure.
Our race speeds are more like 35 miles an hour,
Okay.
Something like that. So with that, the biggest challenge is on how you're going to use that battery. And I'm a driver for my team, so it's all about working with your team to find out. Okay, you do a practice lap. How many amps did you draw? How many volts did you draw? What finding out all the information and then applying that, saying, okay, I need to do this for 1 hour. It took me a minute and a half to do one lap. I need to do this for 1 hour. Calculate that, then go that on with. Okay, now I need to add traffic, and then general racecraft, which is, again, the really cool part of the competition is that I'm learning so much, but at the same time, I love racing. I'm a racer, so that's one thing I get to add on to that. So that's like battery management. I think is the biggest challenge of the competition.
Okay,
Sure.
and for people getting involved, is that like a scary aspect for a lot of like newcomers when you say that to them?
It was definitely something that I was worried of. Like I said, when I started, it was actually in my third year of high school, and like I said, I didn't know. I thought I knew everything, and then I looked at what I was doing, and I'm like, okay, I don't really know anything. So then when you go out and look at everything, it was a frightening task, but then it was just about working at it. The reason why they introduced it in high schools is that there are all the components are very simple. All this stuff has already been worked on before, so it's more about taking that. At least when I started in high school, is that just taking that, learning the basics and the principles, and then that in college I can expand upon that.
Sure. You're not trying to break new territory and technology. You're trying to figure out how to use what exists in the most efficient way possible.
Well, we do a combination of both. We try
Okay.
to create some stuff as well as we use both. So in for one example, we're trying to work out a system where it would automatically manage our throttle or our speed throughout the entire competition through a computer. So we do one practice lap, and the computer learns what the best solution or best throttle will be that. So it's about, so you start off with the simple things, but it's really you know, there are many things you can do to advance on that.
That's fascinating. So you said there's nine races in the Tampa area?
There's 9 races here locally. They're all pretty much open to spectators. What that gives us is that
that was going to be my next question.
Yep. So all of it's open. We have a variety of tracks. Most of them are just done on parking lots. So we have some of them are like a track and field. Some of them are really technical courses. We had one today. Today was the race here was very technical.
Okay. Interesting. And so, if say I was interested in finding out where the races were going to be, how might I do that?
So you would go to our website. It's www.electrathonoftampabay.org/www. And on there is our full list of all of our races. Pretty much in August, we have our entire race year planned out.
Okay.
So it's really easy to plan to come to any of our races, and all of our races are local. So you can be there within a 30-minute drive. And the big thing is that, unlike some competitions that I've been to previously, they don't let you come and talk to the drivers, or everyone's toiling away so hard that they're too busy to talk to anyone. Although we are busy, during times that we're not racing, the pits are open, so anybody can come in and they can come talk to us, and they can ask us questions. We're very happy to answer any questions, and I think that's really what sets us apart, that we're really transparent in what we do. We like people talking to us because it lets us explain what we're doing, and it makes it, at least for me, I find that very fun.
That's really cool. And then say I wanted to create a team. How might I get information on that?
So it depends on where you're coming from. If you're high school, then I would definitely say ask your high school a science teacher. If you're just someone out in the public looking to join, there's really no registration type stuff. There are safety rules, which is listed in our handbook on our website, but it's just more follow these rules when you're building your car. But there's not anyone saying, hey, I want to, you need to come and talk to me first before I apply you. Anyone can come in, anyone can come out and race. Granted, they meet the rules of the competition.
Okay, and what about your team? What if someone wanted to join?
Sorry?
Your team, if someone wanted to join.
So our team is under IEEE, which is Institute of it's under IEEE. So it's just a college organization.
Right.
So with that, anyone is allowed to join. Anyone can come to the team. I'm always available on campus as I'm a student, and we have meetings every week. So you can just join the IEEE organization. They have full access to me and the competition and all that.
That's really cool. Yeah. Well, we appreciate you taking the time to come talk to us today.
I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And have a good rest of the day. And
good luck with your competition.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Somebody has to balance it on their head. Wait a minute. I see it. Right, Tina, right behind you.
We should do a screenshot. Everybody do a paper on their head.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
I didn't bring toilet paper. I have wet wipes though.
You're letting Jared back in. Everybody put the toilet paper on their head so they can see us. There we go. Things change while they were gone. There. All right. There, he's trying to come back. I just let him back.
You have to have good posture.
You do have to have good posture. I don't. I've also got a glass of wine, so it's hard to tell where it's going to go.
Is this a messed up version of Coneheads?
Yeah, right.
We dressed up
So
for
much
you.
has changed since you've been gone.
Now you're down at the bottom now.
Different now.
We're in the same place.
We're in the same place on ours, yeah.
Really? Now you moved from my perspective. Though.
Yeah, you went to the bottom.
Chris is here. Everybody dress up for Chris.
I see them down bottom row.
Yes.
Yeah.
on the
Okay,
bottom row.
and Marissa was the last one to join prior to us.
Chris is here now.
Chris is he on the
He
bottom?
doesn't know what he's getting into.
Right.
He's on the bottom, yeah.
I guess I ought to take this off now.
Oh, that's really good. My problem is I've got too much hair and nothing stays there right now. Hi. We're all playing with toilet paper on
There you
our
go.
heads.
Hey, Chris.
We're all
Welcome to the
balanced
meeting.
See how we're looking at it right now is like, for an example. Okay.
I think we lost.
So work with me with this, okay?
Yep.
So, no offense, Steve, but you'd be like where Jan Brady would be.
Okay.
And then Terry would be Marsha.
Marsha, yeah, thanks.
We'd be up where Carol Brady's at.
I should just call us the toilet bunch. Yes. What we're trying to figure out, Chris, is the location of everybody. It doesn't seem to be consistent. And I guess the only other way you could do it, other than what Jared was saying, which is everybody agrees, we work with whoever's doing the filming or putting the video together. Everybody agrees which direction they're always going to hand stuff. The other one is when we go to do our final version of it, we all just figure out where but it's never going to be the same though. That's what we're finding out, right? Doesn't matter.
Right. If you're going to film it, make a video that they'll then play back at the final, then it's got to be handed off to various frames.
Right. So if Scott was directing
at the direction of the director.
Right. So if Scott was directing it, then we would just do what he says and go.
Right.
Next,
Say, Sheena, pass it to your left. You'll hand it to Steve, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Simple decision.
Yeah.
Kind of storyline beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, like we'd be handing it over to Terry.
Oh, because I'm actually above you from where I am.
Oh, really?
Yeah. From my perspective.
So from where you're handing it to Marissa.
Yeah.
Oh, you actually want to do it through this?
Hi,
or do you want
Marissa.
to do it through editing, basically?
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. It's an interesting idea. Oh, there we go. What was that?
It's phone.
Okay. So if we have this many, and I imagine Josh will be on here. I think we're only just missing Josh at this point. Is that right? Yeah. So we would have 9 panels, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
And then that would actually work.
There's a story.
That'd be awesome.
So we would have 9. That would look really cool. I mean, it would look neat. We just need to choreograph it properly. And then we just need to find out, it's only a 3-minute video. We have to have like a very brief introduction. Here's, Team AMRoC and our toilet paper saga. And then everybody could create whatever they wanted for that brief 10 seconds or so for the passage of the paper, So
that's awesome.
So everybody can sort of think on that. I'm trying to keep track of the time too.
So that can be pre-recorded, right?
What the
10 seconds.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could do that. And then
I mean, it wouldn't be live.
Right.
No, we're going to try and attempt a live version on Sunday just for the fun of it, because that's everybody's doing. They actually interview everybody, and then you kind of come on board and you do your, here's what we did. It's not going to look right because we're all different. Everybody's views. We're going to give it a shot, and then we can have like Scott just direct us on headphones or on a phone or something.
Yeah, he'll have to record it.
Yeah, he's not a fan of Zoom, so
Nope.
Yeah, and I'm not either. We just want to try this to compare it to Google. I think Google Hangout will be fine.
I think Google Meet would be very good.
That's what I mean. Google Meet.
Because there wouldn't be there's no frame in between each panel like there is.
Right.
It's a spin frame, but there's still a frame there.
Yeah.
Well, you can. Yeah, I mean, you can put out there, but I mean, no matter what system you use, I don't think you can do this. You're not thinking of actually doing the video on a video conference, are you?
Well, we were thinking it would be cool if we could, but it doesn't look like we can because everybody's view is different.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And we'll try it once on Hangout just to see, just for comparison. Sometime this weekend we'll get on there. Maybe when we go to showcase each of our little sections. So we could just sort of get on there and do it. Did anybody give any thought to what you wanted to do? If you wanted to do the like the 10
5 kind of good ideas and one wacky idea, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm like going out. I'm like, oh, I want to do this. Should I do that? Should I? Yeah.
Are you gonna involve any other kids or no?
One does.
Okay.
So one is just like have my whole family, and we're just gonna do like the Home Alone. Here's the toilet paper. Here's the toilet paper. Here's the all the way to the end. Like that was like a no effort kind of thing. And then one's like, okay, I'm gonna do like a video game with the toilet paper coming in, and it's either like a Mario thing where it's jumping and going through a tube. Like have a magnet on one side and toilet paper just going, like so it doesn't see anyone. Or, like do the Pong thing where it goes back and forth and then like goes to the next person.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Marissa,
Then be like, I have like notes. Yeah.
Do you still
Lego
have your
staircase?
Angry Birds thing? Do you still have your big Angry Bird shooter?
Oh, that would have been awesome, just like shooting it. I don't. Those things were huge, and that was like 7 years ago?
That was giant.
Oh, that was that was crazy. That would have been fun. Giant slingshot. Maybe I could totally make it again.
Anybody else have some ideas for how they want to do it?
Well, are we going to be doing a theme?
It doesn't have to be. Everyone can be different. The only theme is that toilet paper. The only common thread is that toilet paper. So you can do as creative as you want. Put whatever you want. Put your own spin on the toilet paper. Which I think Marissa said earlier, but yeah.
Okay.
I hope it was the excuse to make like a toilet paper cannon or
I was
something.
waiting to see if we had a theme that all of us were going to be.
Cool for part of it.
If it was a theme, it would not be any fun at all.
You could do the handoff, of course, like what we've been talking about, but also another variation, possibly even in the same recording, is to have one person start to unroll it and pass the paper across to the different panels. And just keep unrolling it, so eventually it comes through all the panels, and it appears to be all connected. That would be interesting.
That's another one, yeah. Yeah, we could do that too.
Yeah.
But then we wouldn't get to see the ping-ponging around on Marissa's screen.
No, you could do that too. That's just part of it.
It just like TP'd my whole screen.
Right.
You should be the next to the last one, so the last person gets the empty roll.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Get like a belt system where like it goes through and it's like a factory, just like.
Oh, that's pretty good. Steve, can you try and pull up the deconstruction kickoff on your end? Just go to their website.
I don't have the link.
Yeah, just go to deconstruction.org.
Stand by. Okay.
Yep, and then try and share your screen. I tried to do it, but I'm recording this. Don't ask me why. I figured it would be fun. And then I can't minimize the screen if I'm recording. Yeah. Oh, now Larche is up in the top right.
Oh.
And Marissa's in the middle in my view.
Marissa's in the middle of mine.
Okay.
So then that would be like.
That's
Sorry, what is it? Deconstruct what?
The deconstruction.org.
That's Alice.
Which way should I push?
Yes, no, she's Alice.
If you go to the Chris, you just gave it to Chris. Now you're giving it to Pam.
You know, all these
Now,
panels
see,
actually.
we're above Melissa. How we see it.
That's the thing. All these panels will look at be in different locations. For
I know,
each
that's
of
what we
us
were
because-
laughing about. Yeah.
I was listening to where everybody was, so I knew that you were there.
That's good. Rosalind, what did you want to do? Do you have some ideas?
I want me and Mom are going to try and practice passing it with our heads.
Ooh. That's a
Haven't
good
gotten
one.
it yet.
Yeah, it looks challenging.
There's like
It's like a party game.
Good. Deconstruction.org takes me to GoDaddy, so that's not correct.
No, the deconstruction.org.
Okay.
DHE.
Is it an app?
No, it's just a website. They're streaming it on the website.
Oh, okay. Because it took me over to an app for it on my phone.
The Deconstruction podcast?
Maybe, probably.
No, that's not it. All right.
Okay. So now I got it. Let's see if I can share it.
Oh, they're saying go to their Zoom meeting. They decided to do a Zoom meeting.
Oh,
well, is that different?
You sure? No, it says live.
They have a different Zoom
Okay,
meeting?
are they live? They
Or-
must have had a Zoom meeting going earlier.
Yeah, hold on there. We're gonna get.
We're gonna have a Zoom meeting inside of a Zoom meeting.
That would be cool.
Conception.
Because I got the deconstruction kickoff thing. Oh, I guess that was ours. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's it. Thanks.
I hear pretty birds somewhere. Cool. There we go.
Not us. Hey, there you go.
Is that working?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
The birds are pretty.
They are.
Yeah.
Is that from their website?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I guess they are live streaming.
And somebody, I'm actually on the Discord app, and somebody just wrote it's raining chainsaws. I don't know what that means. Sounds a little scary.
Okay.
Where'd everybody go? Grid. Oh, I can read. I can actually, if you do show grid, I can see all of you, most of you.
Yeah.
And then Steve's screen.
That's what I was gonna.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I don't know if that went away or not.
No, it's still there. We can't see you when you're showing your screen, but.
Right.
I can see Steve.
I can
Oh,
see
there he
both.
is.
Yeah.
He's back. How'd you do that? It's a magic trick.
He's off to the side, yeah.
What was that?
See everybody.
You do
How-
all
how
show,
are
we
we
should all do
now?
selfies.
Yeah, we could tag them on a. How does everybody look now in the grid? Terry, I'm beside you.
I'm trying to figure out what's popped up. Oh, I see what it is. It's Steve's thing here. Can I move it? Oh, I can move us around.
Do it.
Yeah, I have Terry at the top there, and then we're there, and
Are you below me?
I'm above you.
Ah, okay. We're different still.
Yeah, we're still different.
It's like we're all in space or something. Oh, and actually only Jared's in space.
Oh,
now we're all in
Oh,
space.
here we go.
I'll be right
have
back.
volume?
Oh, they just started. Ding dong. Please, oh.
We
My
need
family just like
volume.
opened a door. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if audio will work through.
Well, can you do volume, Steve?
Here.
Raise the volume up.
Right.
there you go.
I can't hear it though.
You don't hear it?
Nope.
Could just watch from the.
Well, you heard the birds before.
Yeah, but I don't hear anything now.
There's music. There's like low music playing.
That's from our next door neighbor.
Invite them over.
Every Friday night.
Oh, they have the.
Wonder if they'll show our tree of technology.
Ooh. This is their teaser.
Yeah, I guess so.
Welcome to the Deconstruction.
Oh, yay.
Hey everyone, my name is Dana. I'll be your host this weekend. Oh, I'm getting a little side motion from my co-pilot here.
Yeah, I can. Trying to turn it up.
You have it up all the way, Steve?
Yeah.
Well, it's just echoing through your computer. I think you'd have to. I mean, through your microphone, but I think you'd have to. Tell it to stream your computer audio somehow.
I could turn off my audio.
Nah, I don't think that'll work.
You can change your audio to same as system.
Yeah. Well, there's same as system, but I don't know if that would do it.
Right.
What I'd like to kick off, the deconstruction has existed for many, many years. It's a long tradition of deconstructions that could just join us. But there's also a huge community who participated in this crazy internet adventure in a time before we were really all living on the internet. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We have this epic journey ahead of us this weekend. But let's start with the countdown. All of the teams that are going to participate in this weekend were given the challenge to deconstruct the theme of distance in 48 hours. So the clock, we're going to count down. Like every good event and every good marathon, it has a clock. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. In the past, these deconstructions that I talked about, we used to have a room full of people. I mean, dozens of people operating all kinds of gadgets and on their phones and on things. And this year, in the studio, you have me, and then you have the creator of the event, Mr. Jason AMRoC. Hey, Jason, here comes.
He's been there since the very beginning.
Digital applause to Jason. So Jason's running the show, everything behind this beautiful city that we built for you. We built this city for deconstruction. You'll hear me. We want you all to grab your digits, or grab your forks and your spoons, whatever you want to do for
this is like a starship.
Countdown. At the end of this countdown, the official deconstruction begins. Right, Jay? Okay, all right, and we're going to have the ceremonial ball drop. Brace yourself. Let's see. That's a good frame. Let's get in here.
Oh.
And that was also
lost it.
Where's the other one?
No, if we lost it or she did.
I have.
8. What do you think comes next? 8.
It's hard to do a selfie like this.
The kids count.
7 3/4.
7. 6.
6 and 7/8.
5, here we go, slow. Time has stopped. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
2, there we go.
1.
Yay!
Just like Times Square on New Year's Eve.
That's weird. Do we get any more info, or are we on our own now? She's saying things and we have to interpret what she's saying.
Looks like she was praying.
Yeah, she might be.
You're messed up.
Can you not hear?
No?
yeah,
We could just do Mystery Science Theater.
It's kind of fun.
To her.
I love Mystery Science Theater.
And you guys are in the perfect setting for it up there, so. He's got something.
I haven't seen that in years. Is it even on TV anymore?
He has a clock made out of kazoos. That's awesome.
And kazoos, join me. Deconstruction.
One Christmas I gave my nieces kazoos.
Okay. Now.
Did you ever do that again?
You're not running to go make your projects. Right?
No. No, we tortured my sister in other ways. But
How are you here?
I remember that one.
Is run by the teams. And how many teams are there? Well, we had 58 teams signed.
Wow.
Oh, that's good.
interesting.
Oh, so you are sure.
And all weekend. We have also an Instagram, and for all of our participants, they're using hashtag Deconstruction2020. Did you see the team page, Jay? Oh, we did a little flash to the team page. So on our website, you can find all of the teams that are participating from all over the world. 11 countries. Jay.
Wow, that's cool.
That's a lot of countries. There's, let's see, I'm looking at my hot list. There's Brazil, Germany, Guatemala, Belgium, Canada, United Kingdom, Spain, Colombia, hello, Japan, Antarctica.
Oh, cool.
Oh, wow, that's kind of neat.
Crawlers. I think I
How are they competing for Antarctica?
Pass the
11
snowball.
countries. I wish I could all of those languages, but we are so excited to talk to you in all of them, the internet languages. So you'll be meeting some of those teams this weekend. We're going to have a few of the participants doing live check-ins on our show. And then they're all kind of living on the internet as well on a chat.
Gone again.
Yep.
Yes.
Is she going slow on your view, Steve, or is it just transmitting slow on ours?
Might be transmitting slow on yours.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just streaming on my computer. Yeah. Synchronized with yours.
Students.
It says from Chris to everyone on the bottom.
Oh, I was just putting the link to that YouTube video.
Okay.
Beautiful website. Shout out to Ryan. Beautiful website. And Jess. So I mentioned that it's me and Jay in the studio, but we have a team across the country working behind the scenes. We have Baltimore, Oakland, Minnesota, and Los Angeles. So they are all, you'll meet them all in face this weekend. So thank you all.
They have TV in Minnesota?
Let's take a cruise over to visit dancers.
I thought they just had snow, no more.
And they are so far the biggest team. That means the team with the most participants.
Well, those are the awards.
Measure of joy or enthusiasm. Although they'd be a strong contender for it. This is a group based in Baltimore, and I'm just looking at my notes. So it's a group based in Baltimore. They describe themselves as creative artists. So it's a cool. I can't wait to see what you come up with. They're neighbors, friends, collaborators, music listeners, tool librarians, makers, community builders. This is a beautiful deconstruction makeup. We love this. One of the things about
those guys from today
distance is it's a pretty bold thing.
That's
Like none other. And
yeah.
One of our teams is artisanal enterprise will be joining us this weekend. Artist now is being very bold.
Oliver's here. It was doing pretty good there. I'm losing her again.
Yeah.
We're excited for the
Oh, this is the entertainment, so we get some entertainment too.
Stop it.
Oh, now I can see.
You can see on the website.
I can see him.
It disappeared again.
A little up close and personal with
Hi.
Hi.
Is it a new face? John.
How do you say hi?
Several times in many different capacities. So
Where'd Marissa go?
And see what he's got planned.
All right, went off so she could see the darn thing.
John Gleason's in Georgia.
I'm here. I'm just not talking.
Hi, John. Welcome to the Deconstruction 2020.
Oh, Steve. Is it great? Good to see you. Glad to be here.
It's great to have you on. You're not only participating in this year's deconstruction, you actually have quite the history with deconstruction.
Yeah, a little bit of deconstruction pedigree, I guess.
Absolutely. We wanted to bring you on this first segment because of that. Because for a lot of people, it will be their brand new first deconstruction. It's always great to bring a familiar face back because the deconstruction does create a bit of a community. And we love people coming back for more. So we wanted to kind of like tease up your past experience. Like what was your first introduction to the deconstruction?
Well, the first one was obviously the first deconstruction, but I was teaching at a high school here in Atlanta, in Metro Atlanta, and it just kind of landed another teacher, Kristen Jackson, really great teacher. She came down to my room and said, "Hey, I heard about this thing. You want to do this?" I said, all right, okay, sure. And so I think it was about a week. We had maybe less to organize it, and we did a lock-in at the school, and we brought in all manner of things, lawnmowers, and we had. I was a three-dimensional art teacher, a sculpture teacher, and ceramics teacher, and so I had a lot of junk. And but we brought in a bunch more, and turned up.
7.
I was gonna
6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Yeah, awesome. 0. 0. Oh, cool. This is great. Welcome to the show and tell. One of the other tidbits is that there are so many of you, and each team will have 5 minutes to do their show and tell. And what you're going to hear we're going to try this at the 4-minute mark. When you have hit the 4-minute mark, you're going to hear this. Tell me if you can hear it. Did y'all hear that? Okay, I heard a, okay, how about this? All right, that'll be your morning dove to let you know you have 4 minutes left. And then when 5-minute mark, you will hear the owl telling you it's nighttime, which is hoo, 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 hoo. Big difference, right? Okay, great.
This is exactly like storytelling competitions. They do the same thing and like open tell. Like we are really gonna ram you on the timing.
Yeah, well, we're much of a ram as we are a soft feather floating across
But they make it very clear, like, for the love of God, don't go over your time. So
yeah,
but usually something a little ruder.
Yeah. So we want to make sure everyone has a good amount of time to share. Kate, did I forget anything? Jason, did I forget anything? No? Cool. Great. So when your team comes on, you'll want to unmute yourselves, and we're going to play it in speaker view. So your team will just, whoever's speaking is going to be spotlighted with your team. So first up, we're so excited to welcome Exquisite Distance.
That's really up to you how you want to.
So anyone from Exquisite Distance, y'all can take your mics off and make sure your cameras are on.
I'm not. So I think we go to number 2.
Okay. And we're going to repost them in the chat. So check out the chat, and there is the show order. So if you show up late, we'll put you at the bottom of the list. Okay. Oh, wait. Is it? Okay. Team number 2, Gresson's Art. John.
Hey, everybody. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good. I do not have a video, but I have my item right here, so I'm just going to have to turn the camera around and do the best I can with that.
Yeah, no problem.
Is that okay? All right.
You bet. Everything's okay.
All right, good.
John is gonna
Get video. If we can make it happen. All right, well, there's part of it. Can we see it?
There it is.
All right.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Is everything good? Am I full screen and all that? I'm low tech here. All right, good.
You are.
All right, so this was about 20 pounds of clay, probably 25 by the time I'm all said and done. It was 2 components that I threw on the wheel, and it's got a variety of different other elements. We've got these arms that I cast from old molds that my mother-in-law had donated to me, and these are these components here that look kind of like a conduit holder. They will be they'll have wire coming out, and then these evil eyes will hang from there. We still there? My computer's doing something crazy.
We had if everyone could not share their screens yet.
Okay.
You're good.
Anyway, these components will be hanging off and suspended from wire. They're like evil eyes. And on the back, they have eyes on you stamp.
So I'll have wire coming out of here. And, you know, just due to the nature of ceramic, I can't fire this and everything can't be put together yet, but that's just where I am. So it's got a jaguar motif on the outside there. That's powered symbol. And the idea behind this whole thing was that I asked for information from all students and friends, and everybody gave me information. And I am a teacher, and so and was a high school teacher, and so I asked former students to give me direction rather than me giving them direction. So I reversed the flow. So this is 20 different people gave me information for this, and then I boiled it down to this. And so we had ideas about log broken connections and conduit, and that's where the wire is going to come in. I had hands as a motif. We talked a lot about spatial tension. Originally, with spatial tension, I wanted to have like two hands getting close to one another, but it didn't work out with this design. But I thought the spatial tension is going to be accomplished by you being near it. So the hands reaching out to you. Ancestors watching was a big part of this. I had several people tell me they were really interested in what was going on right now, kind of from people who had passed on that were watching. So the evil eye is kind of part of that component. Let's see, cats. Cats was a theme as well from another local art group that I'm a part of, and they were just doing a competition with cats, and so that's where the jaguar motif came through. And crows. I don't know if you can.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So I have this fascination with crows. It's personally, I've been calling to the crows and feeding the crows in the neighborhood. So I put this crow in there. I really like crows because they're super intelligent and they're great communicators. And I thought in this time, you know, this is a really interesting time. And those are excellent features. And it was just an interesting sculptural component. And I believe that's probably got it. Which, again, I wish I had a little bit better video. Probably some stuff to Instagram and Facebook later. I couldn't get anything to upload. Too big. Files were all too big. But that's it.
John, that's beautiful. If everyone could turn their speakers or their microphones on, and we're gonna do applause or however, or bird calls or whatever you want to do when someone finishes. You can turn your mics on. I want to hear that love.
Thank you.
Our fellow crafter. Yay.
That's beautiful. And be sure to connect with John in Discord, and we'll have other team information on the website. If you want to ask him more about his project, those of you already posting some in the Zoom comments, I'm sure he'd love to talk to you more about his process. Let me check in with my production team. Jason, any updates? Yeah, we're good? Cool. Kate, we're doing good?
I think everything's good.
Okay, sweet. Awesome. John, thanks for being first. That's super hard to do.
Glad to
So
do it.
thank you for being first.
Thanks for doing it.
Great. Awesome. Okay. Let's go to number 3, Neon Monsoon. And if everyone, we're going to mute everyone's, if you can mute your microphones now. Is Neon Monsoon here? Okay.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, cool. Richie?
Oh, hi. So this is, we're 3 people from Neon Monsoon. I'm Richie, and
I'm Eris.
So yeah, we started this project, and we used all our skills together that we're good at, and we made something together. So we can show you what it is. We're going to take the camera and move it around.
Awesome. We'll go with you.
So this is, we made like a miniature set that we're gonna do a lot of green screen on. And we started by making the LA River, because we're all from LA. And then we go into this swamp area. After we show you the set, we'll play the video with all the green screen effects. But, so this is our set. And then there's a waterfall and dinosaurs, and we have it all on the screen. Real quick, we'll do a screen share so we can show you what the video looks like.
Great.
With all the effects. Sadie over here made all of the digital effects that we have, as well as a lot of the miniatures. So let's see. Full screen and screen share. This one. So, oh, there we are. Can you guys see that?
Oh, we can. Whoa, psychedelic.
You want to play the video? So this is the video that we have, or where we're at before we do all the digital After Effects.
Oh, sure. If everyone can see in the other window, Jay, I don't know if you want to spotlight their other, yeah.
It's playing this. It's recording this. You guys can see all the effects, right?
We're about to, yeah, we can see the effects. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we can see the purple and the streaming lava.
Are you going down a waterfall?
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, we've got, there's like a typhoon on the right. There's a purple lava in the middle.
Oh, okay, cool. So you see that. But I don't know. Is it not streaming there? Huh. I don't think it's moving.
Now we're in Discord.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, this is great.
We're trying to figure out how to do this still. So activate. Did the camera on? Huh.
Trying to figure out things is the mantra of deconstruction.
Troubleshoot.
Whoa.
There we go. That's it. Now we got that. And
They got to share their screen again when they're ready.
I think you guys have to share. Yeah. Yeah, here it comes. Cool. So what we see is we see you and your Streamlabs, your OBS system.
Yep, cool.
Cool.
Yeah, that's where we have all the effects playing from right now. I'm gonna have to do a lot in After Effects to composite it all together, but this is like the quickest way to show what I'm gonna be looking at.
Wow, were all the miniatures built this weekend?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's wild.
And then we go into this hole, and then we're gonna shoot up.
Whoa.
And we have a raft that we made that we're all going to jump off of, slide off of.
Oh. Yeah. Can I show the picture of the raft?
Yeah. Let me pull up the raft.
Okay, I'm gonna give you your morning dove sound. Coo, coo, coo.
All right, awesome. Okay, cool. Where'd you put your phone?
So here is, can you see that?
We lost it. We had the raft for a second, and then we lost it.
A couple more seconds. We'll show you some.
Sure.
A raft.
Sure.
Where's the damn thing? Screen share. I don't know. How do I stop screen sharing? I can't figure that out. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So
Okay.
I can stop. How do I stop screen sharing?
Do your screen share one more time, Neon.
In the top center where you can press stop screen share.
We've lost your screen share.
Okay, cool. Then I think we should just join. No, we don't want to screen share. Richie,
There we
you want
go.
to?
Now we can see
Okay,
it.
cool. Sorry about that.
You see? Okay.
Yep.
So right here is, you see that thing?
Yes.
That's a raft
that we're gonna composite in.
So we built this raft life size, and we're gonna ride on top of the raft and paddle down the whole landscape in the raft. That make sense?
Great. Yeah, let's see it.
Oh, well, no, we just have an image.
That's it.
Oh,
We have
got
a-
it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I thought that was a tease. Oh,
Okay,
the owl. Oh, okay.
We're out of
Yeah, we
time,
can see
y'all.
you laying on the rafts. A very blurry
Cool.
road. Yeah.
Awesome. Sorry.
No, this is what it's all about. We're so excited. I mean, you built an entire world in 48 hours. Let's everybody, mics on. Let's hear some owls and everybody. That was Neon Monsoon in Los Angeles. And a part of that team, which we from the Deconstruction team would like to give a special shout out to, is Richie Rhombus, who is a member of the team Neon Monsoon. Richie did all of our graphics that you saw on the website, all of the bird illustrations, and everything you saw on the frequently asked questions. All of those pages are from the artist Richie Rhombus there. So another thank you to Richie. Yeah. Okay, moving right along. Number 4, Tricky Bird. Maybe Jay, put us in gallery. And
Hi.
let's.
Oh, okay. So I'm on. Hello. I am Kat from Tricky Bird. In my team, there was one other person that couldn't make it today. So I'm speaking on Dimitri's behalf, and he worked so hard yesterday and today to make what you are about to see happen. And so big shout out to him in spirit. And here we go. So I'm going to just go ahead and share the screen and talk about it as I go. Okay. So I'm gonna share, and then I'm gonna make it full screen. Okay, so I had this idea. We've been wanting to do a choose your own adventure story for a long time, and I was wondering how can we collaborate remotely. And the tricky part was he's in Redwood City and I'm in Oakland, and so what is the technology that we can both add to at the same time? And so I thought about Google Slides. And so we made a choose your own adventure in Google Slides, but it's tricky because the person approaching it might want to approach it like a slide show. So I'm just going to walk you through the experience, and here we go. And also talk about the next couple slides. So we distance from what we know to what we don't know is possible. I came up with that like a little late in the night, so I'm not sure exactly what that means. But yeah, I will show you this map later that you can use to travel to the different choose your own adventures. You'll see that. All right. And so how to play with the interface is tricky because you can't use the slides because essentially they're like the choose your own adventure genre where they're linked to different parts. So if you read it sequentially, it wouldn't make sense and you wouldn't get to choose your own adventure. So I'm going to take us to a tutorial. And also you have to kind of just give the users a heads up, like full screen it. Otherwise it won't really work very well and won't look as pretty. But anyways, so you click for your first tutorial, and then it goes to a different slide deck. And then first thing before really thinking about it and looking at all the weird slides is just make it big and then hide the upcoming slides. And then this is just practicing clicking once on the links. That might be like normal for us to do, but sometimes like people might want to click on things that don't look like links, and then it would just advance to the next slide, which is not what we want. So I'm just going to click this, and I'm going to be kind of a doofus and just be like, what if I didn't click on this? And so this is like built into the tutorial. This is not something I really programmed for the whole thing, so don't like click on it too much because then the nose stop. But anyways, it gives you a sense of like you'd really want to click on the links to get places. But yeah, now we can go to the map. So this is another slide deck jump. And immediately you want to full screen it. And yeah, so we created, Dimitri and I, 4 different genres. So we essentially have science fiction, magical realism, noir, and then like a fantasy. So I'm just gonna pick one at random. Let's do Space Cowboy. And so it's another deck jump. Bear with me as I full screen this. Okay, and so we're not going to go through like a whole possibility web, but I'm just going to guide you through like to one ending. And so wake up. Your electric visor has told you that your sleep requirements are fulfilled. You roust your cyber horse Nandy and charge its batteries. Status readouts show maxed out. You and Nandy are at peak performance. I like that. I'm just going to go with that one. And then here we go. Breakfast with friends. You decide to break your fast with some robot friends at a new fuel station. You get into a compute off. Ooh. Okay. Oh no, your circuits are overloaded. You spend the rest of the day going to the repair shop and getting looked over by Dr. Nicro, who puts you together better than ever. And so you can either go back to the beginning of the day or the map to check out the other places to go. And so I want to show you some of the behind the scenes for developing this like set of slides. We created an inventory of files, as well as like some checklist points to make sure that everything like flowed and images and yeah, like there were like all the correct links. And it's interesting of like when you reach an ending, you can go back to the beginning or to the map. We didn't always have that, and it felt just kind of weird to like sit there and be like, oh, what do I do? So yes, I thought it was a lot of fun to work on, and Dimitri and I really appreciated having a deadline because we're the kind of people that like, oh, we can do anything, but then we end up doing nothing because it feels like we can put it off. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to the Deconstruction team putting together this event and everybody participating, making it really feel like a rally. So thank you all, and that's all I have to say. Back to you.
Oh, I love it. Let's get everyone mute. Let's get everybody up on. Thank you so much, Kat. That's great. Let's move from Tricky Bird to supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Columbus, Ohio. Let's see it.
Hey, that's us.
That's us. Welcome, welcome. Share with us
Hi.
the last time we saw y'all. Y'all were in midstream. So let's see what's happening today.
Yeah. So we had a lot of fun deconstructing light pads, and we're actually just going to start. We put together a little video documenting what we did. So I'm just going to share my screen and show it, and I hope it doesn't play too glitchy.
Are we good?
It hurts. No, it's like staring into the sun though.
Okay,
It's
here.
actually not safe.
Sure, can you point it at me?
I don't want to look
Okay, go on.
at the stupid projector. I don't like the projector, alright?
I know.
Alien species, alien species, alien. No. The dwarves and the hordes are aliens. Good. Oh gosh. Can someone open this? Please. Can someone open this?
You can go over here and do the mini project. Cool. So is this what we're going to use for the media?
This is what we're going to deconstruct and project.
Didn't the kids do a nice job?
For sure. Are you back?
Whoa. Whoo, y'all have another minute if you, that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Thanks. Awesome.
Yeah, so we really did want to do something with the sunlight. We wanted to do the same thing with sunlight, but we didn't really get those sunny days to be able to take that sunlight through the house, because that would have been a little bit more conceptually in the concept.
We definitely
elegant.
work well with deadlines also, but the deadline
That's a
of the
joke.
sun setting was like too much. We couldn't
Yeah.
couldn't figure that out in time, but we used the projector and it worked out.
I would say being live was really fun because you were surrounded by light beams and you could walk through them, and so that three-dimensional spaces, the video didn't pick it up as well, but it was beautiful. The lines being in, so that was really fun experience for us to be able to play with that, like three-dimensional light space that's going around us.
For sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Let's hear it again. Let's go to gallery one more time. Woo!
Yes.
Thank you, Deconstruction.
Oh, thank you, Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Oh, that's great. That was one of our family teams.
Like, every time.
Yeah.
All right.
We love having our families participate. Thank y'all. We didn't see the boys, but we wish them well and thank them. Yeah.
They're outside.
They're a little bit wild.
Scattered.
They're so wild.
Great.
Today.
Great.
Yeah.
We all probably will be there soon. Cool. Awesome. Thank y'all again. Thank y'all. All right, moving along to narcissism, FTW. Take it away.
Hi y'all. I'm going to be doing the screen share for this. So hopefully that's the right one.
Oh, let's pause. I think we don't have your audio, Jennifer.
Whoops, I'm sorry. I 100%
okay.
forgot that was a special thing.
That's okay. We've got your back.
All right. Hi, Deconstruction. So my solo project was doing a one-woman show with monologues about life in quarantine. I've always been a theater person and never a film one. So while I could figure out how to record myself alone in Zoom, it would take way more time than I've got left to figure out how to edit a video of the actual clips of what I did. So here's a brief sampling of subject matter I covered in this show. Introduction. So I'm going to spend the weekend filming myself, doing some performance pieces based on recent events, sharing the life experiences of suddenly hating the neighbor, etc. And maybe I'll just put on some other outfits for variety. The neighbors. But seriously, there's a pandemic going on and you deliberately go outside to cough and sneeze as hard as you can? The hot water incident. On the other hand, now my apartment manager thinks I'm a crazy person, and she's right. I'm not okay. So how am I doing? It depends on how you judge the question, doesn't it? Masks. Finally, another nurse called me in for my shot, and she wasn't wearing a mask at all. And she was all, oh yeah, I don't have a mask. I should get one. Literally, she said this. Pick a card. What this boils down to is somehow these internet readings by strangers are the most specific, nailing it, personal to me readings that I've ever experienced in my life. Some good things about quarantine. Everybody is pitching in to keep the populace entertained and the performers performing. What does everyone need right now? Distraction and entertainment. The future state of performance. You're going to have to adjust your expectations. Make do. Make art under new constraints. See what comes out of them. And finally, advice. Do the best you can with the resources you have on hand to figure out how to handle things as best you can, preferably without busting out into screaming. That's what I've got. So there's your wardrobe sampler platter of what I did all weekend. Now we'll just have to see if I can figure out editing software later. Thanks for watching. There you go.
Woo!
Thank you.
The gallery is Jay. One more time, Yay, there's the gallery. That was great. I've never seen a montage of a live one-person show. So thank you. Awesome.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it was a perfect trailer. Let's move on to Team AMRoC in Tampa,
Florida.
Hi, Terry.
All righty. We good to go?
You take it away.
All right. So it looks like we've got a few of our team members here. Or see if you can all just raise your hand. I see Larche. I see Josh. I see Sheena. I don't know who else is here. Scott's over there. Steve's here. I'm going to give a really quick overview, and then Scott's going to run a very rough cut of our video. So what we did is we brought together all of our associates and friends from AMRoC, or at least the ones that would play with us for the weekend and could. And we're all in different places. So Scott's in Pinellas County, across the bay, and Sheena and her family are over in Pasco County, another 20 miles away, and we're all over the place. And we all got together to do this project over the weekend, and I'm really proud of what we came up with. So we basically flipped the script on toilet paper, and our story is to slow your roll. And we mean that in every sense of the word. Take some time together, have fun together, and give more than you take. So I'm going to hand it off to Scott to run the video, and hopefully we'll have a little time after that. And maybe Sheena and Larche and Josh can all share a little bit about their experience. Fooey, little help, please.
Hey, thanks guys. Let's use chemistry to make our own toilet paper at home, and we can add to the roll. Let's head over to the lab to process it. Ding! Fresh new sheets to roll with kindness. Thanks, Rollerbot. All yours, Steve.
Wow, thank you, Larche. This was wonderful. I think I can add some more to this. Yes, I can. I have some industrial toilet paper that I ordered online, and to get it on here, I've attached a screwdriver to my cordless drill, and this paper was from a Five and Dime online store, and the reason it's so cheap is that it doesn't come on a roll. So we're going to go ahead and get started on here, and I'll just lay it over the top, and we'll get this started, and we'll roll it up onto this and pass it along. And that's a wrap. All right, let me get this off of here. I'm going to hand it over and see if you have something else you can add to it.
Cool. Hey, I should give this to Oliver. He loves arts and crafts.
Wait. Did it freeze up?
Did it?
Her head. That's okay.
So then we
Hang
didn't
on.
get to the last.
So
Yeah.
Josh had turned his in towards the end. Thank you. Actually, every one of our members got every one of their pieces in. We couldn't get it all in time for the event. Did you have your piece, Josh? Can you show it, or
No, there's
do we have time? I think we have a little time.
Yeah, I can show it. I got it queued up.
Okay.
I can do a screen share. So
yeah, go for it.
So Josh has got one
Okay,
at the
so
ending piece there.
everybody pause in their minds the end there, and this is mine. Let me do the screen share here.
No, that's how do I take the video? Let's see it. Stop video. Yes.
By the way.
You have a bug in your mouth.
Oop. What happened?
Abby, what do you think you're doing?
Okay, so Kendall and Shani and everybody else are out there.
Jay, can you mute the mountain?
So the toilet paper gets deconstructed.
I think it's sharing the wrong window. It's sharing the
okay, so
the browser window.
Let me try this again. Oh, I see what's going on. Really? Okay.
All right, there it is. There it is.
Okay, we can see it now? All right, okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Here we go.
Jay, you need
So
to
she can,
mute reanimator.
so the Mario Princess.
She's
pitches
appalling.
it.
Our video should be on her now. She ain't nothing but appalling.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, let's see everybody. Yeah.
We'll actually all come together by Wednesday at the deadline.
We can't wait for the final video. Let's give a round of applause to Team AMRoC, everybody. Oh, thank y'all for sharing. All right, next up is Loop. It's not a time.
Hi.
And before you get going, Joe Awesome, if we could remind you, if you're not presenting, to please mute your microphones. All right, it's all you, Joe.
Can you see, what do you,
yes.
Let me, come on back. Show me all the videos. What do you see? What do you got? Is that, can you see stuff? Can you hear stuff?
Yeah, I see the BlackBerry. I don't hear anything but your voice right now.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect. Okay. So check it out. Here we are. Here we are. Welcome everybody. I took distance apart. We had, you know, to me, when you first start taking stuff apart, like the original unit is the thread, right? You take stuff apart, not just blowing it up, but you take it apart into like thread and it kind of weaves together if you want to put it back together, stuff together. And I got to thinking about stuff that I had a bunch of. Oops, I'm going to take the window capture off. Yeah. So I, thinking about things that I had an abundance of, things that were both here and not here. I have a bunch of extra t-shirts. I know a lot of folks have extra clothing, extra t-shirts generally. So I took apart all the excess clothing that I could. So I'm going to cut over to some of the documentation from that I've got on the BlackBerry. Give me just a second. Get that going. Can you see?
I see the BlackBerry.
Okay. And it's gonna get just a second to get it going here. So this is Can
yeah,
you
we can
hear
see all the
me?
shirts. We couldn't hear you. I
Yeah.
could only see the shirts going in.
Okay.
Now I hear you.
Yeah. Okay, now it should be. All right. So if you can hear me and see this, so you can see the little time I saw the shirts going in. So what it came about. So I thought about this, taking them apart and putting it back together again like a quilt. Like there's all these memories, all these things that are not that you know, if distance is the name of the boundary between here and not here, right? You're all here and not here kind of at the same time. We've kind of like already started to deconstruct that just in our nature. And I think another thing that that in terms of like your prime collaborator, a lot of the messages like you and your collaborators. My collaborator is somebody who's also not here, but is not going to be here. My grandmother passed away when I stopped cutting my hair. Right around. Get back to me for just a second. Right around here. The last time I stopped cutting my hair. That's my grandmother passed away, and so a lot of the background scenes you've seen on my screen were transcriptions from her journal or images of her journal. And they can't like we can't, you know, they named all the stars before we were born, but I can still like through the magic of the internet put those images up into the stars, into the satellites, and come back down. What it looks like put all back together, I thought it was going to be maybe like a flag or a quilt or something. Turns out it's an intestine.
Wow.
So it's long enough. I'm going to go back to. I'll show you it just for scale. You saw the kind of time lapse of it coming together, but this intestine has a very specific set of patterns. And you know, all the you could go through and see kind of some of the logos and images from these. These all, you know, they might not make sense to anybody whose intestine it's not, but on just first viewing. But the other side of that, the other side of that is I ride a bike everywhere. I haven't owned a car in a second, but I think of our, you know, in the weaving sense, getting back to that weaving metaphor. Imagine the thread that leaves, you know, attached to your heel when you leave the door on a regular non-quarantine day and come back. Imagine the path you've woven. You're the needle and the thread. So to that end, I've come up with a couple bike repair toolkits of extra bike tools I had to help fix your sewing machine, so that you can go out and weave your path throughout life. And I'll be giving those out to folks. I'll figure that out later. Been up for a while, so I'm reaching the end of it. Thanks for the coups. Thanks for following along, everybody. I'm going to stop sharing my screen somehow.
Jason can help you with that too.
Where'd you go? There we go.
All right, let's give a round of bird applause. Woo, coo, coo, coo. Awesome. Oh, thank you so much. That's so beautiful. What a beautiful tribute. Number 9, potato or potato. Let's see. Where is potato?
They were on earlier, but they're not here
Okay.
now.
Okay. No worries. We'll catch them later. And of course, if anybody needs to come and go as you please, that is what we're here to do. All right, moving along to 1.21 gigawatts. Take it away.
All right, can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. So we are 1.21 gigawatts based out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we decided to kind of recreate and deconstruct physical contact and try to figure out a way to kind of remake that physical contact that we've been missing digitally. And so we created a little kind of like high five game. And the way it works is we have a little microcontroller, which you can probably see there, that's Wi-Fi enabled. And then it's just one switch and some RGB LEDs. And I'm gonna start the game here. So the way it works is you could have this on your wall, and everyone in the group created a different type of hand sculpture. They're all different. I think Micah and Ben might be here, and they both created a different take on the hand sculpture. And so once it's on, someone can walk up and give their sculpture a high five, and then everyone else's hands or lights by their sculpture turn yellow to let them know that someone's initiated the high five. And once it turns green, you do it again, and everyone high fives at the same time. And then it will take how long it took you to high five, and it will determine if you were the quickest person to high five. And in a minute here, it might.
We wanted to see if Ben and them were on there. Are they? We wanted to see if you.
I don't know if Ben was having some technical issues. Micah's on there. You might be able to see his hand in the background.
Okay.
Ben's coming.
Okay, let's see if we can see Micah's.
I'm trying to see if I can find Micah here. Where is Micah? There's a lot of us on here. Oh, there he is. So you can see the hand in the background there of Micah's camera. Yeah.
Can we see Micah's?
I think mine just logged. We've got some technical issues we're working through, but
sure.
But for the most part, I can see that he pressed the button. It just didn't change my LED.
Hey, there he is. Hi, Micah.
Yeah. So Micah's hand is kind of like his actually is an articulating hand that has like flexible joints in between. Ben created his out of laser cut acrylic. Someone else created a little mini fist bump hand that fits on a tiny little button. And another created my brother and his kids created just a glowing button that they slap. So either way, we'll post the files and how everyone else can kind of use some basic components if you have the know-how to work with microcontrollers, and it's pretty simple. So you just need to have a button and a Wi-Fi enabled microcontroller and a single LED is really all you need.
Amazing. Let's give a woo-hoo to 1.21 gigawatts. Woo!
That was awesome.
That's super cool. So we look forward to open source. Maybe y'all can tell me how if people are sharing, where they can share, the different teams can share their final projects. We can tell everyone that at the end of the show. But moving on right now to Erin O. Is Erin?
Yes, hi, I'm here. Hi, everyone. I'm Erin O. From New York, and yeah, so I am a prop master in film and a window dresser for Bergdorf for 21 years. And I try to challenge myself and not do something with my hands. And, I went right to, I'm going to build something, make something, prop something. And I just thought, you know what? No. And unfortunately, not to bring it to a somber level, but I did lose 5 friends in this awful pandemic. And I used to work in the music industry, and 3 of them were people I worked in the music industry with. So I thought, well, let me go back to music, because that's more like not my hands. And so my theory that music is medicine, and I don't know how to, I've never shared a screen. Let me try. Let's see.
Sure.
Gosh, yeah, I'm really bad.
Do you see the little bottom says share screen? It's a little
yeah
screen.
Like let's see, like that.
There you go.
Because okay,
yeah.
So there's one. So like for me, music has saved my life. I have an example. I actually haven't given my example in this project, I think I'm gonna save it for the end. It's pretty, it'll choke me up. So I just figured I'd do everybody else. So the theory of music is medicine. It's scientifically proven that that music will help you get out of any situation. Me, myself, I'm clean and sober from everything for 6 years. So in a process of recovery, you find other methods to deal with what you're doing and how life is goes. I couldn't work in the music industry anymore because that was part of my problem, but it didn't mean I had to put down music. And so all these people, I'm in recovery 12-step meetings with people that are amazing musicians, and I'm in a music cares program that helped me get clean 6 years ago. And the amount of music that I'm appreciative for, it's like, it is my dose of medication. And I believe that. And I think other people will feel that too. So what I did was, do you see this?
I can.
Yes. Okay. So for example, I worked with this girl, Fiona Silver, and her father passed away of a drug overdose 10 years ago, and her brother died of a drug overdose 6 years ago. And she's an amazing musician. And if you've ever seen her, it's just, there's no way these things can't be scientifically proven. She beat the odds of all this stuff. She's in recovery with me. And when her brother passed, she, wrote this song, and it's probably one of her best songs. So, so I basically took like 15 people, and I said, what's a song that has gotten you out of a situation where you're just like, I don't want to be on this planet, or I just got to get out of what I'm in. So I asked a lot of people, friends, they're not all musicians. This is like a friend, he was in a Clash thing. This is a guy who, lost his girlfriend a year ago from addiction. This is, if anyone likes the Ramones, I used to work in some aspects with them. And Dee Dee Ramone's wife, I talked to her last night. What's your favorite song that he ever wrote? So a lot of these songs will, they'll bring people to a better place, which is what we need right now. They're just, so it's basically a slideshow. How do I get off that? Let's see, stop share.
We can help you with that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, you did
So
it.
it's just like a project, and it's like the distance. I get to talk to people that I haven't talked to in forever. Distance, like a song can bring you back to another place, or a song can bring you to the future. So like you can either go backwards, which is not always the best thing, but you can go forward with a song. So, it's just amazing. And the girl that's in my Music Cares group leader, I interviewed her, and she had an eating disorder that I didn't even know of. So it's like talking and communicating. We say in recovery that the opposite of addiction is connection. So I don't know, just it made sense to do something like this and not work with my hands, which is like the first time in forever. And I challenged myself with technology, because for 21 years, I've literally been making things with my hands. So I thought it was great. And I love what you guys are doing. And I love underground stuff that gets a lot of like press. And I hope I can just like spread to all these people and who they know that this is great. So
cool.
You guys are all been watching. Really, I'm sorry. I've been like dealing with some recovery situations with other people that I can't really, I can't step away from. But I'm trying to do this, and it's okay. I'm a juggler, and it's been great. So thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thank you, Erin. Everybody, cool.
Hey.
Thank you so much for sharing. Listen to this coos. Yeah. That was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How about our friends in Melbourne, Australia? Did artisanal pant pockets make it to this party?
Yes, so we are here. I'd like to welcome you to ourselves again once more.
I loved your outfit so much.
Yeah.
Oh, you too.
Thank you very much.
Take it away, y'all.
Yay. Well, 10 Fingers, this is Carly Fern, and this is famous artist Sebastian Berto.
Sarah Seahorse is not here.
Yeah, she had to go to work. It's actually like in the morning, Monday morning for us. But we're all out of work. Which is why we're so stoked to do this. Anyway, so how we
deconstructed distance is we sat around for ages and talked and took notes, and we thought more about what the opposite of distance is, and we thought that was closeness. And then we wanted to work with all our different mediums. We really cross-platform of us. And so we've kind of just come up with a program that people can use to help them integrate back into closeness. We've made a little video and a series, which is like a promotional video, and then there's a series of audio that you can listen to, and
self-help tapes.
Self-help tapes. We've made a bunch of self-help tapes. Maybe we'll share the video now.
Yeah, we'll show you the promo video. All
That
right,
sounds great.
here we go. Can you see what I'm doing?
Yes.
We are sharing.
Yes. And do we have to press?
Do full screen.
Okay. Is this good?
That is beautiful.
Okay, great.
We at APP believe that returning to the new normal shouldn't have to be hard. You can start preparing yourself now. Our program, Re-Entry into Closeness, will prepare you for everyday social experiences from the comfort of your home, including but not limited to conversational practice, touching things in public places, physical contact with another,
Lol.
and many more. Be sure to order your kit today.
So there you go.
I'll take a copy.
Oh, great.
Oh, great. Well, you can actually go, we'll share the link in the chat here, so you can go and have a listen to, we uploaded some audio files as well as part of the project that you can listen to, and it's very satirical, but also kind of commenting on how consumerism and capitalism are rife within the self-help industry, and especially at the moment, there's a lot of stuff being put out, content you have to pay for to feel close to people. We also thought of the idea of like deconstructing closeness in the fact that this person in the video is trying to create closeness from a distance as well. So there's kind of a bit of a somber element to that film, which I didn't realize until we had completed it. But it was quite sad because we all miss our friends and our family, and we miss the idea of being able to come overseas or, you know, for long periods of time. And, you know, we're privileged enough to be able to do things like that. But yeah, just reflecting on all of those things.
That's beautiful. Thank you all so much for sharing. Thank you so much. Let's give them a
Right.
coo, coo, coo.
Thank you.
Y'all have a good morning. Thank you so much. Artisanal Pant Pockets. All right, moving on to Five Skin, California.
Yes, I'm here, and Arvin is down in the Bay Area. Arv, you there?
Yep. Hey, quick.
What do you
take it away, man?
You take it away. You got the files.
Okay, sounds good. So we deconstructed distance by way of time, rhythm, and thus music, and really asking, so not music in sort of the professional upper echelons of music, but shared rhythm as a medium of communication and a language. And so when you bring a language into common use, there's sort of a vocabulary and understanding, and what I figured out that I want to call a resolution. The same way that you think about images, a pixel resolution is the amount of information that something small carries. And the last time we checked in, I sort of came up with this example off the cuff of an LOL that people send to each other. And somebody that's new to a language might see that LOL, and if they don't know what it is, then it carries no information whatsoever. But if they see it and they're told that it means laugh out loud, then now it has meaning, but it really doesn't arrive home until you start using it in common parlance, and your friend sends you an LOL, and now you know their face well, you love them, and you can sort of hear their laugh, you can see them throw their head back, you can feel their sort of nose wrinkle up, and that LOL now has a high resolution of information, because to you it's now language. And I think that's why emoji is so I mean, it might be a generational thing. I don't use it as much as I see it used, but we definitely use it, and maybe that's why it's popular. So yeah, I'm just going to go speak faster than I probably should, since I'm going to hear the morning dove soon. So we started to send our friends, family, little notations of an invitation to play a sound with something that they might have around them, objects that are at hand, and make sound with them, not with musical instruments or professional equipment, but just with stuff around them, like this pair of ceramic speakers that I might have over here, or my coffee mug, my dining table. And we started to get all these sound files in, and then we got a little too excited. I got a little too excited, and I sent multiple measure invitations, and then things got really crazy, and I sent some pretty wild stuff out there, and some of those didn't work out too well. I posted an initial YouTube video. I don't know who's sort of seen that, but I ended up calling that first piece, which stemmed out of slightly crazier than it should be stuff like this, donkeys galloping across a Mexican desert. That the YouTube video is out there and it's shared on the channel. I won't take up our time playing that again. But some better pieces came out, and then I explained this to a friend of mine who lives in Spain, in Madrid. She's a professional flamenco, and she sent out prompts to her community of flamencos, and maybe I'll play that one for you guys. That turned out pretty well. Obviously, it's not their first rodeo. Hopefully you guys can hear this.
Okay. Not hearing anything. No.
So I can't play something on my computer, and
you have to select share computer audio. It should give you an option. You may have to enter your password to enable it.
Do I have
like a check box?
Maybe if I
You can go into share screen and choose the Zoom screen and still do the share computer sound.
Let's try. And
We heard it for a second, and then we lost it.
okay,
I'm gonna try.
I'll just share the sound files separately.
Okay.
But long story short, from my end, some of the deconstructed friends and family and international community invited rhythm language explorations worked out well. Some didn't, and I'll share all the files.
Oh, that's so exciting. That's so exciting. And did your other team member want to say any parting thoughts? You'll have about 30 seconds.
No, I guess what I'll say is that when we started and I was trying to, wasn't really clear what we were going to do, and Arvin, explained the idea to me, and that we were going to be creating a process. I thought it was a lot of it was very stimulating, working on that, obviously. I wasn't expecting it to take the shape that it did, but it was definitely a good experience to have him conduct and just receive these texts and have, like you said, a language and be able to send them back something in 30 seconds, which I tried to do in my community, and I'm still waiting on some of the files. And so I think, you know, it's also a question of the distance, this aspect of emotional distance that, you know, between us that I got to really reflect about through this, and the concept of time as well. Just everybody having, and it's dealing with time and rhythm. So it's just been a whirlwind. But thank you very much for the opportunity. It's been a lot of fun, even though I had to be juggling a lot of things this weekend. But really glad to have been part of this.
Let's, whoo, 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 whoo. Thank you, Five Skins. I love all the music, the deconstruction of music in these projects. Right, thank you, Five Skins. Moving on to our friends, Reanimated Corpse.
Hi guys, this is Kendall from Reanimated Corpse. How long do I have? 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Awesome. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with this game called Exquisite Corpse. It's basically a game where you take a piece of paper and you fold it into 4 sections, and one person draws the head of a monster, and then they put little tabs to show where the neck goes, and they fold the paper, hand it to the next person, they draw the next segment of the body, and then the next section and the next section. So then you end up with these really interesting things. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you guys see that?
I can.
Okay, so these are some examples. Oh, let me close this. These are some examples of reanimated corpse, or sorry, exquisite corpse drawings. So we had this idea, really Jesse had this idea, to take this and basically move it along the temporal axis. So when you have an image that's changing over time, it's of course an animation. So hence we have reanimated corpse. So I want to show you what this looks like. We made a web app.
We're not muted right now.
And basically the idea here is that you're seeing here on this, this is the gallery view, and you're seeing the first frame of an animation. And now you can click to make a brand new animation, which I'll do. I'll show you how that works. So you're brought to this screen. It says that as soon as you click this button, you're going to have 15 minutes to complete your frame. So I'll do that. And now we have this drawing tool where it's kind of has the basics or drawing. You can change your opacity and your color and your brush size. And that's really ugly. Let's see. All right, something stupid like that. So I say done, and now you can see that that was added to the list here. So now that's the first frame of a brand new animation. So now here's where it gets fun. Back on this screen, I can go and click one of these. So let's go with this person here. And now I'll say start. And now I'm actually seeing the most recent frame of this animation. So you can tell it's actually different than what we saw before. And I can use this opacity slider to turn it up and down, because basically I'm using this as a reference, because I'm now drawing the next frame in this animation, seeing only the most recent frame. So this is the crux of it. So let's say I can, and as a shortcut, I can just click and print, and it's going to now put that onto my current frame. So I can start with that. And now let's make some sort of change. As you do in an animation, you want to make small changes so it's all kind of cohesive. So I'm going to change its mouth and eyes. So now let me draw those back in. So in the last frame, I noticed that he had kind of a shocked or surprised expression. So I'm going to run with that and kind of let's have something start to come in from off the screen. And I don't even know what it is, but it's not up for me to decide, because whoever draws the following animation will kind of decide what this encroaching purple blob is. Oops. And now I did that by accident. We need to add an undo button, but you know what? Let's run with it, because there are no accidents in art.
That's right. Bob Ross.
Make a tiny little bird.
Yeah. actually not working right now. I can't hit done. So obviously we're still building this, so there are bugs.
Join the club.
Yeah. So I don't know why that's not working, but let me try again. Let me show you another one. Okay, so let's go with this clown I made, and I'll just draw. Oops. Yeah, so now I just put a blank frame in, so that's why I'm not seeing anything now.
Cool.
Change colors. So now, basically, we want to get people using this and start creating these collaborative animations. Hopefully, people will be better illustrators than I am, and I think that we can get some really cool things. And the greatest thing is that it's really unexpected. We don't know what sort of results are going to happen from this. So it should be fun to watch it unfold.
I would totally play this at a party. I want to check in with your team members on the mountain, and here y'all have about 30 seconds to add to the reanimated corpse deconstruction.
No, I just wanted to say thanks for helping us pull it together. I had no idea how to make that possible. I just wanted to recreate something that we did hanging out with our friends, like in person, doing that virtually, and you guys made it possible in a way that I just found out. One of our team members who I'd never talked to didn't even know that this was a thing. He didn't know why he was participating. Shani just asked him randomly to give us a hand coding, and he's been coding frantically like a maniac with these guys for a deconstruction project he did not even know existed. He was just randomly helping strangers program stuff on the internet. Awesome. late into the night. So awesome. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for providing the platform.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it has been a lot of fun. I just shared the link if anyone wants to check it out. Currently, it just goes to a landing page, but if you check back later tonight, it should be live.
That's so exciting. Let's give a round of coos to reanimated corpse. Cool. Thank y'all so much for sharing. Thank you so much. Okay, we are headed to Radio Buena Onda.
Oh, hello everybody. Hello. I'm sorry, my English is no good. I'm nervous too. But I will talk about my project. Yeah. And my name is André. I'm living in São Paulo. I'm a lawyer, and I'm making one radio in Xenomedia website. And well, Buena Onda, it's the name. Buena Onda as one expression in Buenos Aires. Buena Onda, it's cool. Why? Good wave. In the world have good waves. Why not put it in together in the radio? The radio. Wow. Well, the works in when the fire rules. Well, I'm sorry.
No.
Fire rules. I don't have the right legals about the music, but can use of the cultural projects. So the works in three musics and the vignette and the more three music linked about the local culture or country, and the mission is put the more different cultures in the radio. I'm making one video and show you. I share my screen. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yes, cool.
That was
Thank
awesome.
you,
That
guys.
was a total jam.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Radio Buena Onda. Moving on to Shell. All right. Team Shell.
Is that me? I don't know.
I think it is.
Okay,
Okay.
hi.
Thank you, Shelby.
I'm so lucky to get to go last because I got to see and hear everyone's, and they're so rad. So inspiring to see everyone's different talents. I'm here in Southern California. It's still so sunny outside. So happy to be here. I just moved from New York, so I've been really cold all the time. So I wanted to deconstruct distance, basically by rethinking the term and its negative connotation of kind of being apart from something. Like, how do you connect? And it's also paralleling a lot of things in my personal life, like how to give up control. You know, if you're not standing next to a canvas, how are you supposed to paint it? So I did 6 feet apart and 6 feet above and did a bunch of different rigging things. This is a leaf. All of my material cycled things that I found in my backyard or in my kitchen. So the leaf guy was successful for sure. But other things I used were kitchen sponges. Part of the stuff I brought was all of my previous set scraps. So I have a lot of like wood and cardboard and foam board. So I got to see how those kind of things worked. And the canvases are kind of behind me. Sneak peek of a few of them. I tried balloons that I found. And yeah, it proved to be somewhat successful for some certain objects, but I thought it was really interesting that every time I was painting with a different material or a different little rig I made, I really wanted to be closer to the canvas, which I thought was such an interesting perspective in my personal life. I really want to be closer to my friends right now. I really want to be able to run up and hug my best friend, and I also really wanted to run up and be close to the canvas to but apply more pressure. So it was really interesting overall to see the challenges that came up and how quick I was to adapt to a challenge in a creative situation, and how difficult it's been for me to personally adapt to the difficult situations that have arisen through this virus. So I just am so grateful for this project and that I found it and that I got to deconstruct a bunch of random things from my house, my neighbors' houses, my friends' houses, and make art with it. So thank you for this opportunity. It's been really rad.
Cool. Okay, I want to do a double check. Is there anyone that that didn't get to participate? Go to gallery, maybe I can see everybody better, Jay. Raise your hand physically, or did I miss anyone? Okay. All right. Well, then very quickly, I wanted to share one part about my deconstruction. You've all been watching it over, but it was really inspired by a lot of things. But I want to end with this poem that really inspired it by Mary Oliver. It's called Today, and I'll post it in the link. Today I'm flying low, and I'm not saying a word. I'm letting all the voodoos of ambition sleep. The world goes on as it must, the bees in the garden rumbling a little, the fish leaping, gnats getting eaten, and so forth. But I'm taking the day off as a feather. I hardly move, though really I'm traveling terrific distance. Stillness, one of the doors into this temple. So those are my creatures, and that is my distance. And it's been
such a joy and an honor sharing this process with you. You've all, and it'll go past that. All of your projects will continue in various ways and will inspire people in different ways that we can't even imagine. And I want to thank the Deconstruction team. Some of them have been more visible than others, and then some of them have been behind the scenes. Jason, Nina, Kate, AJ, Tom, if you're on screen, you want to say anything, please say hello now.
I love
Cancel
this.
my spotlight.
Thank you to Jason for having this brain spark like a decade ago, probably. And I've really loved to interact and support all of you. And through that have felt quite supported in my own solo quarantine. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Nina, Jason, AJ, Jason, come on. Final thoughts, final word.
No final words. Just thanks for spending your weekend doing this crazy project and making things and being so gracious with your time and creative energy. And yeah, you really kind of inspired us in so many ways. You know, it's wonderful to just see so many open, loving, creative human beings in one place supporting each other and making things. And yeah, thank you all from our side. Thank y'all.
Maybe we could all see Jason for each other. Maybe. Dana, is that cool?
I just got back on mic. Maybe Jay, if you can put it in gallery and say that again, Kate.
And we can stand up and do our best bird dance for Jason and for everybody else, for each other, and then fly away. Or you have some housekeeping.
I have one housekeeping, but you can start to stretch on that. Being for each other, that will happen online, and Kate will distribute a link in the future. So keep your eyes on the inboxes for Kate's messages so you can vote for teams. And the donation will be made to one of the COVID relief foundations. And then that is it, I think. So Jason, yeah? Okay, for each other, for yourselves, let's hear your birds, your movements, whatever you need in this moment.
Unmute yourself.
Unmute yourselves.
Bye,
Bye, everyone. Bird.
Woo! Which I am a
Thank
bird.
you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
I love you, Nina Monsoon.
Bye. Thanks, everyone.
Love all of y'all. This is fantastic. Oh.
Y'all are awesome.
There's too much open. Where are all the videos coming from?